Hey YouTube, it's your girl Chic. We live, y'all. We live. It's D-Day. It's D-Day. No King's Day. What does this day mean for you? Many people are out in the streets making it known as to what the day means to them. So come on in, like, share, and subscribe. We live, y'all. We live. I'm live streaming from Atlanta, Georgia. The weather, it just started like raining, pouring, so I didn't see any protests going on right now in Atlanta, but we did have some earlier. Looks like it kind of got a little funky out here at the protests here in Atlanta, but it's raining, so everyone probably went inside. But come on in, like, share, and subscribe. Let me know in the chat, where are you located? Are you at any of the protests? At any of the No King's Day protests? Do you know anyone who's there? What does it mean to you? Are you here for these protests? Let's talk about it. We have plenty of time to talk about it. So the Trump parade, let me see. That one starts, I think, around 6:30-ish. The military parade. I have to remember, like, okay, what was his parade about? Because to me, the No King's Day protests have overshadowed the military parade, so I kind of forgot like what the name of it was. But yes, the military parade is to honor and recognize the military for 250 years, and it also happens to be President Donald Trump's 79th birthday. So the president wants to go big. Listen, go big or go home. The president wants to go big. Allegedly, this day has cost, I'm going to say the government, us, because let's keep it real, we're paying for it. It said it's been upwards of about at least $45 million it has cost connected to the military parade that will begin around 6 o'clock, 6:30-ish. I'm on Eastern Standard Time. So we live, y'all. We live right now on the screen. This is Los Angeles. I've been moving around looking at different live streams for different cities across the U.S. So right now, this is where I have landed. Los Angeles. Like that, what do you call that? Blow up dog. What do you call that? The float. Yes, that's what you call that. The float. The float. I don't know, but that head is big as hell. The whole body is big as hell. I don't think Trump would like that look. They got a little swoop bang. They got caught in the wind up top. Hey, this is Patriot Boy. Welcome for joining us live. You all, please like the video and complete the poll. I have a poll. Are you here? Are you here for the No King's Day protest? Are you here? Why or why not? A lot of people are here for the protest. I don't know, you all, if it's, I would say, if it's more people that are here for it versus not. I'm not sure, because I feel like the louder voices are from people who are opposed to Trump and how he's running the country, what he stands for. So I'm not quite sure if that speaks largely for America, if that's how America feels in large. Because I do know that there are a number of people who are here who are in support of the decisions that he talked to in person. I was like, listen, cook, let it cook. He's doing what he's supposed to do. This is what I voted for. I voted for. So today working the stage, talking my talk. I was just in DC, and it was great. This was like the first week of April, maybe the week of April 2nd. I was in DC for the first time. So it was my first time in Detroit. So I got to experience it in there, boots on the ground, and really take it in and listen to the crowd chanting and everything. And it was an awesome experience. I got to meet some people. I had no prior participation during the military parade, but I did say that I would. Check it out. Check it out. Come on in. I can hear you in the background. I've been seeing different cities protesters. I'm going to call them protesters, but haven't seen people kind of getting rowdy. So they've been vibing with the music. So there's no law against that, right? There's no law against talking their talk. Break the law when you start using hands and feet, and game over. As long as you're just using your mouth and talking your talk, you're good. That is what the Trump administration has promised. That listen, you act civilized, you Gucci, you're good. You have nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. So we will see if that will hold true. Because I did see, I don't know if he was the sheriff of Florida yesterday talking about like what would happen if people came to Florida or within their territory and started acting a fool, what they would do. And they mentioned the term like taking, body bags, talk about taking people out, unaliving people, taking people to hospitals, listen, all them keywords, that man said them all. So the message was put out there. It's Florida, y'all know, if you know, it's kind of different in Florida. They are saying their ground state, means their rights to their arms, all of that. Don't take much for somebody to have to pull out and be justified to pull out something if they feel like their life is in jeopardy. That's kind of the key is if you felt fearful of your life. So I definitely encourage you all to be careful, understand the laws in the state, wherever, not even just the state, the country, wherever you go. Understand how them people roll, because what you don't want is to get caught up moving your way, and your way is against everything that government, wherever you are, stands for. Many people who have gotten caught up in that. Listen, that ain't what you want. The sheriff over in Florida, like, listen, this ain't what you want. So protect yourself. Make sure you are aware of just your laws, the do's and the don'ts, the rules, the regulations. The rules and the regulations. It's just for your protection and protection of your loved. Hopefully today will turn out to be a good day for most people who participate in any of the rallies, protests. But yeah, hopefully don't turn into riots. Our word you don't want. You don't want any riots. We've seen enough of those over the past week, and it would be quite nice to just kind of use the other R word as rally, or the P word, protest. Rally, protest. That's what we're going for. That's what we're going for today. So we're going to see it. We're going to see it together. I plan to continue to live stream until up through the military day parade. So that should take, the military day parade should run from around 6:30 to 9:30. I believe I learned earlier during the week when I was just researching everything. I started covering these protests / riots on Sunday. So I do have a 12-hour live on Sunday. where I captured footage from different cities across the U.S. And a lot of the footage was not given protest. It was definitely given riot. We're gonna call a thing a thing, but check it out. Check out my video. Let me know what you think of it. Leave a comment. Let me know. Even in this live today, let me know. Do you feel like what we've been seeing since I think everything started popping Friday? Last Friday. So yesterday would have made a week. Friday when ISO, what had happened was, y'all come on in here, like the video, do the survey. So let me listen. We'll talk about it. Back down memory lane. Y'all listen. I love that song. We're gonna go back down memory lane. We're going back to Friday. So that was I think June 6th. So what had happened was ICE rode up into Los Angeles and they went into multiple businesses and rounded up illegal immigrants and the people, the Angelinos. They were not here for that. People start making phone calls. Listen, I think they done got your mama, your daddy, your brother, your grandmama, your granddaddy. Listen, it's going down. It's going down. You got your dog, your cat. Listen, come check on your folks. So people started leaving their jobs, school, whatever, running down to Los Angeles, wherever they know that their loved one would have been at that time to see what had happened. They're like, what's going on? And that kind of got ugly. It turned into, I guess, initially a protest. Because y'all know, as they say, it be levels to this thing. So it usually don't start out as a riot. A lot of times we will see gatherings for a cause start out as a genuine protest rally. And all it, like they say, all it takes is one, and then it can just turn into something else. A lot of times, something that's not good. So on that day, people came out, people were in their feelings, and it just turned into just this whole craze with the Angelinos against ICE. And the Los Angeles Police Department at that time, I think they were still kind of hands off because I heard that people had issue with how long it took for the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, to arrive. They were like, listen, it took a couple of hours for them to arrive. They say, listen, it was traffic. Y'all know Los Angeles got bad traffic. Y'all know, don't sit and play and act like you don't know that Los Angeles have bad traffic. So, but nonetheless, they finally arrived. So that was Friday. Some family members that was rounded up, taken to, I believe, like a local detention center in Los Angeles. So people started showing up to the federal buildings. And then, so now this takes us to Saturday. And on Saturday, I would say that's probably when it started shifting more to riots. So shifting away from protests to riots, because most of the madness that I was seeing pre-Sunday when I started recording, the craziness was taking place on Saturday, like the burning up of vehicles, things like that. This was all pre-National Guard. So when I hear people say, no, these were peaceful protests, it just got on and popping when the National Guard showed, that's a lie. That's not true. I was watching it. I did a 12-hour live stream. So I like to say that on Sunday, I showed up to the protest before the protesters showed up, because I'm on East Coast time. So I'm 3 hours ahead. So by the time I started live streaming, it was about 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. So that would have put it about 9:30 on West Coast time. And we saw the National Guard just standing, just posted. And we saw, some protesters out. I would say in my camera view, I was able to see a good, probably not even 50, but it was just I just picked a live feed to watch, so I'm sure I didn't see everyone, but it was nothing. It was very minimal, but it was early, so I'm like, listen, those people had a long night. They sleeping in. It's Sunday. It is Sunday. But I literally, those who watched the live stream, we watched it grow. We seen it get on and popping. It was on and popping, and it didn't become on and popping because of the National Guard. It became on and popping because of the protesters that turned rioters that as they came to show up, they listen, show up, show out. That is exactly what happened. They showed up and showed the hell out. What's up, Don Cotto? What's up? What's up? I hope you're well. How are you? Listen, we taking it in. Y'all know how we do over here. We finna catch all the tea because when they folks start lying, when they start lying on Father's Day tomorrow about what had happened and what didn't, we're gonna be like, you a lie, you a lie, you a lie, because we watched it. We watched it. So, like I said, last Sunday, I did a 12-hour live stream. Some of you, I know Don was here with me on that live stream. Patriot Roy, listen, we seen some things. We seen the cars in distress talking about, listen, help, help, Sheik, help. Everybody was in distress. The police was in distress. The cars was in distress. The buildings was in distress. We seen it. It was nothing peaceful about that day. It wasn't, unfortunately. Listen, the police officers was getting it handed to them in a way I've never seen. But again, the National Guards were there. So when they showed up so Sunday, I believe Sunday morning was like their first day kind of being posted. I told y'all was on and popping prior to, at least on Saturday, it was on and popping. Pre-National Guard making their presence. So when the National Guard made their presence, the protesters really didn't try them too much. They rallied around outside of the federal building, and then the National Guard kind of got them to kind of back away. And then, the protesters went up the street. They like, hey, we go to Alameda Street. They went another direction. So they left the federal building. So once they left the federal buildings, National Guards was no longer in the chat. The way I call it like I see it. The National Guard was no longer in the chat because the group shifted from the federal building. They shifted. There was a protest scheduled for 2:00 p.m. West Coast time on Sunday. So I was live streaming hours before that time, like several hours before that time. So I watched the people arrive to participate with the 2:00 protest. I watched them arrive. And of course, the more people that arrived, the more intense it became. And I started to see, the LAPD show up. They even had what do you call that? The highway patrol. The Highway Patrol, California Highway Patrol, what they call it, CHP, California Highway Patrol. To me, it was given an all hands on deck type situation. All hands on deck. But the people, they didn't give a dang. They didn't care what you've been in a uniform, whether you were fatigued, you were in a black police officer uniform. Them people didn't care. They were throwing cinder blocks. They were throwing the scoot. Yeah, child, they was even throwing the scooters. I live in Atlanta. I live outside of the city limits of Atlanta, but I'm in Metro Atlanta. So within Atlanta, we have the electric scooters that you can rent. Child, I ain't never seen a scooter used for any other way than damn just scooting. The scooters were not scooting on Sunday. The scooters were flying. The scooters were flying from it was raining, like it's raining, man. It was raining scooters, y'all. I told y'all don't make this ish up. I might sound crazy as I'm repeating it, but please believe it's true. Y'all, they was throwing, so you had the police officers on the highway, what they call a highway 101. That the highway that only vehicles should be on at any given time, not people just walking on it like they at the local state park. So they cleared off the highway. So you had the police cars on the highway. You had the people above top on the bridge. Whatever you want to call it, where they were standing up top, y'all, they just throwing stuff down below them, which is where the police vehicles were. and the police were standing underneath like the overpass so they wouldn't get hit to be protected. So you seen raining cinder blocks, bricks, scooters, everything but water. It was no water. It wasn't raining water. It was nothing wet. Hey, let me take that back. If it was wet, we don't know what it is because Pam Bondi said that the police, they had stuff thrown at them that was in bottles that had liquid in it, and God knows what kind of liquid was in these bottles. We just gonna sit and wonder what kind of liquid was possibly in these bottles. Because remember, on that live, for those of you who were there, I was like, listen, where the bathroom at? I would have to pee. If I was a worker, I mean, if I law enforcement, where the porta potty at? Because I need a break. Y'all think them people who had it on and popping didn't need no break either and didn't have to use the bathroom? That's why I say, listen, we can only wonder what was probably in some of these bottles with fluids. I don't wish anything like that on anybody. Bodily fluids, any type of like fluids thrown onto someone. But following that day, President Trump did go on record to say that he would like to make it a law that anyone who spits on a police officer, a law enforcement officer, should get at least 1 year of jail time. Let me know what y'all think about that. Let me know. That's what he said. He's like, listen, I'm sick of y'all. Y'all doing too much. But think about it, like spitting, if that's assault, right? Is that an assault charge? If it's not, it should be. Think about it. Spitting on someone, bodily fluid, that should be an assault charge. Let me know. But he said that, listen, if he were king, if I were king, you would get time for doing foolishness like that. So here we are. No King Day parade, because what Trump had went on record, referred to himself, excuse me, as king. And a lot of people did not like that. I saw Caroline Leavitt, his press secretary, the White House press secretary, speak to that. Someone asked her a question, I think earlier this week, about, it was, I don't know if they asked her, they were like, so can you speak on, President Trump referring to himself as the king? Is this what, and she then kind of smirked and was like, President Trump only considers himself or refers to himself as, the president of the United States. So she didn't address, really directly that situation where he referred to himself as a king. And I think when he did that, I think that he did that in New York when it was centered around some law in New York that he interrupted. I can't think of the name of it, but it was centered around like paying to access like certain roads or highways there. There's a known name associated with it. I'd never heard of it before until when all this happened. This is maybe about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago. It was a while. It was several live streams ago. I know that. But he does not feel like the people should have to pay to utilize the streets in New York. Because here's the thing. A lot of people say they can't afford to be paying like $7 a day or $15 a day to access certain roads to get to where they need to go, likely to work. But the local government in New York, the local one of the local officials, a woman, she has to be probably maybe like the governor. She has a position there, but she was like, they have this in place. I'll have to look it up and read the details. But the reason why they have it in place to charge people to utilize these roads and things is because it helps with the traffic and alleviate the traffic. So basically, if you got about, I think it was at that time when I was doing the live, I think it was about $7 a day it was costing to access like this particular road or highway or something in New York. I'll look it up. But I think at the time it was about $7 a day. Y'all, can y'all imagine? So was that $35 a week? I mean, for So if you have to get to work, you work Monday through Friday. Well, it's probably gonna be more than that because if you're doing a round trip, that's what gonna be 14 maybe. So let's do $14 a day for a week. What's that? $70? $70. So Trump came in and was like, no, like people should not have to pay to access the roads. Like they pay tax money, like they should not have to pay in addition, let's see, like $7 to access the roads or whatever. So he interrupted all of that. And I think in a mix of that back and forth exchange, I think that was when he referred to himself as a king. And yeah, so she didn't appreciate that. Let me see if I can find the score behind that. But I remember when all that happened. It seemed like it was a while ago, like closer to almost like 2 months ago. But y'all, it's a lot that has happened since he's taken office. It feels like it's been at least, it feels like we at least a year and a half into Trump's second term presidency. I ain't gonna lie. It feels like at least a year and a half. Let me see. Let me try to refer back to trying to see if I can get back to that details of when that happened. Okay, so it looks like it might have even been. Let me see if this is it. Let's see. And y'all like the video, like, share, and subscribe. We here, y'all. We live. Okay. This is Los Angeles. The people are mad. I'm sorry, children. I'm sorry. OMG. John, you said these toll roads out here, Garden State, Parkway, New Jersey have quite a few tolls. So yeah, that sounds about right. Listen, so I found it. It went back to February. It was even further back than what I even thought. Because we're in May. It was like 3 months ago. Close to 3 months ago. I told y'all it was a while ago. So let me see. This was center. Trump received widespread backlash to social posts calling himself king. Donald Trump is receiving widespread. So this was dated. I'm on the Guardian.com. The Guardian.com. This is dated February 19, 2025. So this is what, just that a month after his inauguration for the second term of his presidency. So listen up, Buttercup. Donald Trump is receiving widespread backlash after he likened himself to a king on social media following his administration's decision to rescind New York City's congestion pricing program. Y'all, I had never heard of a congestion pricing program, so that was new to me. But once I kind of learned what it meant, I'm like, oh, yeah, like we don't have any tolls. So I live in Georgia. We don't have any tolls here. We did at one point have a toll on our Highway 400, which is a like busy highway. You just kind of want to stay away from it. Fortunately, I never lived in that area, worked in that area to have to get on that highway. But a lot of times people strategically just have their life set up to not have to utilize that highway. But it was called 400, Highway 400 in Metro Atlanta. is one of Atlanta's busy highways. If you've ever been to Atlanta, you know our traffic is no joke. It's compared to traffic to Los Angeles and New York. I would say we're probably maybe third behind those. I would say Los Angeles might be first, maybe New York, maybe Georgia. But listen, yeah, we definitely in the top five. But I'm gonna say we're at least third when it comes to traffic. So we had that poll, and we had that toll in place, and that toll went away. Wow, it's been gone for a long time because supposedly the only reason why we had it was to pay for whatever. Once I guess we paid for whatever, it went away. So the highway is just like free now. So that was a toll. But you can buy the little passes to get into certain lanes on the highways and stuff like that. But it ain't nothing too deep or nothing with the little fast pass. What they call it, the peak pass. Just a little peak pass. But I don't utilize anything like that. But I know a lot of people who do have like a sticker or something like that for when they do. I think I have one on my car. My husband got me, but I don't think I'll be using it. So listen, Trump like, these people are already paying damn taxes. They don't need to be paying nothing else extra. So back to the article. On Wednesday, following a letter issued by the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, to the New York Governor, Kathy Hochul. So Kathy, that's the one she got pissed off when he called himself a king. That ended the Transportation Department's agreement with New York over a new congestion pricing program for Manhattan. Trump wrote on his Truth Social, "Congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king." Child, what he say that for? He say that for what's up, simple living. Welcome. Listen, that man said, "Long live the king." Look, these folks ain't been right since. They ain't been right since. That man said, "Long live the king," in all caps. Listen, Trump created his own little social account. So when he want to get it on and pop in, he got the "Who gonna check me, boo?" because it's my issue. You know how when you got your own car, your own house, your own whatever, and you dare him up to try to tell you something because you get into it on your own. That's the type of energy that Trump has. He can say he says it with his chest because he like, listen, what you gonna do? I think him and Elon both had that same energy because listen, both of them are big dogs, when it comes to the deep pockets. So Elon will run around with the richest man. So you have the richest man in the world versus the most powerful man in the world. So and they both have their own social media platforms. Say it ain't so. So listen, both of them gonna be like, listen, what you gonna do? And they gonna talk on their platform and not be censored. So when Trump said that, the White House then proceeded to share Trump's quote on social media, accompanied with a computer generated image of Trump grinning on a fake Time magazine cover while donning a golden crown behind him, the skyline of New York City. In response to Trump's comments, Hochul issued a statement saying, "We are a nation of laws, not ruled by a king," she added. "Public transit is the lifeblood of New York City and critical to our economic future, as a New Yorker like President Trump knows very well." She went on to add that the city's Metropolitan Transportation Authority has initiated legal proceedings in the Southern District of New York to preserve the program. In a separate address to reporters on Wednesday, Hochul said New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years. Hey, 250, isn't today the military parade 250? That's the number, it's the magic number. We sure as hell are, listen, I'm going to repeat this part. Hochul said, it's a woman, "We sure as hell are not going to start now. In case you don't know, New Yorkers, we're going to fight." She's like, "New Yorkers, we bout about it. We do not back down. Not now, not ever. Ever. Justin Brannan, a New York City council member, also condemned Trump's statement and referred to Trump's appointed Justice Department that ordered prosecutors to drop their federal corruption case against the city mayor, Eric Adams. So these people are like, listen, if you don't go have several seats, Trump, none of us have lived through a lifetime of ever having a king. So we ain't finna start now, player. We are not finna start now. Listen, that's that energy that woman came. She said it with her chest. Y'all know she had the bobblehead going on. She probably flipped the hair and everything. Oh, MG, what's up, Eric? This is ridiculous. Eric, you say ridiculous. Y'all complete the poll. You said this is ridiculous. John says Trump is a troll. They haven't figured that out. Yeah, I don't know. People be slow. People be slow with it. They get pissed off, lose sleep over them, and everything. You go learn today. That's the Trump energy. You go learn today. Manuel Penners, a happy anniversary to our U.S. Army. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary, and thank you all for your service. For those of you who have served in the military, I'm pretty sure many of us know somebody. I don't see how you can live in the U.S. of A and not know someone who served in the military, or many people. Just as you cross paths, it's almost like probably every third person you meet probably was in the military at some point. Simple Living says, hey, Chic, Minnesota Rep Melissa Portman and husband were shot and killed. Also, John Hoffman was shot. People are getting really crazy. I seen that before I took listen, y'all. It be so much, y'all. It be on and popping. And y'all know I do my best to move around and come to y'all with the tea on what's going on in these politics. If you're new to my channel, please share, and subscribe. But you want to make sure you have the notification bell on so you know when I go live. Because, child, I'm impromptu over here, but I get to it when I do. So don't be left behind. But right before, so I plan to go live today, as I've been talking about all week. And I rested some because I knew it was going to be another long night. But right before I rested, I got a text message of that information, Simple Living, and I just couldn't stop to deep dive because I needed to kind of get rested for this live, because most likely this is going to take us to the wee hours, because we are going to be live. We are going to be covering the military parade. It's Trump's birthday. Happy birthday, President Donald J. Trump. He is 79 years old. I have a good friend whose birthday also is today. So yeah, it's Gemini season. It's Gemini season. So we're here. We locked and loaded. We're here. Get comfortable. Get your libation. Listen, I got my rice cakes, my water. I'm getting hot now. I need to open up the window. It started raining here in Atlanta, so I think that probably interrupted the protest here. But when it was popping off, it was on and popping. I saw, because I did a quick search on the internet. Y'all want to see how it was going down here in Georgia? Y'all want to see? Let me know. Y'all want to see how it was going down? Because I found a video on the internet that captures. So DeKalb County is probably, it's not the largest county here in Georgia. It's second to Fulton County. So you have Fulton County. All right, Simple Living. I'm gonna show you. I think the video is about 9 minutes. We have Fulton County. We have DeKalb County. Fulton County, DeKalb County, and then we have Gwinnett County. My county is Gwinnett County, which is probably it's one of the top counties, large counties. A lot of celebrities live in the county I live in, around these parts. So if you ever hear me talk about celebrities living in Georgia in a certain area, that's called Gwinnett County. That's a county I live in, it's Gwinnett. So we're going to show you. I'm going to share. All right, then, Simple Living. You say yes. We're going to get into it. Rasmus said he's a Gemini. Now I understand. You said it all makes sense. It all makes sense. Listen, I've been hearing this thing about Geminis forever, and I got good relationships with some Geminis. And they've just always been so consistent when it comes to me. But I don't know if it's just because of me and I'm a Scorpio. So listen, those Scorpio won't be none. So I don't know if I can just kind of relate well to just all the other signs, because we get it on. We can be what you need me to be today. What you need me to be today. So I've never kind of absorbed any kind of different type of energy from those of the Geminis. I've had like I say, a good friend whose birthday is today, with Donald J. Trump's birthday. And I got another good girlfriend. Her birthday's tomorrow, and we've been Gucci since forever. So I don't know. It could just be me. It just could be me and just how I gel with people. But I'm gonna share my screen, and we about to get into what's popping off. What was popping off here in Atlanta today, earlier today. So I'm gonna stop sharing this screen. We will come back. That was Los Angeles that we were looking at, but I'm going to show y'all what was going down here in these ATL streets. Make sure y'all can see my screen. Let me see. I'm gonna take myself off the screen for now. I want you all to take it in. Take it in. ICE protesters clash with police along busy DeKalb County Road. So Northcrest. So as I watch it, I'll see if I recognize anything. So let's get into this clip, this news clip right here. Give me a minute. Let me get the sound.
Right at the.
All right. So let's go. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome. Happy Saturday.
Breaking news. We have some protests that have now resulted in police moving in to clear Chamblee Tucker Road. We do have some video from, this is essentially the DOT cam. You can see there, that is Chamblee Tucker Road, and that's at Northcrest. So what you're looking at here is due west towards 285. So at the top of your frame, just out of view is the perimeter. You see a collection of officers there. Those are DeKalb County officers. They are in the street because the protesters were in the street. The protesters were blocking Chamblee Tucker Road right at the perimeter. Georgia State Patrol was also blocking the on-ramps to the perimeter to prevent protesters from trying to block the perimeter, I-285 around the city. To orient you where this is in the northeast part of Atlanta. It is in DeKalb County, not far from the Gwinnett County line. It is between Embry Hills and the Pittsburgh neighborhoods, if you're familiar with those. And what you have here are police, as you can see, fairly calm right here. But in the top of your frame, a short time ago, we did see puffs of smoke indicating the deployment of tear gas or some sort of crowd dispersal chemical. A veteran myself of the 2020 protests here in Atlanta, I can tell you that these are very typically used when you're trying to clear an area. Sometimes they're using different kinds of chemical dispersants, but essentially they're irritants determined to get people off of an area or away from an area. It appears as though that has been successful. So the people at the bottom of your frame, not directly involved. There are some protesters there by the gas station and the police there forming a perimeter. But it really, most of the action is at the top of the frame in the distance there. We have the protesters blocking the street, and then the protesters were moved off the street by DeKalb County Police, again, having to deploy some sort of chemical irritant for crowd control. The police I've been watching this feed now for some time, it appears to be a very measured response. So they are doing what they have to do to make sure the road is clear, but they are not otherwise directly engaging with the protesters. We did see them pushing some protesters back, but it was more of that classic forming a line of officers and then directing them back toward the sidewalk. Once they were on the sidewalk, the police then just sort of held that perimeter, so they're not trying to directly engage. A lot of this is about de-escalation. So what they don't want to do is get into a direct confrontation with protesters because that is when protests can turn into riots. At this point, it does not appear to be a riot of any kind, but rather protesters, again, I know we use that phrase mostly peaceful very often, and a lot of people criticize that term, but the protests we've seen today throughout the metro have been peaceful. Particularly down by the state capitol, there were protesters gathered there, a large number of protesters for the No Kings protest that was scheduled, and very peaceful, no interaction with police up to this point. Police keeping a perimeter there around the state capitol for a permitted protest. This appears to be related. As you know, there were far more clashes with Brookhaven police in the last couple of weeks that were related protests. And we're going to take now a live look here. This is on the 17th Street Bridge. So that is over the I-75-85 connector there. And this is typical of what we've seen all day, actually, where the protesters have been on the sidewalk, actually mingling with the Juneteenth parade that we are covering on Atlanta News First, and peacefully mingling. You could argue there's some sort of political cross-pollination there where these are not opposed groups. So there was no sort of clashes between groups of any kind, and the police, again, keeping a standoff distance. These protesters are simply gathered on the highway. The highway is a great sort of moving audience if you're trying to get your message out. But they haven't been blocking 17th Street. We haven't even seen an attempt to block the roads within the city of Atlanta itself. Where we have seen attempts to block the road are on Chamblee Tucker Road out by Northcrest, where DeKalb County Police have immediately moved in to clear that area. Again, as we mentioned a moment ago, the Georgia State Patrol had positioned cruisers on the on-ramps and troopers. So there is a deliberate attempt to keep any kind of protesters from blocking traffic, because that is when things can get heated and that is when people can get hurt. Because, you know, here in Atlanta, I don't have to tell you, sometimes 285 isn't just the number of the perimeter, it's also the perceived speed limit. Exaggerating a bit there, but you can have some high-speed traffic there, and you do not want pedestrians getting on the road. And certainly we don't want clashes between protesters and vehicles. There you can see this live shot, very peaceful at this point. We do have an Atlanta News First crew headed out to Chamblee Tucker Road in Northcrest, where things appear to be calm. If we can take that shot again just for a moment, I want to bring people up to speed for those just joining us. There you can see the police, those are DeKalb County Police. They have moved their vehicles into the road. The reason the police are in the road is because the road is closed. The reason the road is closed is because protesters spontaneously started blocking Chamblee Tucker Road. That is when DeKalb County Police moved in, and they immediately moved the protesters back. Some protesters apparently did not move back either quickly enough or to the officers' liking. And we did see puffs of smoke indicating the firing of some sort of tear gas or chemical irritant designed for crowd control. Now, this is used typically, obviously can be abused in certain situations, but we are not seeing that at this point in this case. There are No Kings protests throughout the United States right now, including cities like Chicago and Los Angeles and New York City and Miami. We are not seeing protests today in Minneapolis. And the reason is the No Kings protest was canceled. And the reason it was canceled was because of a shelter-in-place order after what police there are calling politically motivated assassinations of a state lawmaker and a state lawmaker's spouse, and then the shooting of another state lawmaker down the road by a shooter who was impersonating a police officer. This is all happening on the day of the parade that is marking the 250th birthday of the United States Army in Washington, D.C. The pictures you're looking at now, 17th Street Bridge over the downtown connector, very peaceful. Later today, that parade of military personnel and equipment on the Mall of Washington, D.C. Isn't scheduled until 6:30, so that's going to happen later today. There are also protests of that parade occurring in Washington, D.C. So all of this is happening at the same time, related or unrelated. You have the No Kings rallies throughout the United States, including Atlanta, as you're seeing here. You have the U.S. Army parade in Washington, D.C., which also corresponds to President Trump's birthday. And then you also have this politically motivated shooting, according to police in Minnesota, that has canceled the No Kings protest in Minneapolis at this point. It's all happening against the same really opposing political background. We live in a nation right now that has a very sharp divide between left and right, and there are two extremes of left and right. And as of this point, those two sides are not clashing today, particularly in Atlanta, where we are seeing this peaceful demonstration here on 17th Street over the downtown connector. And again, just the only thing we've seen so far, and the reason we're updating you now, is that we're seeing on Chamblee Tucker Road in Northcrest, where protesters have blocked the road and they were immediately pushed back by police using both a police line, police vehicles you can see there on the road, and what appear to have been crowd control chemical irritants. I'm Chief Investigator Brendan Keefe with
So that's the climate here in Atlanta. Right when I started this live, nearing 50 minutes ago, it had just started pouring, raining. So right now, I'm not sure if they're back out there on the streets, but it started kind of pouring here. So of course that would interrupt a protest. So it's kind of quiet. But as this was playing, I was learning more about the law, the government official, the lawmaker, the Minnesota lawmaker, Melissa Portman, who was killed. In this article, we had just learned that, let me switch screens and share what I just found. We learned that that state had canceled their No Kings Parade. The No Kings Parade was canceled in Minnesota because they got a lot going on. They have a lot going on. So let's see what this guy has to say about
up here in the.
So we're going to again give some updates, and we will be available to answer some questions once all the speakers have had that opportunity to say a few words. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA.
Hey, welcome.
Thanks, Commissioner. And today we are asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male who is 6 feet 1 inch tall, 220 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. I know this name has been reported in the media so far, and we are confirming he's a person of interest that we are looking to locate in relation to this. At this time, we would ask the public, if you do locate him, to see him, to call 911. Do not approach him. You should consider him armed and dangerous, and you should call 911 immediately with the information. He was seen last this morning wearing light-colored cowboy hat that you can see up here in the clothing there, with dark-colored long-sleeve collared shirt or coat, light pants, and carrying a dark bag. If you have any tips about the whereabouts or any information that would be helpful, you can call local police department, or you can call our BCA tip line at 877-996-6222, or email us at bca.tips@state.mn.us. We still don't know if additional people are involved, but this individual is the one that we're looking as a person of interest right now. But there may be other people with him, and we would like to speak to anybody that may have had contact with him at any point in time. So please connect with us, even if this has been some time ago today, so that we can follow up and continue to work together to keep our communities safe. And we, as the commissioner noted, we'll take some questions at the end. But again, we are seeking the assistance of the public in locating him. I want to continue to say, as you see, there's hundreds of law enforcement officers working on this right now for the partners that you see up here today, as well from Champlin, Brooklyn Park, the State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, FBI, ATF, just a myriad of partners working to try to locate this individual. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor, and we'll answer questions at the end.
So hi, my name is Hollis Winston, Mayor of the City of Brooklyn Park. First, I want to extend my prayers to the Hoffman family, but also to the Hortman family as well. There will come a time down the road for healing within us as a community, but right now I think what's required is a calming words and rhetoric. I want folks to make sure they listen to the facts from credible sources like law enforcement, but also to resist spreading misinformation. And then again, asking folks to listen to law enforcement in general when law enforcement has those specific asks. In Brooklyn Park and Champlin and our surrounding communities, in fact, the state, we're very much family. The Hoffman and Hortman families are very much our family. And so our prayers continuously go out to them. And it's very much a time for us to come together as a community and as a family. And I think people need to see it that way. I want to thank law enforcement, Governor Walz, Commissioner Jacobson, Sheriff Witt, FBI, various counties, local law enforcement. Even with our city of Brooklyn Park, we're seeing a ton of local law enforcement and county law enforcement just supporting our city overall. And we want to thank them for doing that. They're dedicated to keeping us safe and to securing justice. I would say to support them again. If you have information, there'll be information behind me. Please share that information. And again, please look and listen for valid information and share that. There will be a time to come together, and I think specifically for the city of Brooklyn Park and within our area, there'll be a time where we come together and we work through what we're going through now as a community. But I want to say this. This individual did this to instill fear into our community, but they also wanted to create a distinct and singular point of view. When I listed all of that law enforcement coming together, that was really us as a state, as a community from all different walks of life coming together to work on what's happening. And I received calls from folks across the state from all different ethnicities and communities as well with an outpouring of support. So I want people to understand that as a city, but as a state, as a community, we're very much going to come together. We're going to see this through. And we're all going to work together to figure this out. So again, I want to thank our law enforcement, and I want to turn it over to the Mayor of Champlin Park.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Sabis, Mayor of Champlin, and on behalf of the City of Champlin, our Police Department, and our City Council, I want to extend a heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Senator John Hoffman and Representative Melissa Hortman and their families. We are deeply saddened by the senseless act of violence, and our hearts are with all those that have been affected. Our police department is working close partnership with state, local, and federal agencies to pursue this active investigation. We are incredibly grateful for their swift and responsible professional response and for the collaboration of commitment of every officer involved. We ask everyone to stay attentive, report anything that feels concerning, and most of all, continue to show kindness, respect, and care for one another. This is how we move forward together. And again, thank you all for being here. And again, I think Mayor Winston said it well that Hoffman family and Hortman family are very much part of our communities, part of our fabric of our communities. And we really wish the families all the best. Thank you.
As folks have said, we'll take a few questions. Please don't forget to, in your first question, introduce yourself, your media organization with whom you present, and if you have a question for a specific individual, call that out. Thank you.
Fox 9, do you have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition?
The question was, do we have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition? We don't at this time. The last information we had is that he was out of surgery and was in stable condition at that time, but that certainly experienced significant injuries. So we'll have to continue to monitor that.
Jen Schultz, Pier 11, you said person of interest, so not a suspect, or is?
He's a suspect, one and the same for this particular case at this point in time.
Okay, so we can say suspect.
You can say suspect.
Adam Bexer with WCCO News. You know this guy is at least affiliated with some sort of security company, according to its own website, that has highly transparent individuals. Can you speak to the level of knowledge this person might have about, using a gun or, different security tactics that might separate him from a typical person walking down the street?
Yes, so the question was regarding the sophistication of the individual based on reports that he owned a security company. I certainly can't get into the details of the investigation. That'll all be part of that. We'll explore all of that. We're aware of the connections that you reference, and the team will be dissecting that between the investigators, Brooklyn Park Police Department, and all of the state, the local, and federal partners that are working on that. Certainly, an individual have some familiarity if that's the line of work that they're in with some of the tactics that you noted, but we'll be exploring that more fully.
One question about the photo that we're seeing in the cowboy hat and the jacket. Is that photo taken today?
That photo is today.
And is it from a ring camera at the residence of either of our home?
The question is it from a Ring camera? It's not. This is from a business. So this is at a business location. We believe, as noted, that we believe he's was still in at this time. He was in the Twin Cities area, and that we are continuing to work and follow up on that. We believe he's working to potentially flee the area. And so that's why we're sharing that with that information now so that we can safely apprehend him.
Is there a way that you're in touch with the TSA? I know Governor Walz has been in contact with federal agencies, as you have mentioned with the FBI.
Yep.
Are airlines, seeing his pictures so he doesn't work on?
So the question is, are we in contact with TSA? We've been in contact with all of the federal authorities that are relevant to this investigation. We will continue to be.
Are you able to share the time or location that photo was taken today?
The question is, can I share the time and location? This was this morning when this was taken. It was in the city of Minneapolis. That's at this point, I think all that we can share as we work to follow up on that. We'll
Are there any surveillance or ring camera video from either of the residents where the shooting taking place?
The question is, there's surveillance or ring camera. We do have various video from different locations. I don't want to get into specifics as part of the active investigation, but there is video that has been obtained by the investigators.
Can you talk about some of the other locations that you guys are working on, Green Isle, maybe the 49th, Fremont, and Minneapolis?
So, yeah, we can, the question is, can we talk about some of the other locations? You know, because our teams are very active as part of an active investigation, I can't talk about the specifics. What I will tell you is the two locations you noted in Minneapolis and in Green Isle, they are related to this investigation and the follow-up that the teams are doing.
I'm going to give Ellen, sorry, we're going to give it to Ellen, and then we're going to have one more question.
Can you talk a little bit more about the manifesto and what kind of motivation it might be? We're told that there may be some pro-choice lawmakers on this manifesto, and that has anything to do with the motivation here.
At this point in time, it'd be premature. The question was, is the manifesto and the information that we have received as their motivations? We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough. We have been, this is a very active and fluid investigation. Throughout the day, as you've been waiting and these teams have been out working out in the field, and they have been gathering more documents and information. So it would be premature for me at this point to really say exactly what the motivation might be from these writings, but we will be continuing to work on that and provide that information when we're able.
Mr. Walker, here from the search committee. Do you have a sense, did they know each other? Like, did this man know either Foreman or Senator Hoffman in any capacity?
The question is, did they know each other in any capacity? We are still exploring that. There's certainly some overlap with some, public meetings, I will say, with Senator Hoffman and the individual, but we don't know the nature of the relationship or if they actually knew each other.
Right, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
So I did learn, I found, as it pertains to the, what do you want to say? This is what's going on now. We were covering the protest, but I wanted to just talk about the shooting with the state lawmakers, because I found some alarming information on the gentleman who's supposed to be behind the shooting. Hey, what's up, Rizza? You said yes, her and her husband and another rep and spouse was shot as well. They just broke news that the suspect was a former staff member of Tim Walz. Thank you so much for that. What's up, Virtuous? Welcome, welcome. You all like, share, and subscribe. So I wanted to just share this information that I found in addition to just add on to what we just learned about the shooting. And was that what state was that? That was in Minnesota. So former appointee of Tim Walz sought in politically motivated assassination of lawmaker and husband as police reveal his hit list of 70. Child.
And as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise and adhere to the principles of democracy and civil discourse. We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence. At this precipice moment we're on, this tragic act here in Minnesota should serve as a reminder to all of us. The democracy and the debates in the halls of Congress, in state houses, in school boards, is a way to settle our differences peacefully and move society to a better place. We're collaborating with all local, state, and federal agencies on a full investigation. We're committed to keeping Minnesotans informed as the situation continues. I assure you that those responsible for this will be held accountable. And each and every one of us are committed to making sure that a tragedy like this never repeats itself in Minnesota or across this country.
So, yeah, that's not a good look. That's not a good look for him. I mean, because I've seen where people have kind of expressed concern with his messaging and kind of what he's been rallying for as far as with what, you know, the type of energy that he wants for people to have or whatever to Donald J. Trump. So it's just, it's not a good look. It's not a good look at all. It'll be interesting to see how things unfold. And yeah, the fact that it's connected to his name. Let me see what else they said. The details surrounding the situation is, let's put this down here. Let's read into the details. Vance Luther Bolter, so allegedly posed as a police officer when he shot Senator John Hoffman and his wife in their Chaplin home early Saturday, leaving them seriously injured before moving on to former Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman's house, where he is believed to have slaughtered her and her husband. Lord child, he done took the time, slaughtered. So the killer is still on the loose despite exchanging gunfire with officers who responded to Hortman's home and briefly cornered him inside. He left behind a manifesto listing the names of 70 politicians, including Walz and his Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, and a stack of papers stating "No Kings" in reference. Make sure you all can still hear me. No Kings. Let me see. He left behind a manifesto listing the names of 70 politicians, including Walz and his Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, and a stack of papers stating "No Kings" in reference to the nationwide anti-Trump protests, according to police. The apparent hit list included abortion providers, clinics, and Planned Parenthood. Sources told the Post. Both of the Democrats he targeted were pro-choice. Police are weighing whether Bolter held extreme anti-abortion views, sources said. Hortman was staunchly pro-choice and led the Minnesota House in passing the PRO Act in 2023, which codified the legality of abortion and other forms of reproductive health care. She also boosted funding for abortion clinics and passed protections for providers. Officials were mum on the motives, though it came just 5 days after Hortman sided with Republican leaders as the lone Democrat to cut access to state health benefits or for illegal immigrants in the North Star state. Walz early on said the attack was clearly a politically motivated assassination. President Trump also reiterated the likely political motives, but did not divulge any details. Quote, "I have been briefed on the terrible shooting that took place in Minnesota, which appears to be targeted against state lawmakers," he wrote on Truth Social. Our attorney, Pam Bondi, and the FBI are investigating the situation, and they will be prosecuting anyone involved to the fullest extent of the law. Such horrific violence will not be tolerated in the United States of America. God bless the great people of Minnesota. a truly great place. The gunman first arrived at Hoffman's Chaplin home just outside of Minneapolis, leaving the couple seriously hurt before moving to the Hortman's house, officials said. After responding to Hoffman's home, Chaplin police notified their counterparts in nearby Brooklyn Park, where Melissa Hortman, 55, resides, alerting them to check on the lawmaker. Police Chief Mark Bruley said at the Saturday news conference. It was too late. When they arrived at Melissa's house, they noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with emergency lights on and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. Crazy, y'all. Bruley said, adding that the suspect was wearing a vest, a badge, and other equipment, such as a taser, very similar to mine, they added. When our officers confronted him, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home, he continued. It was not a real police officer. This is someone that clearly had been impersonating a police officer who uses the trust of this badge and the uniform to manipulate their way into the home. Melissa Hortman was declared dead at the scene. Her husband, Mark, died as first responders tried to deliver life-saving measures. The couple had 2 children. The family's beloved golden retriever, Gilbert, was also shot. Lord, he done took out the dog, y'all. It is not clear whether he was killed, but they say the dog was shot. The Hoffmans, who were each pumped with multiple bullets, were rushed into surgery and are in stable conditions, officials said. A manhunt for the suspect, who was wearing black body armor over a blue shirt and blue pants. Erie security footage shows the killer walking up to the Hoffman home, dressed like a police officer and wearing a cowboy hat. He was seen banging on the door with a flashlight in hand. So he's 57 years old. This is crazy, y'all. Can't make this ish up. Thank you so much, Virtuous. Please like, share, and subscribe. Welcome. We are watching the No King's Day protests live in Los Angeles, California. We are nearing the start of the military parade that's held in DC. That should be at a start around 6:30-ish, I believe. So we will switch over to that to see what's going on over there in those DC streets. RZA said this is going to be a rough 4 years, to say the least. To say the least. Virtuous says, hope not, RZA, but so far you might be right. Listen, it is what it is. You call it like you see it. Facts over feelings. RZA said, yeah, the country is so divided, and the media and these far left politicians are throwing gasoline on well-lit fire. Wow. What's up, Raining Woman? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. It's crazy. It's insane. It's very sad. So the suspect, the shooter, Boulter, he's 57. He's been sought as a person of interest, police told the Post. He and his wife ran Praetorian Guard Security Service, an armed security service that charged $2,400 a month for its top-tier membership, which offered 8 random armed patrols each week of your property. He was twice appointed to posts by Democratic governors, serving on the Workforce Department Council in 2016 under the then Mark Dayton, and appointed by Waltz in 2019 to serve a 4-year stint on the Workforce Development Board, documents show. In his early morning remarks, Waltz did not reveal that the suspect was his own appointee. What the hell he didn't? I bet he didn't. The governor's office later stated that the 60-person board Boulter served on was unpaid and bipartisan, but a 2019 document shows Waltz signed off on Boatler's appointment, quote, because of the special trust and confidence I have in your integrity, judgment, and ability, end quote. Lord, words to remember forever. Despite serving under Dems, Boatler last registered to vote for 2022 as a Republican. So he once was a Democrat, and it looks like he switched over in about 2022 he switched over to the Republican Party. In 2019, he wrote in a passion post on LinkedIn urging his followers to vote in the election, but avoided choosing a candidate or quote, I am very big on telling people to be a part of the process and vote your values and be a part of the adventure we are all a part of living in the United States of America, he wrote. I think the election is going to have more of an impact on the direction of our country than probably any election we have been a part of or will be a part of for years to come. There were numerous No King protests planned for Minnesota as well as the rest of the country. Organizers described it as a national day of action and mass mobilization in response to the increasing authoritarian excess and corruption of the Trump administration. Given the targeted shootings of state lawmakers overnight, we are asking the public to not attend today's planned demonstrations across Minnesota out of an abundance of caution, the Minnesota State Patrol said on Facebook. Excuse me. Portman had served in the State House of Representatives since 2004, was minority leader from 2017 to 2019, and worked as the speaker from 2019 through February. The progressive pro-choice Democrat often spoke out in favor of trans rights. Unfortunate, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Crazy. Because the legal of American type control city policies are they're not going well. It's a new day. Change is inevitable, right? Change is inevitable. We are literally watching the change take place. Many people are here for the change and many people are not. But in all, change is inevitable. And oftentimes we do not have control over the change. We have to acquiesce. Sometimes we have control, sometimes we don't, but we have to know when to hold them and when to fold them. We have to know when to hold them and when to fold them. We have to know when to move around. We have to know which battles to fight. We have to protect our peace, protect ourselves, protect our loved ones. This is the Lord Bible School prophecy. Taking place right now. They are out to basically be a distraction from the military parade that is taking place today in DC on President Donald J. Trump's birthday. So it's basically by strategy, by design to take away the attention from President Donald J. Trump from whatever he got going on. It's like, no, look over here, don't look over there. And that's what we're watching. They just said, yep, D, you are reading my mind right now. So true. Let's see, and make sure. Make sure we don't miss that. I definitely want to capture moments from the military parade in DC. I'm interested in hearing what President Donald Trump has to say today. I think many people are. So the military parade is slated to start at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now it's saying it should run until about 7:45 or 8. Before I had heard about 9:30. They're saying, I guess it should last about an hour and a half. Yeah, about an hour and a half. So I don't know if they purposely shortened it. I wonder if it's going to be a large turnout, because I was hearing earlier this week that there were advertisements for seat fillers for the Trump parade. Yeah. Just like I was hearing earlier this week that with these protests, there were advertisements for, there was this guy I saw. He did like a Instagram, it was like a video, maybe like an Instagram video. Someone shared it on their YouTube channel. But he said he responded to a post online, because I think I heard these advertisements were like on Craigslist or these different platforms where they would offer you money to be a protester. So this young guy, he was like, listen, I don't care about the immigration. I don't even live in Los Angeles, but I showed up because they offered to pay me $1,200. So I went. And so he went, he did it for, I don't know how he did it for like a day or so, but he went, collected his check, but he said he kind of wasn't interested anymore when he just, I guess the more he started thinking about it, because he was like, he saw material already out there placed for protesters to use, like already bricks already out there in position, cocktail bombs, like things that was already strategically like placed out there for the people. So I got him to thinking like, damn, who's funding this? Who's behind this? Because whoever's behind this really don't like America. They really do not like the United States of America. So he was like, that just kind of had him just like, nah, I don't want to be a part of this. As they say, all money ain't good money. Unfortunately, he didn't have that enlightenment beforehand, but nonetheless, he eventually came to that enlightenment that, listen, this ain't it. This is, I'm an American citizen. You know, he looked to be, his ethnicity looked to be, I guess he's like a white guy. Could have maybe even passed for maybe of a Hispanic descent, but he said he didn't care about immigration, so we're gonna go where he was a white guy. And he was like, listen, I just went to collect my check. I think they were the pay was like $1,200. Did any of you all see any of those advertisements for paid protesters? I was like, listen, $1,200 is $1,200. Ron says people taking money and home sitting, people taking that money and at home sitting on the couch. What they're going to do, call the cops? Yeah. Risen says so strategically, they rather burn it down because they aren't in office right now. You all, let me see if I can, there was something that someone sent to me today talking about Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. And I found it to be quite disturbing. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find these little girls that I saw. But it just talked about kind of like her history her background, which is kind of shaky. So it looks like it was a post on the Barstool. Let me see if I can find something for you. Okay, I'm going to share something. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to silence that, but I want to share some because I found it to be kind of interesting. Just the people who they allow into office. Make sure you all can see my screen. All right. So look at this. Someone sent me this. That's Karen Bass right there. They post an example of shoddy work on the right. It is completely false. Make sure I'm not muted. All right, you all can hear me. An example of shoddy work on the right. It is completely false to call Karen Bass the ringleader of the 1983 Senate office building bombing. M19 had members who were VB members trained in Cuba, and Karen Bass was a VB member, but they had fundamentally different roles. So this person, Donna Barford, has shared this post originally on June 12th. And it says, in 1983, the Capitol was bombed. She was the ringleader. You know what else is interesting? She was pardoned by Bill Clinton. This bombing was carried out by a left-wing group called the M19. The M19 was radicalized by the South Los Angeles Venceremos Brigade, the VB. The South Los Angeles VB was founded by the communist Democrat Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. This person is saying, oh, no, I mean, she was like a part of it, but like she wasn't like, you know, that. Like, what? What? Y'all see this? Look at this. That's yours truly. That's Karen Bass. So the Los Angeles Venceremos Brigade, what can we find on the internet? I wonder what's out there for that. I want to try to research that more to see, like, to learn more about that. I guess that organization, is that what you would call it? I want to learn more about it. I'll show you all the picture of her when she was doing her thing. You see that? This is Karen Bass. I'm on the Daily Mail. Disturbing secret history of woke LA Mayor Karen Bass resurfaces amid immigration riots. She previously praised Fidel Castro and had close associations with the Caribbean country in her youth, traveling there in 1973 with the VB and seeing the communist leader speak. In 2016, when Castro died, she referred to him as a commander-in-chief, saying his passing was a great loss to the people of Cuba. She also reportedly gave a eulogy for the senior member of the Communist Party USA. Bass has also been described as the leader of the VB in Southern California, according to the report published by Tablet magazine. Now, with yet another massive emergency plaguing the Democratic-run state, people have brought up her turbulent past, and other Republicans blast her and Governor Gavin Newsom's response to the ongoing riots. Karen Bass was trained in revolutionary warfare and subversion during her many decades in Cuba, in the Cuban regime sponsored the Ceremos, the VB, as a user wrote on X. So this is the young Karen Bass. That's her. Amid the ongoing ICE riots, Bass ties to VB, an international socialist revolutionary group. There you go. So you can't make this ish up, right? Isn't that what they say? Can't make this. Hell, like houseway, aren't they supposed to be doing like these extensive background checks for these people? This who y'all leader is in Los Angeles. Right. Wow. Wowzers. Yes. Yes. The research is out there. John says, as I said, it's socialistic demonstrations. Bass, Harris, and Newsom, they all have ties to. Let's see what's going on. This is the military parade. I'm glad they switched over course. I didn't have to go find a long spot. Appreciate you, CNBC.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of the Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died that winter of disease.
They lived through hell, but they never, ever gave up. Not this army, not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation that Washington has learned through the course of those 6.5 years meets its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
Sailing from the Caribbean, the French Navy arrived and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer and closer to the fort, finally getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to set off our first cannon shot.
The British had two small forts in front of the main fort. They were called Redoubts 9 and 10.
Then, on the moonless night of October 14th, the American and French forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and fists was bloody, to say the least. But within an hour, we were victorious.
And as the sun came up the next day, Cornwallis looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So he prepared an all-out, desperate counterattack.
It didn't work, and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom, the freedom we hold so dear. And 250 years later, for what started as a ragtag group of shop owners, has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Today, many things are very different from that army here at Yorktown. But one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country remains deep in the heart of today's army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
Sporting events and their own, the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery. The regiment's 50 campaign streamer stand is a testament to its long, faithful service to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. In 1775, the shot heard round the world at Lexington and Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a continental army from farmers and frontiersmen. Against the odds,
the 250-year military parade we are watching.
Valley Forge, and in Yorktown forced a British surrender, securing independence
Supposed to start at
and
6:30.
giving birth to the United States of America. Before radios and field phones,
This is the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary on President Donald J. Trump's birthday.
Would retreat, eat, even went to rest.
79
That
today.
legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniforms patterned after those worn by General Washington's musicians. Playing period instruments with patriotic precision, they bring history to life, sharing the sound and spirit of the revolution through more than 500 performances each year, both at home and around the world too. The Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps, everybody. And now, from high above, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 250 years, your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Descending at over 120 miles an hour, the Golden Knights are using flexible wing gliders to maintain their formation. They open their main canopy simultaneously and negotiate the softest possible landing. I'll tell you, they can't hear you, but they sure can see you. You can give them a great big wave, ladies and gentlemen. The Golden Knights, the finest parachuting team in the world. Fort Sumter in 1861, a nation divided. Over 4 brutal years, nearly 2 million soldiers fought to preserve the Union. Among them, 5 future presidents and the first recipients of a brand new military decoration, the Medal of Honor. With independence won, our nation's westward expansion began. The Army moved in step, guarding settlers as Native Scouts lit the way. Immigrants joined the cause, and the Buffalo Soldiers etched a legacy of grit and honor across the American frontier. As they march by, a soldier's uniform signals their duty, their role, and their readiness. And by the late 1850s, official regulations outlined distinct looks, shaping the Army's identity and function across the force. Soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, a short sack coat for work at battle, with brass buttons and colored trim that marked their rank. Well, by war's end, that rugged sack coat became the soldier's uniform of choice. As the war escalated, volunteer enlistment surged. Congress authorized support for a force of up to 500,000 new troops, answering the call to preserve the Union. As they march by, representing the Civil War era of our nation's history, is the 4th Infantry Division based out of Fort Carson, Colorado. From Corte Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division rides with pride. Born from the thunder of horse cavalry traditions of the Civil War, the 1st team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. They stormed Manila with the flying column, charged into Pyongyang as the first to breach the line and face the brutal crucible of Ia Drang, the first of 13 named campaigns in Vietnam where they proved their mettle. Today, that same warrior spirit lives on. You'll know the name, and you'll know them by their iconic cav hats, elite soldiers, and cutting-edge equipment. Tough, fit, fearless. The 1st Cavalry Division is a lethal, disciplined force that stands ready to fight and win anywhere, anytime, and the legacy rides on. This is the CAV. Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin. In 1914, years of escalating competition between European alliances culminate in the outbreak of the First World War. The two sides engage in a savage war of attrition, defined by opposing trenches, barbed wire, poison gas, and mass casualties. The United States initially maintained its neutrality, but was eventually drawn into the conflict in 1917. Despite having less than 130,000 soldiers at the beginning, the Army eventually grew to over 4 million, with nearly 2 million soldiers serving in Europe. In 6 months of fighting, nearly 50,000 Americans lost their lives, with another 190,000 wounded. The guns fell silent with the armistice of November 11th, 1918. We continue on with more USA World War I rolling stock. This 1918 Dodge touring car was part of the legendary 1919 Transcontinental Convoy. 3,251 miles and 62 grueling days across the Lincoln Highway. And remember, no pavement, no GPS, and no power steering. Just grit, determination, and the drive to push Army mobility into the future. This car literally helped pave the way for the roads we rely on today, and reminds us when the Army moves, the nation follows. The 1918 Dodge Touring Car. Headquartered in New York, this is the 42nd Infantry Division Band. At the start of World War I, the 42nd Infantry Division was formed with troops from 27 National Guard units, stretching across the country like a rainbow. Composed of skilled musicians from all walks of life and professional occupations, they perform a variety of musical genres. Though their mission is primarily a musical one, the members were ordered into active federal service back in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom 3. The band has also served in support of numerous state active duty missions, including cleanup efforts following Hurricane Sandy, distribution support during COVID-19, and recently, support for New York State Corrections. Commanded by Chief Warrant Officer 2, Ethan Wagner, and led by Drum Major Sergeant First Class Drew Gans, the band is performing Over There, written in 1917 by Broadway composer and recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal, George M. Cohan. Representing the World War I era is the 82nd Airborne Division, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. You'll notice the unit is wearing replica World War I uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. When the Americans entered the Great War, our soldiers, under the command of General Blackjack Pershing, hit the trenches in the new standard. It was the olive drab winter service uniform. Now on their heads, you'll see a steel helmet with sand-textured paint built to deflect deadly shrapnel from above. Not bulletproof, but battle tough. Nicknamed the Pershing boot, on their feet was the M918, 1918 French boot. It was designed to survive the brutal grind of trench warfare. And on their backs, the field pack. Rations, ammo, first aid, and a gas mask. Everything a doughboy needed to fight and to win. Incidentally, the 42nd Infantry Division was deployed to heavy combat abroad and then deployed again in World War II, ultimately liberating the Dachau concentration camp. The 42nd responded to the terrorist attacks on 9/11. Later, with the war on terrorism, the rainbow stretched across the world again, deploying in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thundering into view, the pride of Fort Sill, the U.S. Army Artillery Half Section. This is literally powered by horsepower and heritage. This elite ceremonial unit honors the legacy of the Army's horse-drawn artillery. With precision, discipline, and 6 majestic horses pulling a vintage 1918 caisson, the half section keeps tradition alive and rolling strong. Representing the power, pride, and precision of America's field artillery, this is Fort Sill's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Special thanks to our sponsor, Form Energy. World War II, a global fight for freedom. In history's darkest hour, the United States Army was on the front lines. From the beaches of Normandy to the islands of the Pacific, the greatest generation faced down tyranny and turned the tide. From bombers to fighters to transports, U.S. Army aircraft started to thunder across the skies in World War II. And take a look up there, ladies and gentlemen, flying overhead right now. They are fast, they are fierce. Quarter-ton 4x4 command recon vehicle, the Jeep. You might have a Jeep in your driveway, but not like this. The U.S. Army truck quarter-ton 4x4 command reconnaissance, better known as the Jeep, was an iconic vehicle of the U.S. Army truck quarter-ton 4x4 command reconnaissance, better known as the Jeep, was an iconic vehicle of World War II and was the world's first mass-produced four-wheel drive vehicle. The Army used the Jeep for almost every military activity, including command vehicles, scout cars, and medical ambulances. Fast, rugged, the Jeep became a symbol of American ingenuity.
From Fort Bragg, North Carolina, this is the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. The 82nd received the nickname All-Americans after a contest as it represented the diverse origins of its members from every state. This name remains today symbolized by their iconic AA patch. Fort Bragg's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause, the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. In a global fight like World War II, the U.S. Army knew our troops needed more than courage. They needed innovation. Uniforms evolved for every environment, but olive drab remained the mark of the American soldier. Shaped by lessons from the trenches of World War I, the Army introduced two battlefield essentials: the M1 helmet, tough, stable, and built to protect under fire, and the M1 Garand rifle, powerful and fast. It gave American troops a very clear edge. General George S. Patton called the M1 rifle the greatest battle implement ever designed, and history proved him right. The 82nd Airborne Division. The unit is best known for their bravery on D-Day, when 12,000 parachute and glider troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight. The 101st Airborne Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held a crucial role in operations since its inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare. In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles stood tall at home, protecting the Little Rock Nine during the fight for civil rights. In recent decades, they've been sent across the world with stints as far as the Middle East, where they took part in Operation Desert Storm and participated extensively in the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead the way as tomorrow's division in today's Army. The iconic Sherman tank is here, ladies and gentlemen. It was the cornerstone of the U.S. Armed Forces, showing its military might in World War II. It became one of the most influential tank designs of the 20th century. The M4 tank was nicknamed the Sherman tank after Civil War General William Tecumseh Sherman. Actually, he was named by the British. With almost 50,000 produced during World War II, the Sherman tank was in active service until 1957. In World War II, the M16 half-track was a force to be reckoned with. It was a self-propelled anti-aircraft weapon with speed, firepower, and grit. Nicknamed the Meat Chopper, its quad 50 caliber mount could unleash 2,300 rounds a minute. Quite devastating. It served through Korea, Vietnam, and beyond, and remains in use in U.S. allies to this day. The M16 half-track brings the fight wherever it rolls. The U.S. Army Transportation Corps motto states, "Nothing happens until something moves." That was never more true than with this. Look at this, the 2.5-ton Chevrolet Deuce and a Half. It can move up to 10,000 pounds of cargo and was the backbone of the Red Ball Express that kept the Allies supplied after D-Day in World War II. The Korean War, often referred to as the Forgotten War, began on June 25, 1950, with the North Korean Army's invasion of South Korea. A coalition of South Korea, the United States, and other United Nations members defeated the invasion and advanced into North Korea. The coalition fought and defeated 2 Chinese offensives in the spring of 1951. Armistice negotiations began shortly after that defeat in July of 1951 until the armistice was signed 2 years later in 1953. Combat consisted of small attacks, raids, and patrolling. During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6.8 million military forces to the Korean Peninsula. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
Do you think there's more people at this parade than at the protest?
The M151 kept rolling
Across
along
the
as a
US.
lightweight, high-mobility, general-purpose vehicle replacing the famed World War II Jeep back in 1961. Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle spanned more than 40 years in 4 manufacturers and were everywhere that the Army was deployed.
Look how low that vehicle sits.
Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this deuce and a half, the M35A2 classic military transport truck was a mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during the Vietnam War and Operation Iraqi Freedom. The deuce and a half proved its value moving cargo, supplies, and soldiers. Its capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off-road and 10,000 pounds on-road, making it ideal for moving just about anything. In the jungles of Vietnam, the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war. Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood. And over the music marching through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. Flying overhead right now, they help define the Vietnam War. That staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat. From transport and medevac to close air support and reconnaissance, they brought the fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety. The OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect soldiers below. And the icon of the era, the UH-1 Huey, the first turbine-powered helicopter in service with the U.S. military. There was nothing the Huey couldn't do. General support, air assault, cargo transport, medic evacuation, and ground attack missions. The Cayuse, Cobra, and Huey, ladies and gentlemen, 3 iconic Army symbols in the sky. The 1st Cavalry Division Band, based out of Fort Cavazos, Texas, has played a vital role in U.S. military history. Since its origins back in 1855 as the band of the 2nd Cavalry, it has supported operations from the Civil War to Desert Storm. Over time, it's evolved into a powerful force using music to strengthen bonds between soldiers and engage with communities. From World War II in Korea to the Vietnam War in Bosnia, the 1st Teen Band has enhanced morale and upheld the division's enduring legacy. Today, the band continues its mission using music to shape perceptions, foster trust, and promote national Army and division interests. Standing ready to serve, it remains an enduring symbol of the 1st Cavalry Division's legacy and commitment to duty. The band performs Hit the Leather and Ride, a march composed by Captain Robert Meredith Wilson. This piece reflects the cavalry's transition from horses to mechanized warfare, capturing the speed, the resilience, and the tradition of the division.
Out of the
From Port
estimated
Cavazo, Texas, everybody, the 1st Cavalry Division Band.
$45 million, it's said this whole parade is, the cost of it is about $45 million. I'm wondering where is the bulk of that money going towards? Because I haven't
US
seen
Army deployed
anything
large
yet
numbers
to
of
me
troops in
that looks
support of
like
the Vietnam War. The first contingent of
expensive.
U.S. Army advisors
So I'm
arrived
like,
in
okay,
Vietnam
where'd the
in
money
the
go?
1950s, and that quickly grew to a small
Are they
team
paying
of
these
around
soldiers?
100
Like,
soldiers,
where the money at?
then expanded to more than 600 over the next decade.
I know
As
they
the war
feeding the people out
intensified,
there. They're giving them
troops
fast
numbers
food.
quickly grew
They're
as
able
the
to
war
be
between
there
the
for
South
free if you
Vietnamese
wanted to
government
go.
and the communist insurgents supported by North
And they would
Vietnam
feed you
intensified.
fast food.
By January 1969, more than 364,200 soldiers
Let's just
organized
say
around
that's a
7
cool
divisions and 27
$3 million,
combat
if
brigades.
that.
The United States began withdrawing its forces in July
Where's
of
the rest of the-
1969, and the last Army combat
Where's
unit
the
left
rest of
South
the money?
Vietnam
Where's
in
the rest
August
of the
71.
millions?
The last U.S. combat soldier came home March
There are rallies,
1973,
protests
while
taking
a
place
small
across
number
the
of
U.S.
non-combat personnel remained
simultaneously
until April 1975.
as this 250th Army military parade is taking place.
Representing the Vietnam War era is the 101st Airborne Division based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The unit is wearing replica Vietnam War uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. Blistering heat, thick humidity, and unforgiving terrain demanded uniform innovation. And the Army, they delivered. New lightweight uniforms were constructed to move with the soldier. The M16 replaced the M1 Garand, calling for redesigned ammo gear and faster reloads in combat. Body armor got smarter, jackets and trousers got lighter, and field equipment was reimagined to meet the mission head on. Gone were the heavy Mickey Mouse boots, replaced by canvas tropical combat boots that offered better grip, faster drying, and all-day endurance. Special thanks to our sponsor, Oracle.
I wonder if President Trump is happy with the turnout for this parade. I feel like the No Kings Day protests are getting far more
When Saddam
attention.
Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait
than
in
this
August 1990, the U.S. Army deployed to Saudi Arabia to
250th
deter
Army
further Iraqi aggression in the region.
anniversary
through what was
parade.
known as Operation Desert Shield. By the fall, more than 750,000
Most of the
troops
live
comprising
feeds
US
that I'm
service
seeing
members
out
and
here
coalition
are
partners
of
from more
the
than 30
No
countries
Kings
had
Day
assembled in the
protests.
Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground offensive was launched in early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat, coalition troops liberated Kuwait, and the Gulf War ended with Iraq's surrender.
I don't feel like this parade is getting the type of coverage that it
From Fort
could
Riley,
if
Kansas, this
the
is
other
the first
protests
infantry
weren't taking
division, one of
place.
the Army's most storied divisions. Nicknamed the Big Red One because of the distinctive red on their unit patch. As the oldest continuously serving division in the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1917 and spearheaded the American Expeditionary Forces in France during World War I. In World War II, the Fighting First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One awarded the Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division Monument stands in President's Park, memorializing those who died while serving in the 1st Infantry Division. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry Division. More military rolling stock. During Operation Desert Storm, the M2 Bradley fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General Omar Bradley, a leader from West Point's famed class of 1916, the Bradley was built to carry troops into combat with protection and power. Armed with a 25mm chain-driven cannon and twin tube-launched optically tacked wire-guided missiles, it played a critical role in clearing the way during the ground assault into Iraq. While the Paladin looks and sounds like a tank, it is technically a self-propelled howitzer and was first introduced back in the 1960s. Over the years, it's been upgraded to perform in versatile battlefields from Vietnam to the Soviet Union to Iraq.
Patriot Roy D. Yep, it's all done on purpose. Censorship. Yep. Clearly, it's very evident. Very evident. I would think that something like this, all of the major networks would be covering it, but a good number of them are still covering the protests. Then you have some that are covering this, but I have to wonder, like, which one are people more interested in viewing? Like, what do people, let me check my survey, because I wonder, like, are people within our country as a collective more, you know, like one of my surveys on one of my channels, it has 67% of the people saying they are in support of the No King's Day protest and 33% saying no. And then let me check my second channel. I have 2 YouTube channels. I'm live streaming from both right now. So I have the poll going on for both. And then on my second channel, 44% of the people say yes, they are in support of the No King's Day protests, while 56% say no, ma'am. No, ma'am. What's up, Tim? How are you? You all, are you here for the protests? I mostly hear the voices of those who are not in support of what Donald Trump is doing, but I don't know if that's necessarily the vast majority of people. They may just be louder. I don't know. They may be louder.
In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the
majority
First Armored. The First Armored Division, nicknamed Old Ironsides, is the oldest, most recognizable armored division in the United States Army. As part of the buildup for World War II, cavalry and reconnaissance units were brought together to form the First Armored Division in 1940. In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the First Armored. Old Ironsides really led the way. During Desert Storm, they engaged in some of the largest tank battles in Army history that were decisive victories, shattering enemy formations. Based in Fort Bliss, Texas, America's Tank Division is currently supporting missions in 20 countries across 5 continents. From World War II to today, Old Ironsides remains battle-proven and always ready.
You all, where's the money? They say it was about $45 million that it cost to put this event on. Where do you think the bulk of that money went? Like, no, I'm not seeing anything that looks like it costs a lot of money. I know they fed the people there. They gave them fast food. I'm like, where did these millions go that they said that was invested in this day? So when I went to Google, it's saying it's estimated that this parade costs between 25 million and 45 million. The event includes a parade with thousands of soldiers, hundreds of vehicles, and dozens of military aircraft. Part of the budget is allocated to repairing potential damage to city streets caused by heavy vehicles like tanks. So they have to put in the budget the cost of repairs for repairing the streets from these tanks that we see that aren't designed to be on streets. I'm wondering if that's where most of the money is going to go towards the street repairs. What else are some fun facts about this military parade? All right, it says, so here are some facts about the U.S. military. 31 of the 45 U.S. presidents have served in the military, with 24 of them serving during wartime. The Department of Defense, DoD, is the largest employer in the U.S., employing over 2.91 million people.
Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the M119 howitzer brought precision firepower to the front lines. Lighter and more mobile than larger artillery, it was built for the infantry brigade, able to fire high into the air or directly at the target depending on the mission. Whether used in battery formation or as a standalone support weapon, the M119 delivered reliable, responsible fire when it mattered most. Still in service today, including on the front lines in Ukraine, it remains a trusted part of the Army's arsenal.
The U.S. military also owns nearly 30 million acres of land worldwide. Additionally, the Air Force tracks Santa Claus on Christmas Eve, according to military.com. Those are some fun facts about the military.
Special thanks to our sponsor, UFC.
Why is the military parade being held on June 14th? The Army calls June 14, 1775, the official date of its establishment.
On September 11, 2001, terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center in New York City and struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners. In response, the U.S. launched the global war on terrorism. The U.S. would stop potential threats around the world and take the fight to terrorist groups and the nations that back them. The Army immediately deployed forces to Afghanistan to destroy Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda terrorist organization and depose his sponsors, the ruling Taliban. The 2003 President Bush expanded the war to Iraq. Soldiers and other armed services overthrew Iraq's dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government continues to this day. The campaign in Afghanistan lasted until 2021 when U.S. forces withdrew and the Taliban returned to power. Over the course of the two-decade conflict, over 2 million servicemen and women, less than 1% of the American population, deployed in support of the global war on terrorism. Most of those who served were members of the United States Army.
The Second Continental Congress adopted a resolution on that day, June 14, 1775, for 6 companies to expert riflemen be immediately raised in Pennsylvania, 2 in Maryland, and 2 in Virginia to join the New England Regional Army called the Army of Observation near Boston, according to the transcribed journals of the Continental Congress available through the Library of Congress. About 2 weeks later, on the 3rd of July, George Washington makes it up there and assumes command of what is now called the Continental Army, made up of the units established on June 14th and the Army of Observation, said Lee Reynolds, the public affairs officer for the U.S. Army Center of Military History. On June 14th is also Flag Day, a commemoration of the day in 1777 when the Continental Congress decided what the official American flag will look like. So, how many troops are participating in the parade? Some 6,700 soldiers will take part in the parade, representing different eras and units from the Army's history. So, 6,700 soldiers are out there today participating in the military parade to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Army. Many of the troops will be dressed in historic and present-day uniforms and be accompanied by equipment and vehicles from those eras. For instance, as soldiers representing the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions from World War II marched down Constitution Avenue, at least 1 Ford GPW, 1 4-ton Jeep, and 1 M4A1 Sherman tank are expected to ride alongside of them. Aircraft from the era, the B-25 Mitchell bomber and P-51 Mustang and C-47 Skytrain transport plane will fly over the parade. The parade will also include the Army parachute team, the Golden Knights, jumping onto the ellipse in front of the White House. I don't think we've seen that yet. Future members of the military will also be included: cadets at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, those in Army basic training, and students in ROTC programs at Virginia Military Institute. The Citadel and Texas A&M University will march with people who are getting ready to enlist in the Army. So that's probably pretty cool for those ROTC students. I was in ROTC when I was in high school for 2 years for Air Force. That was the branch of the ROTC I was a part of for 2 years. I was the, what do you call it? I was in the front, y'all. I had the flag. Picture your girl in the front. So picture, you got the soldiers, the ROTC students, and they marching. Because you had to march, and you got that person that's in the front that's leading the pack with the flag. That was the girl dressed in blue, representing the Air Force. That was yours truly. I did it for grades 9 and 10. The only reason why I didn't do it the last 2 years is because when I moved, so I'm from California. Fun fact about sheep, I'm from California, Northern California. I moved from the Bay Area, which is where I'm from, in 1996 when I moved to Atlanta. My mother got a job transfer, so that was the year of the Olympics. She was here for the bombing and all of that. Me and my siblings were still in California, finishing out the school year, the summer and all of that. And she was in Atlanta when the bombing and all that took place at the Olympics here in Atlanta in 96. So that was the year I moved to Georgia started my 10th grade school year. I did do ROTC that 10th grade year, but then I moved to where I live now, Gwinnett County, and the school I attended did not have ROTC offered on campus. They had it at other schools in the county, but I would have had to have my own transportation to drive over there to participate, and I didn't. So that's why I did not continue on with ROTC. During that time, I was interested in going.
The global war on terrorism saw the introduction of a
Air
range
Force,
of new
pretty much
technologies
my
on the
interest at
battlefield.
the time.
The 8-wheeled
So,
Stryker
2 years
armored
I did do
combat vehicle is the
ROTC.
first new military
I
vehicle to enter
enjoyed it. It was the only
service
thing
in
I
the
did
US
outside
Army
of like
since the Abrams
classroom
tank back
stuff.
in the
Like
1980s. The vehicle was developed
I
to
didn't do
fill
any
a gap
sports
in
in
the
high
Army's
school, but I
inventory
did
when a lighter
recreational
infantry
sports
and
up
heavy
into
armor
high
unit.
school. But
The
ROTC was
Stryker
my one
armored
thing
combat
outside of
vehicle
academia
enables
that
the
I
team
did,
to maneuver in
and
close
I did
during
enjoy
terrain,
it.
plus
I
provide
will say I
protection
did
in open
enjoy
terrain
being
and
a part
transport
of
infantry
ROTC.
quickly
But
to
yes,
critical
the
battlefield
girl, I was
positions. The first Stryker
flag
vehicle
guard. I
was
think that was
revealed
called
back
the
in
flag guard.
2002
I don't
with the
know.
first Stryker Brigade
That was
combat
me.
team
I was
deploying
in the
to
front
Iraq
leading.
in 2003.
Welcome, like, share, and subscribe. We are watching the 250th anniversary on President Trump's birthday. This is the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary on President Donald J. Trump's 79th birthday. Happy birthday, President Donald J. Trump. Let's see, I've been going through some little facts about today's event. A little behind the scenes stuff. Jim says, is there any salutations for the Buffalo Soldiers? I don't know. Listen, we still got some time. This is going to take us through. They're saying it'll probably end between 7:45 and 8 o'clock. So, yeah, there's still more. There's still more to come. There's still more to come. What else we could expect? How much will this festival and parade cost? The entire day of the festivities is expected to be between 25 million and 45 million. Hagan told PBS News.
U.S. Army Rangers, predating the Revolutionary War, fought in the War of 1812 as part of the regular army and patrolled the frontier from Ohio to western Illinois on horseback and by boat, with the likes of Daniel Boone and Abraham Lincoln in their ranks. After the 9/11 terrorist attacks, Rangers were called upon to lead the way in the global war on terrorism. As part of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, the 75th Ranger Regiment, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, represents a lethal, agile, and flexible force capable of conducting many complex joint special operations missions. Today's Rangers Regiment is the Army's premier direct action raid force. It is always combat ready, mentally and physically tough, and prepared to fight our country's adversaries.
During the House Armed Services Committee hearing last
week, the U.S. Army Special Operations
Driscoll
Command
said the parade offered an opportunity to boost recruitment
in protecting the country from their threats.
So this is
advertisement.
advertisement.
Of 5 units with unique specialties, Special Operations works with small tactical teams, taking on the most challenging and sensitive missions. Military legends to service members and civilians alike, they take on
advertisement right here.
Quiet guerrilla war-style missions in foreign countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Army's Special Forces.
Our marketing budget. So also it said that, quote, our marketing budget we would spend to recruit those soldiers. I think our team believes that the investment of these dollars to tell that story will directly lead to a good, measurable, quantitative outcome for the Army.
The capacity for rapid deployment with survivability and tactical mobility. Adaptability and continuous transformation to overcome our enemies is vital. Fighting an elusive enemy in distant places and at home requires new tools such as unmanned aerial vehicles for surveillance and the Blue Force tracker to see real-time details of troop movements. The United States does not face the challenging international environment alone. Our network of allies and partners is an advantage that our adversaries can never hope to match. Over 80 nations have fought alongside the United States or assisted it during the global war on terrorism.
It would be a massive tragedy to let this moment pass where we can tell the story and inculcate an entire generation of youth into an amazing story that is the United States Army. So do all this as advertisement to those young people, the people who are trying to figure out lifestyle, like what I'm going to do, what kind of job I'm about to have. They're like, hey, join the Army. You know, what I've seen is about the on and popping with these wars and stuff in 2025. So they might need more men if the U.S. get pulled into it. I'm just saying, it'll be a whole nother live. Stay tuned, like, share, and subscribe.
As a training division and as a standard
a lot going on.
The unit returned to its roots in 1985.
Interested in fighting for the U.S. boots on ground.
In the 1990s,
U.S. military would love to have you.
Numerous humanitarian and peacekeeping operations. During the war on
That's what they said.
They said. Proved their mettle as light fighters through repeated deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq. Now, since 2002, the 10th Mountain Division, based out of Fort Drum, New York, has been the most deployed regular Army unit. Its combat brigades have seen over 20 deployments to both Iraq and Afghanistan in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. To show America's military might, they have one purpose: to deter war and, if ordered, defeat the enemies of the United States of America. They are the 10th Mountain Division.
How are federal and D.C. officials preparing for this event? The parade is a national security special event.
Drone technology and AI-powered capabilities strengthen the force, equipping soldiers with tools they need to protect the country and defend democracy. The Army has 8 Stryker Brigade combat teams, 6 in the active component and 2 in the National Guard. More than 2/3 of the 7,000 servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives fighting the global war on terrorism were part of one of the Army's 3 branches: active duty forces, the Army Reserve, and the Army National Guard. The Army is continuously transforming to deter aggression to ensure our adversaries cannot outrange or outpace us. This transformation is not just about adapting, it's about maintaining dominance, ensuring that America's Army remains unmatched in its speed, flexibility, and ability to support the nation's strategic priorities.
This event is the highest federal security designation. This means it's getting the same security treatment as a Super Bowl, Trump's inauguration, and the state funeral of the late President Jimmy Carter. So whatever resources, protections, all of that took place for those preceding events, that's the same level of treatment, protection that's taking place at this event that we are together watching. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. Welcome. Happy Saturday. We're preparing for an enormous turnout, hundreds of thousands of attendees. Mac McCool, the special agent in charge for the U.S. Secretary Services of Washington, D.C., said at the security briefing on Monday. So they're saying hundreds of thousands of attendees. That was the expectation. Was that the number of people that's out there? I don't know. I'm sure after the event, we'll hear people talk about it, talk about the estimate numbers of attendees, but that's what the U.S. government prepared for. Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport said in a statement that the Federal Aviation Administration is expected to suspend airline operations at the airport, the closest to the National Mall, and the site of a deadly collision between a military helicopter and a commercial flight earlier this year. Yep, we talked about that when that happened. I think I covered it on my Chic Speak on It channel. I have 2 channels, Chic Speaks and then Chic Speaks on It. Make sure you're following me on both platforms. Every now and then I live stream simultaneously from both, but most of the time I don't. My Chic Speaks on It platform is kind of reserved for my political talk. And then my Chic Speaks platform is just for all else. But today I decided to live stream from both because, hey, it's President Trump's birthday. We're honoring the U.S. military. Why not? Customers with flight reservations for the evening of June 14th should check the status of their flights directly with the airline. So listen, y'all, don't be thinking you're about to get flew up out of here and you're trying to head to D.C., get out of D.C. Listen, you ain't going nowhere. You might get that June 15th flight if you didn't get that June 13th flight. But it ain't looking good for you if you're trying to get out of D.C. or get into D.C. on June 14th at any time of the day. The Army Corps of Engineers is using temporary metal plates in soft asphalt held down with railroad ties at key places along the parade route to mitigate damage caused by tanks.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Palantir.
Those tanks are not created for asphalt for the streets. They for the dirt. The dirt's outside of the UDO, not in the UDO, the dirt. Part of the contract here is to, when this is done, to remove these plates, to remove the asphalt, and to return every place on the road that we put these back to. It's exactly what it was before. Once the parade is complete, we want to return these roadways fully to DC commuters and all those that use these roads to get to and from work and to visit our capital city. So like I said, I just left there in April for spring break with the family. A friend of mine who lives in Virginia, she had set the expectation that the roads in DC aren't that well. Like, she was like, girl, you might make sure you ain't gonna need no alignment coming off of driving, all those streets in DC, because the last time she went through them streets, she said they were rough and tough, but she said it was a while ago. I don't recall when I was there having any issues with the streets. We did travel from Georgia to DC in my car. So I think they've probably, repaired the streets, but out of all the things that I took notice about there, like the streets wasn't an issue. So I think DC probably over the years have kind of gotten the streets together. So now they're like, listen here, Trump, I mean, you can be out here on these streets all the time, but we're going to need for you to put everything back. I know it's your birthday, but we're going to need for you to put everything back.
Today, the
So
U.S.
that's
Army's
what they
mission
said they
is to
will
bloody
do.
fight and win our nation's
get the
wars.
streets
How?
back
By securing
to the
ready,
conditions they
prompt,
were
and
pre
sustained land dominance by
this
armed
parade.
forces across the full spectrum of the conflict as part of the joint force.
When was the last time the U.S. held a similar military parade? On June 8, 1991, approximately 200,000 people gathered on the National Mall for a parade to celebrate the United States and its allies' victory in the Gulf War. So I was 11 years old. I remember around that time, the war things. I was just kind of coming out of elementary school. I remember that time period. The New York Times reported the next day that the parade was the largest military expedition
the
in the
U.S. Army
capital.
a very vital element. Spread across the parade today, numerous fighting vehicles, some designed for very specific functions and others for flexibility, but they all must be maintained. With over 200,000 trucks alone, wheeled vehicles.
Tim, hopefully you're back on. Coach Witt said she got a little trigger happy.
These
Got a little trigger happy.
mechanics get the job done. This convoy starts with the
Hopefully you
M777
back with us.
lightweight howitzer. These
Get rough
lightweight
and tough in
howitzers
these
may not
chats.
look
I love
particularly
my
lightweight,
moderators.
but are made from titanium.
Tim
They are
says, well, Trump is
7,000
stirring
pounds
up
lighter than their
situations in
predecessor,
Africa,
the
so
old
he does
F-198.
need
Used
more
by the Army since
soldiers.
2005, the M777 is currently
They
being used
advertising.
in Ukraine. Weighing only 4,700 pounds, the M119 howitzer is smaller. It is used by infantry brigades, particularly for aerosol missions. It was first used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991 and is also seeing active use in Ukraine.
Let's see. What are some more facts we find out about today?
The 7th Infantry Division, stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord, has been seeing continuous combat action ever since activation in World War I. From Europe to the Aleutian Islands, Japan, Korea, Afghanistan, and the Pacific, the Bayonet Division boasts a proud history of answering the call of its motto, "Trust in Me," with resolute dedication. Sent to deployments and conflicts around the globe since it was founded, the division returned to Fort Lewis in 1971, its first time on American soil since 1934. The 7th Division, originally called the Hourglass Division due to their hatch design, gained the nickname Bayonet Division during their deployment to Korea in June of 1950. At Incheon Landing and during the liberation of Seoul, they were credited with plunging the bayonet into the heart of the enemy, with 13 members of the division receiving the Medal of Honor. The 7th enables and sustains the combat readiness of 2 Stryker Brigade combat teams and a combat aviation brigade.
So that first parade back in 1981, it was the largest military expedition in the Capitol since General Dwight Eisenhower, an Allied commander during the World War II, led the parade down Pennsylvania Avenue after the end of the war. After the war ended, the newspaper also called the celebration, quote, the most impressive display of war
With the American
technology.
soldier, the cornerstone of everything the Army does, we are continuously transforming. Army careers span the spectrum from attorneys to astronauts and mechanics to engineers. The Army's greatest asset is our people, the finest men and women our great nation has to offer, with a myriad of talents that make us stronger. Aside from its people, the Army's next greatest asset is its technology and equipment. Coming up next, these vehicles offer a glimpse of what the Army employs for readiness and battle. The portable howitzers and the portable Abrams tank were used extensively in the Gulf War, along with Bradley tanks and the infantry squad vehicle. The ISB provides enhanced tactical mobility of an infantry brigade combat team. This allows commanders greater freedom of movement and action. The ISB provides the warfighter with increased flexibility to ensure infantry units maintain momentum to achieve mission success.
Said the parade had a reason behind it, the astounding victory in Operation Desert Storm. The U.S. does military parades to build morale and to build a kind of showcase for the military to the American people, but it has to be done carefully. It has to be done tastefully. It has to be done economically, he said. But to make a splash with it, that's corrupted by the President of the United States' age and birthday, strikes many of us as both inappropriate and ridiculous. I guess that what they age shaming President Trump. I didn't know they was out here age shaming him. I didn't know they was age shaming the man, y'all. Listen, to live till 79, that's a blessing, because I don't think these y'all men be living that long like that. Let me see what y'all life expectancy is, because I know it don't look like us women. Let me see something. Let me see. Let me see something. Okay, so listen, I done went to Google. So AI talking about, listen, in 2023, the average life expectancy for men in the U.S. was about 75.8. So if this man turned 79, he is doing better than most men. It's slightly higher than the 73.5 years recorded in 2021, indicating that a recent increase in life expectancy. However, it's still 5.3 years shorter than the average life expectancy of a woman, which was 81.1.
U.S. Army soldiers don't just answer, they lead. From Fort Bragg, witness a powerful
he's doing pretty good to still be here at
purpose,
79.
and the unmatched capability of today's Army.
It's the reason why he's still here, y'all, right? It's a reason. It's a reason why he's still here. Is this man, y'all, is he here doing God's work? Is Trump here doing God's work? He's 79, still
has made me see my potential, and I feel like it's molded me.
Try to take him out a couple of times. He's still here.
I grew up in a very patriotic
He held his ear, ran off stage, and he back.
Served in Vietnam.
Everybody ain't able. Everybody can't make it. Trump is making it out here on a wing and a prayer, he said. He like, Sheik, I'm with y'all. We out here on a wing and a prayer. We got all these awards.
My motivation, I think,
popping off. What we gonna do?
What my family's done is kind of a
There's a lot going on
country and give back since
in
it's given
the
us
world
so much.
streets. Not even just the U.S. streets, the world.
Very, let's say, timid person, but definitely helped me become a more confident person.
Who's expected to attend this parade? Trump and Army Secretary Daniel Dispro are expected to be among VIPs in attendance.
Working with the team.
While the Army has not made a list of attendees publicly.
derive a
The
lot of
White
purpose
House
from serving
Instagram
others.
page included a
I think
video
serving something bigger than
from
myself
Army veteran
gets
and
me out of
retired
bed every
mixed
day.
martial
Keep
arts
going up, keep going.
fighter Tim Kennedy, who shared where Trump Vice President J.D. Vance and Defense Secretary Pete
I
Hegseth will
definitely
be
pushed
standing
myself
during
further
the
than I ever
parade.
thought I could go.
I joined military service because I want to deploy. That's my main goal: is deploy, deploy, deploy.
He like, put me in, coach.
If we get the call,
He trying to
we
be
have
in
go
the action.
somewhere, we'll do what needs to be done. That's just the way we operate here.
He one of those one. They be like, who want to be the first to volunteer? He like, this is what I signed up for. Okay, player.
This is one of the few jobs in the nation where we all take an oath to say, I'm willing to put my life on the line for you, and they're willing to put their life on the line for me.
This is what we train for. This is what we're going to do. My team leaders and squad leaders, they know exactly what to do. Check equipment, check weapons, check
Do you
ammo.
have any vets today?
We're always ready to deploy within 18 hours and handle the mission at task.
Here's what you were wondering, Circus. Due to each headset testifies at House hearing on Defense Department budget. I saw that. They were like, why you ain't got money for the vets and they and checking out and testing their mentals following enlistment,
You know, they believe in
enlisting. Because a lot of people that come out of the military, this
love
the
to
mental,
instill that
like they didn't see some things, PTSD, all they got all kinds of things going on.
It's a rush.
And apparently they've cut the budget for research to study the brains of people coming out of, former, military vets. They cut the budget. And then so at this hearing that Patriot Roy talked about, they asked him, okay, why are you cutting the budget for that? But you got $45 million for a parade.
Ever to walk the face of the earth.
You got $45 million for a parade, but you're cutting the budget when it comes to just studying the brains of those who served in the military who just aren't the same.
I love the Army.
Understandably
It's a great
so,
place
meaning
to set
why
yourself
their
up for
mentals
success,
isn't
to
where it
prepare
was
yourself for the
prior
future.
to
God bless you.
enlisting.
God bless our soldiers, and God bless
And
the U.S.
I don't feel like he gave a good response as to the why. He said some things, y'all, but don't ask what the hell he said. Them people, whatever he said, they weren't here for whatever he said. They felt like he was talking yin yang. They weren't here for it, but they was like, but you got $45 million for this parade that's about to pop off on Saturday. Help me understand, because
Joint Base
I
Elmendorf
am not
Richardson,
understanding.
Alaska is the home to America's Arctic Angels, who execute expeditionary operations worldwide.
But check out that
conduct
hearing, type in
multi-domain operations in the
PHX,
Indo-Pacific Theater
testifies
and the
at
Arctic,
House hearing
and on order decisively
on
defeat
Defense
any
Department
adversary in extreme cold weather.
Thank you for
mountainous and
bringing that
high-latitude
up,
environments
Patriot Roy.
through large-scale combat operations. The Angels are the Army's only Arctic division.
So,
Masters of Arctic warfare.
Again, the
11th
U.S., we
serves
got plenty of money. It's
worldwide
just
in
come
all
down to how we
climates.
choose to
Established
spend the
in
money.
November of
It's like,
1942,
they say it's not
the
what you
Angels
do,
of the
it's how
11th
you do
Airborne
it.
Division led
How are
the
we
way in
spending
the
this money?
Philippines during World War II and spearheaded an
Those were the
amphibious invasion
questions
of
at the
Luzon
hearing.
and
Like, what we doing?
distinguished themselves
How we
during
spending
the
this money?
liberation of Manila.
Make it
After
make sense.
periods spent inactive and stationed in Germany from 1963 to 65, the division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division with the mission of testing and refining the Army's helicopter-centric air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in June of 2022, they remain dedicated to defending America's interests throughout the Arctic, in Alaska, and beyond. The 11th Airborne Division, America's Arctic Angels. Requiring ongoing maintenance in the field and on base because nothing happens until something moves, wheeled vehicle mechanics supervise and perform maintenance, repair, and recovery operations on vehicles that serve the Army in a variety of mission-critical roles. Included in the array of mobile artillery such as Paladins and the Abrams tank is the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle known as the JLTV. It's highly adaptable, providing protected and sustained mobility for personnel and payloads. The JLTV is known for its off-road capability while providing armor against small arms and improvised explosive devices. The JLTV, right there.
So, the Defense Department budget cuts 2025. So I went to Google and I typed that in, and this is what returned back through an AI overview. It says in 2025, the Pentagon proposed $50 billion in annual cuts from the non-lethal programs. These cuts were part of the broader review of defense spending, potentially leading to a shift of up to 250 to 350 billion over the next 5 years. The proposed budget for the Department of Defense, DoD, in 2025 was $850 billion, which was $15 billion, 1.7% less than the 2024 appropriation. So the Trump administration, they're wanting to cut the budget by 1.7%, which is $15 billion. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to be removed from the Department of the Defense Department budget. That's what this is what's in the their proposal. So I'm thinking this might be all within that Big Beautiful Bill Act. There's a lot in there, so it might be in there. It might be a part of that, the Big Beautiful Bill Act. So we'll see if that part remains in the Big Beautiful Bill Act, or if you would have to kind of modify it if the Senate is not happy with that. Matrix, I was wondering, why are they so questionable about budget now? How about the budget during the last administration? My. I think that because it's President Trump been in office and they don't like him, he's been looked at underneath a magnifying glass in a way that other people aren't. And given that when he came in, his focus was, hey, we need to see how money is being spent. Now they're like, all right, well, you were looking at seeing how the Democrats have been spending money. Let's see how you try to spend money. So even though they weren't looking at how the Democrats were spending money prior to 2025, since Trump made it a thing to just look at how people are spending money, they're like, all right, then we're going to look at you too. So we see what you put out there as to how the last administration spent money. All right, then we see what they did. Let's see what you're doing. Why are you doing what you're doing? You see? So I just think that Trump opened up that can of worms when he started looking at how the Democrats spend. So now they're like, all right, then well, we want to talk about how you spend your money. Sometimes, that happens when you open up that can of worms and you only want to look left. Well, they're going to be like, well, let's see what's going over on the right as well. So kind of comes with the territory. And I would imagine the Trump administration wouldn't be surprised that they're being looked at closely as well. Just out of, I don't know if you want to call it retaliation, but it's just like, all right, then, well, since we want to talk about budget, how money is spent, what people are doing, what people aren't doing, let's look at everybody. Let's look at everything. I don't think that part is fair. Let's look at everything. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So we're definitely talking about it. And I know one thing, that Big Beautiful Bill Act, a lot of people are not here for it. I've done several lives talking about it. If you're new to my channel, you can catch those lives. It's probably going to have, it should have Big Beautiful Bill Act in the title.
The U.S.
You'll
Army
know what
Reserve is
content it is. I have a
inseparably
lot of
linked to
video on
America's
my channel.
long-standing citizen soldier tradition.
So you can find that.
Organizationally, the reserve's roots lie in the
That
medical
content
reserve
will be found on my
established in 1908
on
to provide
its
a ready
platform.
reserve of medical manpower.
So
This
check it out.
organization was folded into the new offices of the Officers Reserve Corps in 1917. Reserve organizations furnished crucial manpower to the Army during World War I and were merged into 1920 into the Organization of Organized Reserve. During World War II, the Army activated 26 organized reserve infantry divisions, and roughly a quarter of the Army's officer corps came from the reserve during the conflict. During the Korean War, the Organized Reserve Corps was reorganized and redesignated the U.S. Army Reserve. The Army Reserve has since served as a vital source of manpower for the force during times of need, gradually transitioning from a strategic force to an operational force in response to the pressures of the war on terrorism. In the 170,000 Army Reserve soldiers and 11,000 civilians serving their home communities, and when needed, they can quickly mobilize. The Army can't deploy, they can't fight or win without the Army Reserve. They are an important component of Army readiness. Let's have a big hand for the Army Reserve. Today and tomorrow's Army looks to increase safety and survivability, create efficiency, and streamline processes. The Stryker is a great example of assessing evolving needs and developing the solution. Strikers provide a balance
Damn, he said,
heavy
have you
armor,
seen
infantry
General Michael
brigade,
Langley?
and combat
I haven't seen him at this parade yet. Think he's there? Y'all think he's there? Hegseth Tank got in. He removed him. They removed him. I think. Did Hegseth replace him? That's him clapping in. Let me see. What happened with General Michael Langley? General Michael E. Langley is the commander. Well, this is AI. He was the commander of the U.S. Africa Command, a position he assumed in 2022. He is a 4-star general of the U.S. Marine Corps, and his appointment made him the first Black Marine to achieve that rank. Prior to leading the AFRCOM, he commanded U.S. Marine Corps Forces Command, among other roles. He recently participated in a digital press briefing on African Chiefs, a defense conference, and also testified before the Senate Armed Services Committee regarding the 2025 U.S. Africa Command culture. But yeah, he lost his little job. Let me see what it said. I remember he was removed. So, the African Dream. I just found this post that came up from a Facebook. It says, in United States General Michael Langley sacked. It says June 7th. It doesn't say the year. It's just saying June 7th at 2:30 p.m. The head of U.S. State Africa Command, General Michael Langley, has been replaced as head of AFRICOM. A few months ago, Langley made global headlines for a wrong reasoning after a video of him bad-mouthing Burkina Faso's president, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, accusing him of using Burkina Faso's gold
When
for
Americans
personal
hear the name
protection.
Bastogne, they remember one of World War II's most heroic
Langley's comments sparked a
Battle of the Bulge.
continental outcry
Surrounded
and
by German
demonstrations
forces
in
in the
support
frozen
of
forests of Belgium in
Burkina
December
Faso and Captain
1944,
Traoré,
soldiers
with
of the
millions of
101st
Africans
Airborne
at home
held
and
the
abroad,
line.
and people of African ancestry in Europe, American Asia came out to show support and solidarity of Traoré. Langley might be gone, but the imperialists are still working behind the scenes. Let's not distract them. Leave a word for Langley in the comment section. So, yeah, it looks like this was recent news. This recently happened. Yeah, so the African Dream host. The African Dream host. So. Go Army. Welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. Please like the video. It helps with the algorithm. Like, share, and subscribe. Get into some things over here. A lot of political content over here. There's a lot going on in this world. We got the Iran and Israel. It's crazy, y'all. It's a lot going on. I'll have to come back and do a live talking about that.
The unit before you is a platoon from the multi-purpose company.
People are wondering if the U.S. will be going to war
Regiment, 1st Mobile Brigade,
sooner than later.
Airborne Division, Bastogne. They are showcasing the Army's Transformation in Contact Initiative, a program that allows the Army to rapidly test, evaluate, and equip
Will the
their
U.S. be
soldiers
going
with
to
the
war
newest technologies.
in 2025?
Modern, mobile, and mission-ready, the Bastogne Brigade continues to
What do you
adapt
think?
to
Let
new
me know.
threats while staying rooted in the fierce resilience that defines
Should we be concerned?
They are carrying the next generation squad weapons, the XM7 and XM250, both equipped with the XM157 optic. The vehicles are the infantry squad vehicle,
Yes, sir.
a new mobility asset that can rapidly
thank
move
you so
through most
much.
terrain types. The trailer is the S-MET, and it's capable of carrying heavy loads under its own power through restrictive terrain. This platoon is equipped with 3 types of small unmanned aerial systems. They are the Ghost X, located on the S-MET,
Going on with
the
these
C-100,
protests around the
and
across
right
the
above us there, the X-10D, which are flying above the formation right now.
It looks like the police are heavy in the streets in Los Angeles. Looks like all hands on deck. It looks like literally on every building in Los Angeles, there's graffiti. Not some of the buildings. Literally, it looks like every building. Did you all see where Kobe Bryant's mural of him and his daughter was vandalized, was messed up? They say, I think that's the second time that it was damaged, messed up, vandalized, whatever you want to call it. It's the second time. It looks like right now it's spray painted over the picture of Kobe Bryant and his daughter, said Gigi Gianna, who passed away with him in the helicopter accident. I think that was like 2020, January 2020. That would be the year of the pandemic, but before the announcement of the C-19. So anyway, they spray painted over the mural there. You can Google that and see what that looks like, but it looks like it's like gray spray paint over the mural of Kobe Bryant, the late Kobe Bryant and his beautiful baby girl. It's just very disheartening to see what the city of Los Angeles is like right now. And for it to be done at the hands of people who are not American citizens. It's crazy, yo.
The Bradley fighting vehicle has proved itself to be lethal and survivable in multiple theaters since it first fielded
To the
back
same
in the
group of
1980s.
people, there's like,
Designed
yo,
as a troop
black
transport,
people,
tank
come,
killer,
where
and
y'all
to
at?
match
Come out
speed
here,
with an Abrams
be
tank.
with us, but
The
you're
Bradley is a
being
fierce
disrespectful
fighting
to our
machine.
people.
The Bradley accompanies American troops
Bryant
often with the M1A1
was
Abrams
a
tank,
black man.
nicknamed the Beast and Whispering Death because of its firepower,
And
accuracy while
jealousy,
moving,
another
and its stealth.
descriptive word.
Together,
Like, what else do
they
you
offer
call it?
mobility and
Disrespectful,
firepower, a
jealousy, but
fearsome
you want
combination.
people that look like Kobe Bryant to be out there on the side of you. No, sir, no, ma'am. Like, what for what? What I look like being out there on the side of you while you disrespect somebody that looks like me? Like, come on, what we doing? What we doing? But it's that for me. Patriot Roy says, I am one of those that believes Kobe was killed because he wasn't a part of the club and he knew some things about certain people. Patriot, I'm pretty much one of those too. You know, I call that that's that underground news, when you know type news. That's that, what do you call that? What's that? Telegram news. Telegram. I call it underground news. The non-mainstream news I call the underground news. That's the underground news. That's the news for those who are tapped in. Now that's the news for the woke. Those people who kind of so very unfortunate, but that is very disrespectful. Very. I think that people from the Hispanic community, a lot of people, not all, but a lot of people from that community has been moving in a very disrespectful way. So as a result of that, I've kind of backed away with vocalizing any types of support for that group because I've just come to, you know, what they say, when you know better, you do better. And I've just have become more informed, more enlightened on how, as a collective, that group of people move, how they think about us, people that look like me. And so you don't ride for me, I'm not going to ride for you. It's kind of like that. You stay in your lane, I'm going to stay in mine. And that's on that. I don't have a platform where I'll just come out and just badmouth them, but I'm just saying it's not, my platform isn't going to be one that's going to be caping for them, put my cape on, saying, hey, I'm here for, you know, the illegal immigrants to continue to stay here, get how they live. No. I never was on that type of time. But sometimes in my lives, I would throw out a lot of questions as to, okay, well, what's the difference with, you know, them being here versus, say, another group of people being here, like as I was mentioning, like the white South Africans. I would do the comparison.
And high in the sky,
that's
the
AH-64
I'm
still not here for the white South Africans
helicopter in the world.
Reasons I've said on multiple lives.
Service in the mid-1980s,
but I'm damn sure not here for
to
illegal immigrants.
It could deliver intense fire on the battlefield with an array of
time is up.
Rockets, guided Hellfire missiles, along with 30mm
time is up. Many
the aircraft you see here is configured with a sophisticated targeting radar system and can operate
plenty of time
visibility and
be here, get the paperwork in order.
With more than 1,280 aircraft
the right way,
accumulating over 5 million flight
whatever
hours.
reason,
1.3 million of which have been
how
in
they
combat. The AH-64 Apache represents the backbone of the U.S. Army's attack helicopter,
and that's their business.
And a growing number
right now, President Trump saying, "Hey, it's our business to have you all removed from the United States of America. And if you do want to come back, you will need to come back the right way." Rizzo said, if you know news. Listen, you know, y'all better be tapped in. If you ain't tapped in, you're like, Sheik, what does that mean? You better like, share, subscribe, y'all. Because I guarantee you ain't going to get the information.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed.
The way I deliver it any place else. And everything I talk about over here, you can go out there and find it. And as Patriot Roy said, I think he said a little while ago, that
now let's roll
the information isn't presented to us widely like in mainstream media, but if you go search
the Army Research Laboratory robot dogs reflect the latest in Army innovation. Look at this.
The information's
Much like
out there.
A true canine, these robots
You
can
just
go
gotta
where soldiers
do
cannot.
your part, do your
They
homework.
Have increased
Hear
mobility,
things.
improved
Don't think,
tactical
oh, that
awareness,
sounds crazy.
reduced risk to soldiers,
Go to
and
the
enhanced
internet,
teamwork.
type it in, see what comes
Replacing
up.
soldiers, robot dogs can explore
Because the
terrain
government
that
is counting
may be
on, they're
difficult for
banking on
soldiers
you
to
not
traverse.
doing that.
Dispose
They're
of
banking on you
explosive
just
ordnance that act in
knowing what they
defensive
tell
posture
you,
or
whatever the
aggressive
mainstream
capacity
media
when
tells
armed.
you. I don't operate that way. I don't operate that way. A lot of times what they telling you is on some opposite type stuff, believe it or not, or it's on some more severe stuff. They may downplay it. Once you start, taking a deep dive and really do your research and explore, you learn some things. And once you learn something, you cannot unlearn it. And it prompts you to seek more, to want to know more. And And that is what prompted me to start covering
The Ghost Robot
political
Dog is another
content
innovation
on my
that can
channel,
adapt
Chic
seamlessly for various missions.
was
from
rooted
recon
in
to bomb
awareness.
recognition. These dogs reduce
So
risk and
it's rooted
support
in awareness.
soldiers
So here
completely
we
in
are.
high-stakes missions. They have a standard
4
top
months
speed
later,
of 2 miles per hour and are working
started
towards
talking politics on this
6.7
channel
miles per hour sprint.
in February, so it's been like 4 months. Channel have grown by maybe like 3,000 subscribers. I don't know what my numbers are right now, but I only had like 500 subscribers when I started talking politics in February on my Chic Speaks channel. And right now it's somewhere around 4,000. We might be at 4,000, but listen. When you know, you know, and if you don't know, follow me so you can get in the know. Wizard says the legal ones and American-born Hispanics are not supporting this in droves. Nope. No, a lot of them were like, no, we came over the right way. We got our paperwork in order. We paid our little money, whatever. We don't appreciate somebody else jumping the line. Can you blame them?
As the oldest continuously serving Army
Tim, like,
band
I want
and
a
the
robot
oldest
dog,
unit
Tim.
at
What
West
you gonna do
Point,
with that robot dog?
This is the United States Military Academy Band, ladies and
What you gonna
gentlemen.
do with the robot dog?
West Point Band traces its history to a single drummer
They
and
say they
fifer
in some
appointed by
neighborhoods.
George
I think
Washington during the
Atlanta
American
has
Revolution.
robot dog.
Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved
I
into
think
one
I
of the
seen a
most
news
capable and
clip
versatile
earlier this year. They had
performing
one in this
groups in the world.
neighborhood that was like pretty bad with crime, but they said that after putting the robot dog in the community, crime have like gone down like greatly. Because the dog, it has a camera on it, so it can record and all of that. But they were like, listen, it was a game changer with putting that robot dog in that community. It was an apartment complex in Atlanta.
One of the most prestigious institutions in the world where leadership is forged and duty becomes
That
destiny.
dog, the robot
this
dog,
is
definitely
West Point,
helped out a lot.
where Army leaders are made.
They had far fewer
With the motto of
break-ins.
duty, honor, and
in the
country, West
community
Point
to have the
trains the
robot dog.
best and brightest to serve their country as Army officers. Founded
Since
back in
they support
1802 by
them in
President
Spanish.
Thomas Jefferson, West Point is the home of the Long Gray Line, a legacy of courage and excellence that includes 77 Medal of Honor recipients, 2 U.S. presidents, Grant and Eisenhower, and numerous generals, including John J.
I don't know how it's
Douglas
popping out there in
MacArthur, and
Los
Norman
Angeles,
Schwarzkopf.
but it's just police on deck everywhere. I'm not seeing anybody putting hands on anybody, but I do see, the police. They're just kind
Upon
of
entering the United States
lined
Army,
up,
all
just
recruits undergo
ready,
initial entry
locked and
training,
loaded.
a highly intense and a challenging training period aimed at developing a
parade
soldier's
should be
physical
wrapping
and
up. They had
mental toughness,
estimated that
instill
it should.
discipline,
Initially, they
train
said
them
it would go to
essential
about
combat
9:30,
skills,
but
and foster
today I
teamwork.
saw they said like 8 o'clock.
IET transforms civilians into soldiers based on the
And
7
we're nearing
core
8
Army
o'clock,
values:
so
loyalty, duty, respect, selfless
it
service,
may not
honor,
end until
integrity,
closer
and
to
personal
the
courage.
9 o'clock, 9:30 time. I'm curious to know what the media is going to have to say about this parade. The turnout, the support, monetary investment, all of that. That's why I wanted to live stream it so we can capture, watch it and bump that against what we hear
The
about
Virginia
it.
Military Institute, on a mission to produce citizens,
I don't see any
soldiers, men
issues
and women
like
educated for civilian life,
riffraff
prepared to
taking place.
serve their country in the armed forces.
Everybody
VMI
acting
counts a Nobel
civilized.
Prize winner, 11 Rhodes Scholars, generals, 7 Medal of Honor recipients,
The parade
and a
seems
Pulitzer
to be
Prize
going
winner among
very
its
well.
graduates.
I can't imagine
As
how
one
it
of the
can go
nation's
any
senior
better.
military colleges, students
So
at
let's
Virginia
see
Military
what other
Institute
types
can
of reports
participate
we will
in
hear
Army ROTC or
come
the Corps of
Friday
Cadets.
or after
While cadets in the Corps can serve in any branch
after the
of the United
parade,
States
because
military
you know
or pursue other careers, Those in Army
When it comes to Trump, they gonna find a way to shade him. They gonna find a way. They gonna find a way.
National
So
Guard or Army Reserve.
I'm just
Each
thinking
year,
about
the Army
what
Senior
they could say.
ROTC Blue Ridge Battalion commissions
I
approximately
have not seen them do
132nd
a
lieutenants,
bird eye view
ensuring
over
that excellence in leadership
the
continues
parade so
in
we can really
generations
see
to
how
come.
many people are there. I have not seen that.
The Citadel, the military college of
Projected
South
to
Carolina,
be hundreds of
offers
thousands
students the
of people
opportunity
there.
to participate in Army ROTC or the
Hundreds
Historic
of
Corps of
thousands of
Cadets.
people there. I don't
Founded
know.
in 1842, the Citadel
I
is the
can't
third
say
oldest
yay or
of the senior
nay.
military colleges
know that I
and is
have-
known for its Corps of
I
Cadets,
have not
living
seen a
and studying
camera
under a
view
classical
to show
military system
the
that makes
stand,
leadership
from
and
up
character
high,
development
just
essential.
looking
While
down,
military
so you can
service is
see
not required at graduation, more
views
than
of,
120 students earn their commission each year
the
through
street
the
that
Army
the
Senior
parade is
ROTC Palmetto Battalion, playing a vital role in shaping the future.
So I would say that would be by design.
As one of the nation's senior
Say that
military
would be by
colleges,
design.
Texas A&M
So you
University
really can't take
is
in
home to
like
both
exactly
Army
like
ROTC
how many people
and the renowned Corps of Cadets.
with these
The
angles
Corps
that
of
they're
Cadets'
showing
central
us.
purposes has remained building individuals that
You really
exemplify
can't tell.
respect, excellence, leadership,
Really can't even
loyalty,
gauge
integrity, and
about how many
selfless
people are
service.
there with the
Students at the
angle.
university who participate in the Army ROTC earn their commission as officers ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or
To
Army
me,
Reserve.
look, I would think
Each
to
year,
me
the
it's
Army
given
Senior
that it's
ROTC
less
Warrior
than
Training
100,000.
Battalion at Texas A&M proudly
But
commissions
what I've
more
been
than
able to
90
see,
second
it doesn't
lieutenants
seem like
and is honored to shape the future leaders
more than
of the
100,000.
U.S. Army.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's more than 100,000 people out there, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they say.
In a powerful display of commitment, these future soldiers will raise their right hand and take an oath of enlistment, pledging to serve our nation. This joint formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the Military District of Washington Retention Team. Shaping tomorrow's Army, West Point's most inspiring cadets remind us that America's future is courageous and in capable hands.
The pride to serve my country knows that I'm doing it not for myself. Every day I put on the uniform, I'm not just representing Caroline Robinson. I'm representing my company here at the Academy. I'm representing West Point. I'm representing the United States Army, and ultimately, I'm representing the United States of America.
I really came to West Point because belief in the American dream and giving back to our country.
You're a part of something that is much bigger than yourself. You're a part of a tradition of excellence and a legacy that's connected not only to the Academy, but to the American Army.
I'm surrounded by people who want to make themselves better and serve our country.
Excellence is their baseline, and that to me is what it means to be a West Point cadet.
From the earliest days of our nation, this supreme tradition of American military service has been passed down from soldier to soldier and generation to generation, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
My brother preceded me here, and originally I didn't really know what West Point was until he came. But when I saw the mission that they were committed to, of upholding the principles of American democracy and protecting the Constitution, I knew it was somewhere I had to be.
Every time that we lived outside of the United States, I always developed this sense of gratitude and pride for being an American, and I wanted to give back to my country what it gave to me.
And it wasn't until I zipped up the blouse and I put the belt on for the first time that I realized that I was going to be serving my country, and it felt right. West Point was the place that I needed to be, and more importantly, the Army was where I wanted to be.
I just looked to the left and right over basic training and realized that we all had the same American patch on our shoulders, that we're all fighting for the same thing. I mean, there was no better feeling in the world knowing that every single person around you is committed and willing to die for that mission.
You came for excellence, you came for duty, you came to serve your country, and you came to show yourselves that you are among the smartest, toughest, strongest, most lethal warriors ever to walk on this planet.
What excites me the most about my future in the Army is the opportunity that I'm going to have to give back to the American soldiers that I'm going to be leading.
Because ultimately, they don't get to choose. And to me, it's that burden of responsibility to be the best leader.
And as a young officer, that's going to be exactly what I get to do.
I was the cadet basic training first detail for the first 3 weeks. I got to see the new cadets come in from their families' homes and being in process on their very first day and watching them grow so quickly.
I would do all the formations, and I looked out at these 1,000 new cadets, people who just come out of high school. They were completely different people.
I don't think there's another institution in the country like West Point where the student body is so committed to furthering the mission of America and ensuring our democracy and freedom for generations to come.
I'm really surrounded by the best of the best, and that's when I realized this is a place that I absolutely want to be.
West Point itself is an amazing institution, but it only provides opportunities. The people here have to choose to take those opportunities and grow and lead and serve. And the people here want to do that. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And I would tell any high schooler who is considering it, you won't regret it.
Left. Pace.
Patriot Roy, do you, maybe you know when you started questioning
President.
things?
First Sergeant Norton, reporting for duty, sir. Ready to
Started
commence the
questioning
ceremony as
things
directed.
probably in 2020
I
when the world was
state
shut
your name.
down.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations, congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
Forward.
Ranger School is the best life insurance policy for our Army. It will always end with two people facing off with each other, and we need young leaders to be able to close with and destroy the enemy and defend our nation's interests forward.
Surrender is not a Ranger word. It's not an option. I know that I'm not going to be able to get to do this again. This is my chance.
It all starts at the legendary Ranger School, the crucible where these elite warriors are forged. It has been described as the longest approved gut check in the Army. Over 62 days, students will patrol hundreds of miles over mountains and through swamps under the crushing weight of their equipment. All the while, they are deprived of both food and sleep, forced to perform at the very edge of their physical limits. But it's not just the physical challenges that make Ranger School so intense. The mental strain will break these soldiers down to their core.
If I have a come to God moment, I take my PC off my patrol cap, and on the inside of that, my commander gave me a Ranger tab, the yellow and black one that you get during graduation. And I pinned it to the inside of my PC.
Ranger School is not for the faint of heart, but for those who are up to the challenge, it is the ultimate proving ground.
They already didn't have enough beds for people in our company. And our eyes reminded us that we don't have enough beds because there's not going to be this many people by tomorrow. Just a slight reminder that there's too many of you anyways, and not all of you are going to pass.
Rangers, if you don't figure it out, you're about to get another casualty.
It's completely different than what people would think Ranger School is like, but you can't put that into words, so it's hard to tell somebody something that you have to experience for yourself.
They got a saying as the tab turns, so Ranger School is continuing to change and to develop, but at the end of the day, it is the same, right? They're always going to put you in scenarios that is going to test your ability to actually make decisions on the ground.
As you go through Ranger School, it is a gut check. It's going to check you out. And what's going to get you through it is whether you have it or not. Thousands and thousands of soldiers trained all their lives to come here, prepare themselves to come to Ranger School, and only a few hundred leave here every class with the tab. It's not for everyone.
I'm not going to leave until I get it, so just buckle down, stop complaining, and just get the job done.
Please welcome country music sensation and proud supporter of our troops, Warren Ziders.
I wish I would. When I see them ladies with their head skin cut off like the men at Seacott, I said, oh, hell no. I'm not about that life. I'm like, who said put me in coach to that? I support y'all through my tax dollars. Get your head up. Stay vigilant.
Rose up when the wine's gone like a record on rain day. Laying on old memories and talking about what we used to be. She'd probably be the devil may.
Oh, hell no.
Sweet, she's my pretty little poison. My heartache in the night with a kiss on her lips just like cyanide. Yeah, she came with a warning, but I didn't mind. I'll go down on it every time. She's my pretty little poison. My pretty little poison. Shadows dancing down the hall, whispers that she wants me. Try my best not to fall where she falls into me. We all need some kind of fix. For me, she's the one to pick. Nothing else will do the trick. She's all I need. She's my pretty little poison. My heartache in the night with a kiss on her lips just like cyanide. Yeah, she came with a warning, but I didn't mind. I'll go out on that high every time. She's my pretty little poison. My pretty little poison. Some I guess it's alcohol. I don't want none of y'all. I just want you. No, I just want you. My pretty night with a kiss on her lips just like cyanide. Yeah, she came in the morning, but I didn't mind. I'll go out on that high every time. She's my pretty little poison. My pretty little poison. She's my pretty little poison.
Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm nervous, but I would just like to say thank you so much for having me here.
That was a great performance. I never heard of him.
Just so fortunate to be here in front of y'all.
He has beautiful
And
hair.
Thank you guys so much for what you guys
I
do.
like his hair.
Honestly, happy birthday, y'all. Happy birthday. This next song was loved by y'all. So if you know the words, please sing along. This song's called Ride the Lightning, y'all.
That looks like a backdrop, doesn't it? That looks like a backdrop with that. That was a nice view.
Mama always said I was born on the right side. Yes, she did. One foot in the flames and the other trying to walk the line.
It's a great song.
Can't say I never saw it coming. I can see the warm side.
Sure, whoever he is, he's going to get a
Mama
big increase in following after this.
I guess Mama was right. 'Cause when the clock strikes midnight, gonna ride the lightning, feel the thunder, till the darkness pulls me
One
on.
man is
Gonna fly on wings of fire.
never seen him
Breathing good Lord lifts me high. Singing, oh, when they call me on. Singing, oh, when they call me on. Gonna ride the lightning. I see you singing, my friend. There's a man in a black coat standing at a
So this
crossroads.
is Lee Greenwood.
With a pen in his hand and a long list of life songs. They say he flips a coin, fools at a fool's gold. There's a man in a black coat standing at the crossroads. I hope he lets me pass by. When I close my eyes, gonna ride the lightning, feel the thunder, till the darkness pulls me under. Gonna fly on wings of fire, breathing good Lord lifts me high. Singing, oh, when they call me on. Singing, oh, when they call me on. Gonna ride the lightning, ride the lightning, ride the
We got one more chorus, y'all.
Feel the thunder till the darkness pulls me out it. Gonna fly on wings of fire, brave and good Lord lifts me high. Singing, oh, when they call me out. Singing, oh, when they call me out. You're everlasting.
Okay, so I was trying to figure out who's this country singer because I missed his name. I think something saying Lee Greenwood was going to perform, but Lee Greenwood is an older man. It's not this guy. Lee Greenwood is 82 years old. I don't know if they did a change with their lineup with their performers.
I'm Warren Ziders, y'all. Thanks for having me.
He said his name was Warren. Yeah. They must have changed it up because when you look up the lineup,
It has been my honor, ladies and gentlemen. I really mean that. Thank you so much. Happy
Lee
birthday to
Greenwood was supposed to
Happy
perform.
birthday to our president, Donald Trump. Amen, y'all. God bless America, baby!
Country singer Warren Ziders. So Warren Ziders, he's a baby. He's only 26 years old. Country singer from Hershey, Pennsylvania. So I wonder what's the deal with that because it looks like Lee Greenwood.
This week we honor 250 years
was
of
supposed
power
to
and
be
glory
there.
and triumph by the
That's what it's showing.
greatest fighting force ever to walk
And,
the face of the earth, the United States Army. Each of you on the field today is among the most talented members of your generation. You could have done anything you wanted. You could have gone anywhere. You could have gone to any school. Matt's incredible heroism helped ensure that not a single American soldier died in the Battle of Shock Valley. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies. The dignity, daring, and devotion of the American military is unrivaled anywhere in history and any place in the world. Our soldiers do not rest until they win. Our citizens know that you're standing guard, killing terrorists, crushing our enemies, and keeping America safe. But you're also keeping it strong and proud and mighty and free. This week we remember that we only have a country because we first had an army. As President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their incredible families, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform. Our debt to you is infinite and everlasting. With the grace of God, America will always prevail.
VP JD Vance.
Well, let me say to the thousands of Americans who traveled from distant towns and across state lines to be here today, this is your national capital. Welcome to Washington, D.C. We are thrilled to have you.
Y'all think Elon Musk somewhere out there?
This evening, as we celebrate the
Listen, he said
250th
sorry.
anniversary of the United States
He
Army,
said sorry.
the oldest branch of the greatest fighting force ever known to man, I want to say to all the soldiers all across our nation's capital and all across the world, happy birthday, soldiers. We're proud of you.
Happy birthday, soldiers.
And I want to say you represent an unbroken line of greatness, of excellence. And one of the things the President of the United States has told his entire administration, from the Vice President on down is that we must remember that the young men and women who put on the uniform and serve this nation are our most precious resource. We must honor them, we must respect them, we must fight for them, and that's exactly what the Trump administration aims to do every single day. And so to our soldiers, we're so proud of you, and let me tell you that the way that we honor and respect you is, number one, we never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to, and number two, when we do ask you to go to war, we give you the weapons and the support needed to kick the hell out of the enemy and come back home safely.
Tim, you say you didn't see
Now, I
him?
know I am the
Yeah, I
last
didn't see
thing
him either.
standing between the main event, and that is a dangerous place to be with a lot of soldiers
You
in the
probably
audience.
think they'd
Let
try
me
to
just
tackle
say
him. He'd be like,
a
I'm
couple
just
of
here to
quick
use my
additional
key, the
thoughts.
gold
First
key
of
that
all,
President Trump gave
June the
me.
14th is, of course, the birthday of the Army. It is, of course, the birthday of the President of the United States. And happy birthday, Mr. President.
Birthday, President Trump.
But I would get in trouble if I didn't mention that it's also my wedding anniversary. And so to my lovely wife, I love you, honey. Happy anniversary. And thank you for everything that you do for our country. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief of the United States military, President Donald J. Trump.
Lonnie's hair is growing out pretty long. She normally don't wear it that long.
Thank you to Vice President Vance. And thank you to our wonderful First Lady. And above all, thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army. Thank you very much. Because the Army keeps us free, you make us strong, and tonight you have made all Americans very proud. They're watching from all over the world, actually. Made them all very proud. Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight. And watching this magnificent display, our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning. So to every veteran across our land,
Take, Patriot Roy.
and right here in our
You will
nation's
see.
capital, including 6 recipients of the Congressional Medal of
My
Honor.
husband errs on
We
the
love
side
you,
of
we
that,
honor you,
Patriot
and we
Roy.
salute your noble
He's a
service
big Trump
to
supporter.
our flag and
He
to our
also
country.
agreed that
As we
all of this
celebrate
was
tonight,
part of the plan, he
we
said.
also think of the hundreds of thousands of Army soldiers who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation and selflessly laid down their lives in every war, from the Revolution to the War on Terror. To the Gold Star families with us today, the courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our entire nation stands. We thank you. Yes, we thank you. Today we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history
all a part of the
of
plan.
the entire world.
I hear it every day.
With the creation of America's
Every
Army on June
All
14th,
part of the plan.
1775. Liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword. Those first Army patriots in the American Revolution
Okay.
fought against a fearsome enemy and impossible odds, but they were armed with a righteous cause. They were led by an indomitable commander, a truly great man, General George Washington, and they were united by an eternal creed. Their motto was victory or death. Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor on fields of battle around the globe. With the frostbitten feet and bloody fist, they have marched into
By the way,
the
if I forget to
flames
say it,
and
happy
fury of
Father's Day
combat,
to any of you who are
charged up
fathers in the
mountains,
chat.
stormed beaches,
I will
waded
likely
through
not be
torrents
live
of
tomorrow.
gunfire,
Happy
and
Father's
leapt
Day.
into skies thick with smoke and shrapnel. The U.S. Army has driven bayonets into the heart of sinister empires.
It's an eventful weekend.
Crushed the ambitions of evil tyrants. Beneath the threads of American tanks, it's done so well, it's done so much, and sent the devil himself flying into full retreat. Time and again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete.
That's on that. They are louder for the people in the back.
Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win.
U.S.
And that's why
U.S.
no institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army, the Congressional Medal of Honor, more than anyone or anything. There was Mad Anthony Wayne, asked by George Washington to lead a daring midnight raid up the cliffs of Stony Point with unloaded muskets and only their bayonets to fight the redcoats. Mad Anthony replied, "Issue the order, sir, and I will storm into hell for you." Then there was the Civil War general, John Corse, shot in the face in combat. He fired off a message to his commander: "I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but I am able to whip the hell out of all of them." He stayed on the front lines, it seemed forever. In World War II, there was the great Creighton Abrams, besieged on all sides by the Nazis at the Battle of the Bulge. He boldly proclaimed, "They've got us surrounded again, the poor bastards." This is the fighting spirit and unyielding force of the U.S. Army. It has never changed, and it will never, ever change, because there is no earthly force more powerful than the brave heart of a U.S. infantryman or an Army Ranger, paratrooper, or Green Beret. They are the best. They are the finest. From Bunker Hill to San Juan Hill, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal, from Yorktown to Shiloh, and from the trenches of the Argonne to the mountains of Afghanistan, the Army has forged a legacy of unmatched courage, untold sacrifice, and unequaled and undying glory. Our soldiers have poured out their blood by the bucketful on Missionary Ridge and Heartbreak Ridge, on the sands of Sicily, Normandy, and the Philippines, and on the dusty streets of Da Nang, Baghdad, and Fallujah. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free. We're the hottest country in the world right now. And our country will soon be greater and stronger than ever before. Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this valiant legion of Army warriors and patriots, heroes and legends. And tonight we affirm with
OT to fulfill
unwavering
the space
certainty
contracts. Listen, you
that
gotta
in
do
the
what you
years
gotta do.
ahead, and in every generation hence,
That's funny, Tim.
whenever duty calls and
Got to do
whatever
what you got
danger
to do.
comes, the American
Fulfill them
soldier
orders.
will be there. No matter the risk, no matter the obstacles, our warriors will charge into battle. They will plunge into the crucible of fire, and they will seize the crown of victory, because the United States of America will always have the grace of Almighty God and the iron will of the United States Army. Congratulations to everybody. We love our country. We've never done better. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Army, and God bless America.
God bless America.
And now I'd like to ask our great First Lady to join me at the podium. Thank you very much, everybody.
Happy birthday, Trump.
Mr. President, on behalf of the United States Army, the Army Golden Knights, I would like to present to you this flag, which was flown over our nation's capital in free fall during the Army's 250th birthday celebration.
Lockheed Martin. We have a Lockheed Martin here right outside of the city of Atlanta. He would, man. I was looking up earlier.
Just my children and my wife.
He's like 82 years old.
My lucky stars to be living here today, because our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you to defend her.
I like this song. I always like this song.
There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Happy birthday, Mr. President. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee.
This is Lee Greenwood. That's his name.
The plains of Texas.
Lee Greenwood. He's like 82 years old. 82. From Southgate, California. Country music singer.
Where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. But there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Since 1962 singing. He's a Grammy Award winner. He's charted 33 singles on the Hot Country Songs. He's a pretty big deal if you're into country music.
Where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up.
This is probably like one of his bigger hit songs. Came out in 1984. God bless the USA. I was 4 years old. Not too bad for an 82-year-old.
Thank you.
That was great. So is it over? It's 8:34. Yeah, he's up there. Remember I talked about life expectancy. So for men, the life expectancy is like 77. This guy, Lee, is 82. President Trump is now 79. So not too bad. Not too bad. You know, they're still kicking. So that's good. So take care of yourself. The light, you know, it seems like as time is going, people are starting to live longer. So we saw 2 men tonight who were 79 plus, who were still doing the doggone thing, still vibrant, able to move around. That's what it's about. It's how you take care of yourself, right? Tim said it was good. Yeah, this was good. Definitely a different vibe, a different energy than watching. We'll end up jumping back over to Los Angeles and see what's going on with the protests. But this was good. You know, it was a change in temperament from what we've been experiencing as of late last week, especially with the protests, the riots, things like that. So it was nice covering something that was positive, putting the light on the soldiers who fight for our country, these same very soldiers who will likely be, you know, very likely be fighting for our country soon. Right now, Iran and Israel are at war. Iran is like, yo, I know Israel couldn't do what they've been doing without the support of the United States. So, yes. With that being said, basically they're like calling us out. They're like, yo, like, we know your hand all up in this, US. We know your hand is all up in this. So the USA have been kind of low key. We're doing whatever they're doing, but Iran like, y'all, we ain't crazy. We are not crazy. We are not crazy. So that's where we're at with that. I am going to jump over to soon to Los Angeles, but yeah, we'll have more lives coming, and we're going to talk about Iran and Israel, and I'd like to know your thoughts on that whole situation. You're feeling centered around the U.S. potentially entering into the war as an ally to Israel, and that were to happen, South Korea, I think it's South Korea. Is it South Korea? Kim Jong-un, I think he's South. He's South Korea. They're allies to Iran, as well as Russia and I think the EU. So, child, listen, the last thing we need is a war. We got too much going on. Listen, have y'all seen the streets of LA? Iran, have y'all seen the streets of LA? We got enough going on over here. we got enough going on over here. We spread thin. We have the National Guards out there. I don't know if they didn't left. I have not. Let me see. We're gonna jump over there. I don't know if the National Guards. Let me see, y'all. We about to jump over to Los Angeles, see what's going on over there. What's going on over there? Let's see something. They lined up. Let me turn the volume. In other news, while we were bobbing to the country music, this is popping off on the other side of the music. Patriots is they started tear gassing. Of course. I think they've used their tear gas every day since Friday. Every day since Friday. We are 1 minute away from a 4-hour live stream. Thank you all for being here. Like, share, and subscribe. I wanted to capture as much as I could centered around the No King's Day protest as well as Trump's military parade. So I wanted to bring light to both. Definitely what Thank you so much for being here. I want us to take it all in so we can speak on the good, the bad, and the ugly. So right now, the good of the Trump's military parade. I really enjoyed it. My favorite part was like listening to the young people at the military school, listening to them, and the performances at the end. It's gonna be a long night. It'll be a long night. We just rode from the parade to Los Angeles. Patriot Roy B said they started tear gassing. It looks like this standoff against the LAPD and the protesters. But a while ago, when I was last covering it, I guess about 2 hours ago, the protesters were upset that they couldn't get past a certain point. And they were like, yo, we're just protesting. You're not letting us get by. So right now, they're kind of like at a wall where LAPD is like not allowing for them to go past a certain point. And they got a problem. Tim said, yeah, let's get depressed. Listen, we got to be balanced over here. Got to be balanced. We had our warm and fuzzy moment for what, 2 hours? So now it's back with the ish. They done pulled the horses out. You know it's real when they bring the horses out. Look, the horses got face masks on. So I guess if they get the spraying, the horses ain't gonna get jacked up with the I guess with the tear gas. I never noticed masks on the horses before. I never seen that. I never took notice of it. If they did have them, it's like they got some glasses. The horses have goggles. I've never seen nothing like that before. You know it's real when the horses got goggles. The horses like, listen, we ain't done nothing to nobody. I said, a horse is ready for it. You know it's bad. The Waymo cars like, hell, what you got for us? What kind of protection you got from us? Because they jacking our bodies all up. Waymo's like, what you got for us? We need something, some sheet covers, some something. You got any parking garages that you can house us in? What? Ooh, child, only in America, only in the streets of the USA. Look at those walls, you all. It's crazy that that's here in our country. In California at that. Hollywood just up the way. Ice. Crazy. Our buildings should not be looking like this.
Gotta give it this motion. It's B98 in the
Y'all keep the horses, they ready. They got their face masks on too. Look at the horses on red tee. Look at.
Come on, leave the area, move! Leave the area! Leave the area!
This boy done hit the ground. Ron says still over 90 degrees. That's what the temperature is in California. It's what they say. It's too hot to be tripping. It's too hot to be trying to California. You need to be in the house with some AC. You know it's gonna be on and popping when the street lights come Ain't no way in the hell I'll be signing up to be a part of that. Ain't no way. Like, what am I getting out of this? Look at her. She's in the corner like she hiding out, y'all. We gotta be quiet and whisper so we don't blow her spot up. Like shit, I'm about to tuck. See, that's the benefit of being itty bitty boy petite. The big boy that hit the ground, he couldn't tuck nowhere. And they tell him to get up. He's like, hell, you know I'm big. It's gonna take a minute. It's gonna take a minute. Okay? It's gonna take a minute. This is better action than a movie. Like Netflix, what? You talk about Netflix and chill. No, YouTube and chill. YouTube and chill. That Asian woman, like, oh, just be all on the gram and the cut. Getting all the tea while being safe. LAPD definitely earning a check. Don, you said it's OT, huh? You think they'd rather just miss out on this OT? You know, sometimes you be like, nah, I think I'm good. You think this is one of them OT opportunities to where if they can opt out and just make their regular little paycheck, they'll be good? Because sometimes you be like, yeah, I know OT out there, but yeah, I'm tapped out. I can't do it. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired just watching it. I've been covering this since last week. I've been getting my breaks in here and there. I hadn't recorded in a couple of days. I think I since Wednesday. So I'm rested for today. But now I had to be rested. It took a lot out of me last Sunday when I did that 12-hour live stream. We're right now at 4 hours and 7 minutes. So I started later today. I started around 4:30. Started around 4:30 today. So we'll keep it going. See what the night brings. See if they tear up the Chase Bank. Hopefully Chase still standing by Father's Day. Tim says you do good work informing us. Thank you so much. Listen, only the strong can survive, y'all. I promise you, I do my very, very best. But thank you for rocking with me. Thank you so much.
Stand your ground! Stand your ground! Stand your ground! Stand your ground! Stand your ground!
Okay, stand your ground. I think. What are they saying? Are they saying stand your ground?
USA! I stand in 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 USA! Diga la migra!
Looks like we got an arrest. The woman in the corner got the zip ties on her wrist. I wonder how many batches of zip ties did they have to order just for all this popping off. It's a lot of plastic. A lot of plastic.
Hold on here.
So, as I was looking at that officer, this woman who has her arm on this woman, looks like they're arresting her. The police officer, the female police officer, looks to be Hispanic. So I got to wondering what percentage of the LAPD is Hispanic or Latin. So went to Google, good old Google. Approximately 52% of sworn officers in the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, are of Hispanic or Latino descent. This surpasses the estimated 48% of Hispanic and Latino individuals in the city's overall population. So it's a higher percentage of Hispanic or Latinos who are a part of LAPD than there is of people just in the overall population of California. Specifically, 41% are Hispanic males and 11% are Hispanic females. So what we've been seeing a lot of as far as with these arrests and these encounters between the protesters / rioters and LAPD, a lot of the people the protesters, the rioters have been interacting with people from their very own population group. Interesting, right? Very interesting. Because Mayor Karen Bass had already said, I think on Sunday when I did my live, the 12-hour live stream, check it out if you haven't. When she spoke, she said 50% of the population, 50% of the population there, California, are Latinos. 50%. During my own research on the internet, I found that at least 40%, it's estimated that 40% of the population in the state of California is 40% is illegal immigrants. Patriot, you said I looked like a tweaker. Yeah, it did look like a tweaker that they arrested. So roughly half of California is Latin, people from the Hispanic group, and over 50% of police in LAPD are of Hispanic descent. So to take it a step further, of those 50, what they said, 53%, what was my number at? 52%. Of the 52%, what percentage of them were anchor babies? How many of them have family members who are here illegally? Because I'm willing to bet that there are a lot of people, probably most of the police officers, these police officers that are Hispanic, most of them are anchor babies, meaning that they were born to parents who were illegal immigrants at one point while being in the U.S. And I've heard stats already where they say a lot of illegal immigrants work beside us in our jobs. They're in the schools. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Very interesting. This is all very interesting. The more like as I cover just all of this, that's why I say, earlier, I think, let me see who asked. Patriot Roy may ask, when did I start asking questions? Or like, I think he was like, when did I start asking questions? It was 2020 when I started asking questions. Because when the world was shut down, it was something I'd never experienced before in all my days. That was the year I turned 40. I had my 40th birthday that year in October. It was very different. I'd never experienced anything like it. And many people, everyone who I would talk to who were even older than me said they'd never experienced anything like it as well. So I just started just paying attention and questioning things. And the more that I saw the mainstream media pushing certain types of narratives, certain things, the more I started to question it and wanted to explore the why. Like, why are you pushing this so hard? So it was just rooted in just one question. And then as you, what they say, seeking you shall find. As I would explore, then new questions would arise. And that's why on my channel, I affectionately refer to my subscribers as honor students, because my birthday is October 25th. And I just started asking questions. And then my husband was already kind of someone who was already kind of doing that a lot. So I kind of got as close to his level as possible, because he's way up here with that, and I'm kind of still kind of in that enlightenment phase. But over time, I've come to know more. And for a long time, I did not want to discuss politics on the internet. Mine's a 22nd. Okay. So I think you might just miss the Scorpio. You're probably Libra. I'm Scorpio. So what was I saying? I didn't want to talk about politics for a long time on the internet because I know how sensitive the topic of politics and religion is, and just my personality. I'm very balanced, if you haven't figured that out yet. I'm very balanced, non-confrontational, but very balanced. And so I'm more of the peacemaker, so I don't want to spark conversations that's going to kind of have people divided. I don't want to do that. I'm more so like the person to where if the people are already divided, I'm kind of coming in and finding a way to bring the people together. That's kind of more of my personality. So I didn't want to talk politics. I never just cared outside of my household. But fast forward to 2025, February, things was just happening. Trump, he got inaugurated January 20th. He started doing what he said he was going to do, impacting jobs and things like that. And I just had I had opinions, I had thoughts. And one day it came to me literally under the hairdryer, drying my hair. And it was the night before Tuesday. So it was a Monday night. And I said, well, tomorrow I'm gonna go live while I'm driving into the office, and I'm gonna call it Car Chronicles. And I'm just gonna talk. I'm just gonna talk. Like literally. I'm just gonna talk. I'm telling you all how Car Chronicles, how it started, how me speaking politics started, and how it morphed into what it is today. It was just rooted in me just having something to say. And at coming to a point in my life where I felt I was ready to share my thoughts and opinions on a large platform. At the time, large as in the internet, but my space was very small. I had maybe around 500, less than 600 subscribers at that time. I had just started the channel in last September. It's my second channel. I started a second channel. So I was around that time, just trying to figure out where I was going to take my content, where I wanted it to go, what I want to talk about, because I wanted it to be different from my primary channel at the time, which I talked about I used to do react to different, content creators. It was more like a reaction channel. So I didn't want to do that on my second channel. So in February came, and then a lot was going on in the world. It seemed like everyone had an opinion, including myself. So I'm like, well, I have a channel. Let me just go on the internet and just share my opinion. Car Chronicles. I'm just going to go tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm just going to go live on my phone, title it Car Chronicles, whatever else I was going to talk about, Trump or whatever, and talk my talk. I did that video. That video had 6,000 views. It was the most views that I'd ever gotten on a live in my entire YouTube career. 6,000. Now remember, it was my smaller channel that had less than 600 subscribers. My first channel at that time had, I don't know, a couple of thousand subscribers, maybe 2,400 subscribers. And so I'm like, wow, this is more views than I got on my bigger channel. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, that was Tuesday. Let me do Wednesday, the next day. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll get, something around that, maybe a little less, because I was happy with the 6,000. Never had that before on a live. The second video, you all, was, I think, 23,000 views. Crazy, right? 23,000. I think that was the second one I did. So that's the history of this channel right here. It just kind of took off. So now I don't know, maybe at 4,000 now. I don't know, but nearing 4,000 or 4,000 subscribers, but just underneath 600 just 4 months ago. And it was rooted. So here's the thing with that. Here's the thing with that story, how we live in fear. Nice. Thank you so much, Don. The very reason why I did not want to talk politics it's really almost like the reason of why I grew. For example, I didn't want to talk politics because I was afraid of just my existing following, what their views of me would be once they learned what my political views were. So I didn't want to talk politics because I didn't want to divide my followers, and I'd seen it happen with other content creators who had like thousands, like way more than me. So I'm like, I'm just going to stay away from it. I'm small. This channel was like barely 500 subscribers. My other channel was like about 2,300 subscribers. I'm like, no, I can't afford to lose any subscribers. I'm too small. But then when February came, like I was like at a point to where I just didn't care what people thought on that in that way. I was just like, yo, this is how I'm feeling. F it. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna talk my talk. And whoever want to rock with me, they'll rock with me. And if they don't, they don't. So to be honest, you all, I honestly do not know of my previous followers, which, if any of them, stopped following me. Once I started talking politics and they learned my political stance, me being a Black woman who voted for President Trump. That's an anomaly. Like that, it's not a lot of people out there. But I gained so many new subscribers to where like I low-key, I couldn't tell you who I lost. Like I wouldn't know because I gained far more than I lost. So the number, it was, I don't know. I don't know. I told y'all like my numbers was 5 something in February and they're like close to around 4,000 now. I don't know who left in between there. I don't know. I just know I started talking my truth, and then that's when my channel grew. You see how that worked? That's why you can't live in fear. You can't think about or overly think about what somebody else is going to think of you. You just got to do what you feel is right. And by me doing what I feel is right, my platform, my channel has grown in a way that it wasn't before because I'm living in my truth. My content is centered around my truth. It's centered around my truth. And for a while, in particular, my mom, she would tell me, she's been telling me for about probably almost 2 years, right before I started talking politics, that I should talk about it. And I didn't want to. I'm like, no, like, I don't want to talk about that. Like, it wasn't an interest of mine. And I think it wasn't an interest of mine because I wasn't, it's like, I don't know. I feel like it wasn't until Trump took office in January that I started to really feel like, wow, this issue is like impacting me. It's like whatever that was taking place before under whoever, it was like as though it wasn't impacting my life or what I got going on. But for some reason in January when Trump took office, it's like, oh, hell, I can talk about this, you know, because I felt like it was like impacting me. So it took for me to feel it first. I had to be able to feel it before I could come out here and to talk about it. Like I couldn't come out and talk about it because I didn't feel it. So at the time when my mom was like saying, you should talk about it, and I'm like, you feel it, but I don't feel it. That's not what I want to talk about. But once I started to feel it, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna talk about it. And it makes a difference because it can't be forced. And I'm very, if you haven't noticed, I'm a very passionate person. I told you I'm a Scorpio. I'm very passionate. So for me to let it hit, let it land, I have to feel it. And when I feel it, then that's when I kind of go hard in the pain and I deep dive. So those of you who've been following me for a while, you know, like outside of like, right now, you all see me doing live stream. I'm showing videos or whatever. This channel wasn't built around that. It was built around me going live on my phone. For some reason, don't know. When I go live on my phone, it's a different experience than kind of when I'm kind of on StreamYard like this. The views are, you know, everything's manageable. It's not crazy trolls, nothing like that. But when I go live on this phone, that's when you see it and it can be in 1,000. It can get up. I've gotten as most maybe 48,000, I think. Like as far as people coming through, the chat will be in 1,000, y'all. It gets crazy. I have awesome moderators, but it gets crazy. It's something about my phone. When I go on this phone, it's an entire different experience when I go live on this phone. But as of late, I'm like, bump that. I don't care about that. I want to show you all what it is that I'm seeing out here, because when I'm on my phone, if I'm driving, I'm reflecting on what I learned from when I went into the lab, when I studied. So I'm going off of memory and I'm talking. And then sometimes you all, same when I'm doing a walk and talk, I'm going off of memory. Sometimes I have my notes and I can read. And then sometimes you all may catch me where I'm able to sit and then go through some things. But lately, I've been wanting to like show you all things. And that's when I have to use StreamYard. So I'm okay with my views being different or lower by use of StreamYard. I'm hoping that eventually it'll catch up. But it's okay, because this channel, baby, my channel this channel right here it got a lot of views. It's nearing 1 million views with this channel. You all, before I even hit 1,000 subscribers, this channel already had well over 100,000 views. Probably was over 200,000. It's crazy, yo, right? It's like, okay, yeah, this number of subscribers, but you got these many views. It's crazy, you all, but it's all, I promise you, is rooted in me speaking my truth. And that's all I can do. That's all I can do. I see things out here. I explore to try to understand what's taking place, so I can come out and bring it to you all to help you all understand what's taking place and to prompt you into doing your own research. Why? Because we are honor students. We seek out answers. We're not sheeple. We're not just led. Anything you all hear me talk about, I always say, go out, go look for yourself, because you will find it. The thing about me and my content, I deliver it in a way that no one else delivers. It's me. I'm unique. It's me. So I'm going to deliver it with humor. I'm going to give the real life examples, things that you can relate to. That's the difference. But the root of it all, the story, the situation, that is true. That is so true. It's crazy out there. As you can see, Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Since understood is how you do. Listen, I'm making do what I do. God says, I can't do other people's religion. I've been through and lived long enough to know what I need to know. And the fact that you know that, that's good, because people don't. I think there's a lot of people out here that just don't know what they want, what they believe in. They just don't know. They just don't know. So they're easily led. When you don't know, you can easily be led, right? That's why we have to take the time for ourselves and do our own research, to seek out information ourselves, to try to develop an understanding. So therefore, we know what we stand for. We can stand 10 toes down on it. That's what it's about, right? Someone wouldn't be able to come and just pull you one direction versus the other, because you stand on what you believe in. And even on my channel, sometimes I may talk one direction, but then I may circle back around and be like, y'all, I just learned some new information. Now I'm thinking like this. There is nothing wrong with that, because that is what it's about. When you know better, you do better. That's what it's about. When you know better, you do better. So anytime I go live and I talk a certain way, that's based off of the information that I have been. That's the information that I have been. So the next live, however many lives later, if you hear me talking differently, guess what? That's because I have new information, and I will point that out. I will say, hey, before I was saying this, but let me tell you what I just learned on Tuesday. after I talked about all that ish on Car Chronicle Tuesday. Let me tell you what I learned on Tuesday at 5 p.m. because that may make a difference on what I'm saying on Wednesday. That new information. What we can't do is just sit in because we don't want to look like we're wrong and just still sitting and continue to do what we've been doing, even though we have information, new information that would have us to believe something. I can't just be like, no, I believe this because I know it. Listen, this is not what smart people do. It's not what you do. It's not what you do. You move around. When you know better, you do better. So when you learn new information, you be like, yo, all right, then I got to shift. Because I was moving like this over here, but I didn't know this right here. So now that I know this right here, I'm going to move like this. You see what I'm saying? And don't ever be afraid of switching gears or having to make that change. As long as you understand why you are doing it. And you choose to want to explain, I think it's very good to explain to the people so they're not confused. Like, hey, I know I was moving like this, but let me explain to you why I've now made a shift. 9 times out of 10, people can respect that because there was something that transpired that had you to say, you know what, I can't roll like that no more. I can't roll like that no more now that this has gotten entered into the chat. Now that I've done my research and I've learned this, I got to do something different. So that is what you will see me do over here, and that's called growth. So if you don't see nothing else on any of Sheik's channel, you will see growth because my change and my shifts are all rooted in growth. That's life. That's how you grow. And it comes as a result of me doing my homework, asking questions, probing. That's where it's rooted in. Wanting to be better, wanting to do better, wanting to be a good example to my children, my family, those of you who subscribe to any of my channels. Because I believe that when you have a platform, it comes with responsibility. Because I could very well be somebody that's trying to lead people to the pits of hell because I have people's ear. I learned that from my first channel when I would get people coming in and listening to me. And I thought like, wow, it really makes a difference on what type of message I'm putting out there because I have people here. So I have to act responsibly. And not everyone thinks that way. Some people it's just for the clicks and views. With me, it's not. You know, I'm thinking like, wow, like I have people here, but what kind of content do I want to put out? What do I want them to hear from me? So that's why in January, I flipped the script with the type of content that I was putting out. Because if you all check out my videos on my original channel, Sheik Speaks, that was once my larger channel up until recently, where this channel kind of surpassed it. But I would react to a popular YouTuber's channel, and it just turned into just a toxic environment. So late 2024, I made the decision that going into 2025, I was going to move differently, even if it meant sacrificing money, because clicks and views equals money. I made more money doing that. And I said, you know what, that's cool, because it's about the substance, it's about the quality. And my viewers, you know, the healthy, you know, the mental health, the mental state of my followers, because I have some followers that also started following that type of content when I left that whole environment. And so that's where this political content kind of came about. And I find it to be more fulfilling. I find talking politics to be very fulfilling because I can help people to understand what's going on in these American streets. A lot of people don't know the ins and outs we talked about because remember, I think Patriot Roy said a lot of this information isn't just put out there blatantly in mainstream media. You have to seek it. And if you seek it, it's out there, but a lot of people are not seeking it. So what I want you to do, I want you to seek out the information as a result of hearing some things talk about. You know, where after you listen to me, you're like, let me go and see what she's talking about and type this, that, you know, see for yourself. So I find this type of content far more rewarding, and I don't find it to be stressful. When I would react to my previous content, I found it to be very stressful. And my subscribers were stressed as well. They would tell me in the chat they were stressed. But they would come to my channel, listen to me react to the content because they were showing support. Again, like I said, I don't know if those people are still supporting me now because I have far more subscribers than I did before. So it's almost like they're lost in the numbers. But every now and then in my chat, they'll pop out. Like, oh, I haven't seen you in a while. You know, I'll recognize my day ones. But it's just about doing it. That's my skill. That's how I got here. Welcome to my channel. My name is Sheik. My background also is counseling, which means I have a master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. So a lot of what I talk about, I insert things centered around mental health because everything we experience, all this that we're watching, those people who are there, that's having a mental impact on their psyche. Like, you're not experiencing this and then just thinking you're going to go home and just have you a good night rest. No, your nerves shot. Your nerves, like the tear gas is shot out. Your nerves are, that is impacting this. And when this breaks down, the body breaks down. Everything starts with the mental. That's why it's important that we remain healthy-minded and keep this strong. You got to keep this strong. And all these things that are taking place in life, people losing their jobs, not having enough money to buy groceries, medications, for babies and the family, that will impact your mental health. Understandably. Life is hard. Life is hard. But also, as they say, life is what you make it. That brings truth. Because that's centered around the type of choices that we make. To be out here at these protests, riots, whatever we want to call them today, it's rooted in a choice. Everything that we're seeing is rooted in choice. It's rooted in these law officials choosing to do this type of job. It's rooted in these protesters choosing to be out there protesting. Is rooted in the rioters choosing to riot. Everything is about a choice. Everything's about a choice. So then after that, we got to deal with the ramifications of our choices. See how that works? Stuff ain't that deep. I'm telling y'all, stuff ain't that deep. I would say 90% of the things I talk on any of my channels is centered around just common sense discernment, real life experiences. Maybe about a good 10% is rooted in education. But listen, you don't have to have all the degrees in the world and all these different Listen, your background don't have to look nothing even like mine, nothing. Just be someone who's self-aware. It starts in self-awareness. So when someone's like, yo, shit, when did you become woke? Like, I started to become more self-aware in 2020. It was rooted in self-awareness. I started to become more self-aware with how I wanted to be treated by people. Everything just shifted. But also that was the same year I turned 40. So I listen, when you turn 40, you just don't give a damn. So it was that year. It was my transition year. My year of growth. My year of growth. Tim says, one police was throwing gas. Choices. These are all choices. These are all choices. It's up to you to make good choices, good decisions. It's up to you. Sound like the 4th of July out there, huh? So listen, why do you all think that they're throwing those at the tear gas? Why are they throwing all that over there? What's going on over there with the people that have them to be doing that? That's what I would like to understand. Like, why are we throwing this? What's going on? Because it's not past the curfew yet. I'm just wanting to know what is prompting the police, the sheriff, to throw that tear gas. Like, why were they throwing that? They were far away from the protesters. What prompted them to throw that over there to them? There wasn't any harm being done onto them. So I'm like, okay, why are they throwing? You know, you can hear the protesters chanting. Okay, but why is it prompting for them to throw the tear gas, if that's what that is? Why? And so I don't know. I thought he had a better vantage point, but he doesn't. So it's like, are they seeing some things going down that I can't see from this view that has them to throw the tear gas to break up some things that's taking place? I don't know. Because from what they've always said, hey, you can protest long as you're not breaking any laws, meaning tearing up things, violating anyone, or disrespecting anyone's property. Right now, from this angle, we can't see anyone doing any of those things. So that's why I'm asking these questions, because I'm fair. I'm about being fair and balanced. I'm just trying to understand what's popping off with the protesters that warrants them to have this type of activity, you know, for, you know, the bombs, the gas. Hey, what's up, Dr. J? How are you? We're just watching the Los Angeles protest. I'm trying to understand why the sheriffs are throwing the gas bombs or whatever. Don, do you know why they're throwing it? You may be here for them throwing them, but what's the reason why? What's happening? I'm trying to understand what is happening, because they're far. They got a good distance away from the protesters, but they're still kind of throwing things, throwing the gas. Ken says, what happened to a pre-peaceful protest? I thought we were, I mean, for a minute, I thought we was doing okay. I haven't seen anyone fighting or anything, but you see the sheriff, you know, throwing the little gas bomb. So I'm just wanting to know why they're throwing that, because since we've been watching it, I think we've been back over here for about an hour now, watching since the Trump parade. Since we've been watching it, for the most part, to me, the people have seemed, you know, okay. I haven't seen anyone just doing the absolute most like I've seen in the past. I will say that. But we'll continue to watch. we'll continue to watch. Dr. J Street, I've been watching it on and off all day. I didn't start really watching it until probably maybe a little bit this morning, but then I had to do some things, prepare dinner, go, get some things for my husband for Father's Day for tomorrow, because I knew I was going to get on this live, and it'll pretty much take up my time for the rest of the day into the night. So I hadn't been tapped in like that, but the most I've been tapped in was pretty much at 4:30 when I started this live stream. So right now we're about 11 minutes away from 5 hours with doing this live stream, but I want to keep it going to get into the nighttime, because as we've seen, things take a turn at night. Things take a turn when the sun go down, the street lights come on. It's just a whole different kind of energy at night, and I want to capture that, because I seen firsthand last Sunday how things change when the sun is up versus when the sun is down. So we're doing another long stream today, like we did last Sunday. Last Sunday was 12 hours. This one ain't gonna be 12 hours, y'all. I'll stop this at least by 12. I'm not gonna take the past 12, but at least once it gets nighttime, I want to just see what's gonna be going on out here in these streets. I need to move around. I'm gonna try to see what's going on in some of the streets in the other cities. I know what Chicago had some protests, New York. I haven't really watched much of the protests going on elsewhere, so I'm gonna try to see if there's some other live streams I want to kind of switch over to show. Looks like most of the lives that I'm seeing, it's in Los Angeles. Content centered around other cities. Look like it was from moments captured earlier, but looks like San Antonio. There's a live protest going on in San Antonio. So that'd be Texas. Yeah, it seems like most of the energy is in Los Angeles. That's pretty much where everything's going down in Los Angeles. Okay. Texas, they have a, I guess it's just another location where they're doing the protests. I think it was about 1,000 different protests that was supposed to take place across the U.S. I remember reading that at least 30 of them was going to take place in my state of Georgia. Patriots, San Antonio, and Austin. Yeah. So yeah, that's the only other city right now. I was looking to see if there was anything live going on in New York or Chicago. I didn't see anything in those cities, but I did see a protest going on in San Antonio right now. I'll switch this live over so you can see it. Let me see. I'm just going to switch it just so you can see what the streets of San Antonio looks
and
like.
of the military. Earlier, when we had that video on the ground, we could hear them chanting, "Hey, hey, ho, ho, President Trump."
This is what it's showing for.
We do
this
know
is
that there
San
are some
Antonio, downtown
counter-protesters
San
out there. Appears to be
Antonio.
a very small amount of them. And while there's a lot of
people
lining the streets across the country,
So this is the
protesting
bird's eye
Trump
view.
policies, Trump supporters appear to be pleased with the
The eye
president.
in the sky.
He campaigned on law and
Hundreds
order and
marching
addressing
in downtown.
immigration issues. High above right now, we
So
have
it's
David
not
Mendoza.
showing, like,
Let's go to
any
David. You've
boots
been
on the
watching
ground
it, giving us a
footage.
bird's eye view.
But
talk about what you see now
They
compared to
do
what you
have
saw
a
earlier from High
No
above.
Kings protests going on there.
Good evening,
in San
Darian. So
Antonio.
yeah, it looks kind of like an average Saturday night in Travis Park right now. Everybody's kind of taking off. We do have some groups.
So I guess it's pretty mellow there. I guess everyone's focused on Los Angeles because it's probably the largest. It's more intense. Patriot Roy says Vegas has a protest, but it's mellow. Okay. I didn't see anything coming up in my search for Las Vegas, anything referencing Vegas. So I'm going to look again. But yes, all across everywhere except for, was that Minneapolis or Minnesota? What was that shooting that took place with the politician? That's the only place that had their protest canceled today because of the shooting. Patriot Roy said, I live in Utah. We had one going off around noon, and I went outside. I was hearing yelling, honking, and police noise. Okay. I haven't seen any signs of any protests where I live, but at the same time, the environment, I live about an hour outside of the city, outside of Atlanta. So I live in what they call Metro Atlanta. So it's like outside the suburbs. So it's not a lot of like protesting type activity, those type of things that happen out here. Usually you'll see those things happen in Atlanta, the city of Atlanta. But not, as far out as I live. I'm more in the kind of country part. So it won't be popping like that, thank God, where I live, which is kind of what you want, especially if you want peace and raising a family. But in Atlanta, those Atlanta streets goes down. Earlier, I showed what in DeKalb County. Earlier, there was some protests in DeKalb County. It's one of the larger counties within Georgia, and it apparently was kind of going down. And the police had to use the tear gas and all of that to get people under control. And all of that took place before I started my live at 4:30. And shortly into my live, it started pouring down rain. So I'm sure with the weather here in Georgia, that impacted the amount of people that would be outside. But it seemed like in Los Angeles, the weather has been beautiful. So the people haven't had a reason other than when they just get tired and want to go to bed to have to really go inside. The weather has been lovely in California. So that's a good thing, I guess, for those protesters / rioters, but not so good for the law enforcement because the people trying to be outside. People are trying to be outside. And what I've learned is that when it comes to like protests and things like that, when the weather isn't so good, it's fewer people outside protesting, which makes sense, you know, because people don't want to be out when it's super cold or when it's raining, snowing, all of that. So when the weather's great, then people are like, listen, we outside, and that's pretty much the energy that California and Bolinos have had since Friday. Awesome weather. I haven't seen any footage where the weather was bad. They're like, listen, God is on our side. I wonder what's the numbers and how many law enforcement they have out there. See if I can find
Main Street toward First, right behind Los Angeles City Hall. They are moving by the dozens here down Main Street, going west. It looks like officers with officers here on top of the horses. Again, these are Los Angeles officers who are now taking over Main Street between First. It sounds like over on Spring Street, there are more flashbangs going off, but if you go this way,
Okay, so I'm seeing that this week the LAPD called for mutual aid from other local municipalities, including Santa Ana, Pasadena, and Monterey Park. They also requested assistance from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Those are the ones we've been seeing them. We've been seeing the sheriffs throwing, I don't know if you said maybe the tear gas throwing something. That's the sheriff throwing because they're in the brown. The police are in the black. The sheriffs are in like this. The guy just walked by. So they asked for sheriffs. Sheriffs came in. They asked for sheriffs to provide assistance. So sheriffs also from other neighboring counties are from Orange County, Santa Barbara, Ventura, and San Bernardino. The California Highway Patrol has been leading the efforts to contain crowds as they cross, block, or take over major thoroughfares. For instance, when protesters briefly blocked Highway 101 on Sunday. So it's pretty much all hands on deck. I think they said they got about 12 different groups. They have more than a dozen groups that were on the ground in the past week. So there are a lot of resources that they're using here. So did the National Guard leave? So I wonder, like, did those other groups come in after the National Guards had to leave? Let me see. What's the deal with the National Guards? Let me see what it says. Trump administration can keep control of the California National Guard troops for now. Appeals court ruled. So the appeals court said, okay, for now you can keep the National Guard. The Trump administration can maintain, so I'm looking at NBCnews.com. The Trump administration can maintain control over several thousand National Guards in California and continue to deploy them in Los Angeles, a federal appeals court ruled Thursday, causing a lower court ruling that determined President Donald Trump's federalization of the guardsmen were unlawful. So it's getting dark. Don said, come get this OT. You know you want to use why. Come get this OT. All right, let me see. What else was I reading here?
Save America!
The ruling by three judges. The ruling by a three-judge panel.
Save America!
In the Ninth U.S.
Save America!
Circuit Court of
Save
Appeals.
America! Save America!
Their appeals to keep place Trump's directives authorizing the deployment of at least 4,000 California National Guard troops and several hundred Marines pending further litigation, even as state leaders cast the military presence as unnecessary and escalatory. The appeals court will hold a hearing on the matter on Tuesday. So stay tuned. On Tuesday, another hearing will be held. Hours before the appeals court ruling, a federal judge temporarily halted deployment of Los Angeles, writing Thursday evening that the federal government did not have the authority to nationalize California's National Guard. So what time is it there? It's almost 7 o'clock there. Y'all think these people gonna clear out when curfew come? What, curfew's at 8 o'clock? So they got about a good hour and 10 minutes, hour and 15 minutes. Less than an hour and 15 minutes to keep it pushing, to move it along. What's going on here? Why are they shooting at the people now? I want to see what the people are doing that's warranting them shooting at them. Like, why are they shooting? I'm confused on what's going on. I'm seeing the protesters. They're there. But why are they shooting tear gas or whatever at the people? And how far is whatever they're shooting going? Because I'm seeing this, like, where is it going? I see this little smoke, like, not far from them. The people are, like, way a good distance away from the law enforcement. So, what's happening here? I'm phoning a friend. What is happening here? What kind of impact are we having? I'm hearing noises. It's giving fireworks, 4th of July, like, them people way over there. Is anything that they're shooting out making its way over there? Uh-oh, got the motorcyclist out.
Power like that.
Real criminal is in office. You see that sign? I've seen all kinds of crazy signs. Seen different flag combinations I've never seen before. Don, he said, ain't no way you taking your bike out there. Sometimes you wonder what these people be thinking.
Peaceful protest! 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 Peaceful protest!
You are in violation of Penal Code Section 409, which prohibits remaining present at an unlawful place. If you not leave this area as described, remain in this area will be a violation of Penal Code Section 409. The following route of dispersal is available. South of Spring Street. You must disperse immediately. Están en violación de la sección 409 del Código Penal. Les prohíbe permanecer presente en una reunión ilegal, lo que significa que deben abandonar el área que acabo de escribir. Si permanecen en esta área que acabo de escribir, estarán violando la sección 409 del Código Penal. Pueden irse al sur de la calle Spring. Deben dispersar inmediatamente. I am Deputy Pizzini, a Deputy Sheriff for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly, and in the name of the people of the state of California, order all those assembled on Spring Street to immediately disperse, which means to break up this assembly and leave. The following route is of dispersal is available. South on Spring Street. You must disperse immediately. Soy diputada Fassini, oficial del departamento del alguacil.
So that sounds like they're shooting the tear gas because they're wanting the people to disperse. Because I was wondering, like, why are they shooting the tear gas? I don't see anyone really doing anything. But they're wanting them to clear out, I guess, the area. We're less than an hour away from the curfew going into effect. Because remember, they're on an 8 o'clock curfew. Curfew is from 8 p.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. and it's for 30 days. So he got a whole paragraph, whole thesis statement on his sign. All I read is the sky. Y'all got to tell me what the rest say. The sky.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
They didn't have feet.
Peaceful protest!
Just say feet hurt.
Peaceful protest! 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 And the police, nigga!
Fuck Donald Trump! I'm so proud of everybody right now. I see no king!
Have them over here, and there. Right?
It's nice to see an American flag. We're seeing U.S. flags finally. Normally we see the Mexican flag, the El Salvadorian flag, the Venezuelan flag. We see all the flags except for the U.S. So it's nice to see the American flag and it's not being stomped on, burned.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
So we have about 17 minutes before curfew. Remember, curfew is at 8 o'clock p.m. in Los Angeles. 8 o'clock p.m. They have to at least get out of the streets of Los Angeles. They say you ain't got to go home, but you got to get out of here.
This is a peaceful protest.
Don't shoot is what he's saying. It's a peaceful protest. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. That's what he's saying. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot.
Start the line up on the other side.
Like your mess. That's it hard. That's it hard, Mom. Peaceful protest.
The curfew is approaching. The curfew is approaching. So, found this article from the LA Times. It says, as curfew approaches, protesters face flashbangs, pepper balls, and rubber bullets. This was as of 25 minutes ago. With less than 2 hours until 8 o'clock p.m., curfew sets in. Law enforcement pushed hundreds of protesters through downtown towards Los Angeles City Hall, releasing rubber bullets, flashbangs, pepper balls, and tear gas into the crowd. The LAPD issued an order to disperse around 4 p.m. after a day of largely peaceful protests. Shortly afterwards, Los Angeles Police Department officers and Los Angeles Sheriff Department deputies began moving in on the crowd, shooting less lethal rounds. So that is what's taking place. They are shooting off these rounds to push the people back. Before I'm like, what's going on? Why are they shooting? Like, what's going on? But they're pushing the people back. Curfew is near. We have like 13 minutes before curfew. Curfew is at 8 o'clock p.m. 8 o'clock p.m. So countdown to 8 o'clock p.m. on the West Coast time zone. I am on East Coast time. Right now it's 10:27 p.m. I am in the state of Georgia. We are 3 hours ahead. We've been live streaming for now 5 hours and 47 minutes. We are taking it all in. It's been a full day. It's been a full day, but we are here to see what's going on, because a lot of times the way it gets reported isn't the way it truly went down. So with today, I wanted to be able to just speak on, from my perspective, how things went down at both the military parade today for the 250th U.S. Army anniversary. Who got the U.S. flag on the ground? Lord, they just stuffing all over. This stuff I'm talking about. Ain't nobody seen it. Why we can't pick the flag up? Why is the flag just on the ground? Nobody see the flag on the ground? It's right there. Pick the flag up. Like, we just walking all over the flag. Nobody ain't seen the flag of this country y'all fighting to stay in. Nobody ain't seen this flag on the ground. Until this man, like, oh, let me pick up the flag. I'll tell you, that Santa Claus picked up the flag. Now, what happened to him? He done pulled something. See, that's when he know he should stay home. He too old for these games. He messed around and pulled something. So anyway, I wanted to be live to take in all of these moments. So therefore, on Sunday, on Father's Day, when they get to talking about what popped off on Saturday, we can say, yeah, you right. Or we can say, no, you a whole bald-headed lie. It did not go down like that. So that's what today is about. Being an eyewitness to all that's popping off in these U.S. streets at the Los Angeles protests, the No King's Day protests, as well as the Trump's military parade. 250, the U.S. military, U.S. Army 250th anniversary, as well as President Trump's birthday. Today is President Trump's 79th birthday. This man need to go on to the house. It's like this when you know you need to check out. Wherever they taking him, he need to be to the house. So they still get rough with the people as they trying to help the man who's struggling. They like, well, you should have been out here anyway. They got the dog. Somebody brought the dog out. Lord Jesus. That man pulling a man that's bigger than him. He gonna be hurt next. This is crazy. I wonder what's his story. I hope he don't come back out there. It's too much. Ain't no way. I'm not trying to sign up for all that. I hope that boy be like, you know what? I'm not about this life. I ain't Mexican. I ain't Hispanic. I ain't nothing. I ain't even take Spanish. I took French in school. Like, why am I here? He had a look on his face like he questioning all his life decisions. Oh, y'all. It's crazy, yo. It's crazy, yo. It's crazy. Them officers had no sympathy for that man being pulled. It's like, you shouldn't have had your ass out here anyway.
Hey, stop putting your hands on somebody.
We need to be playing Ludacris in the background. Move. Get out the way. Get out the way. Move. Get out the way. Get out the way. Move. Move. Jump. They need to be playing that. I told you I live in Atlanta. All this foolishness is taking place. We need a soundtrack. We need DTP. Where is DTP? We need Ludacris, DTP. Where they at? We need all. That's what we need. Because this is definitely getting move. Get out the way. Don't jump. Move. Move. Get out the way. I guess he's making his own soundtrack. He a one-man band, y'all. He's a one-man band. Five minutes. Curfew. It's 5:55. No, I'm sorry. I'm counting down to the wrong clock, y'all. Well, no. Let me see. Yeah. Yes, we got about 25 more minutes till curfew. Yeah, 25 more minutes. 25 more minutes till curfew. They really say something bad case like that. We are doing another marathon. Listen, you know it be on and popping when the street lights come on. I'm trying to see something. I got a party by myself. I'm trying to see something because I know it's going to be a different kind of energy at night. I know it's going to be a different kind of energy. I didn't listen. I did 12 hours last week. We watched it. When that sun went down and them street lights came on, baby. I say the freaks come out at night. Listen, I just in my spirit, I feel like it's gonna be a different type of energy come tonight. So we almost nearing 6 hours in. It's not gonna be as long as last Sunday because I didn't start as early, but I plan to kind of keep it going. You already know, Rizza. Rizza, you said, listen, when you know, you already know it's going to be on some other kind of time when it get dark. We trying to see something. We trying to listen. We trying to be like, Now, why they let them dogs out on him? We're gonna be able to tell the story. J-Mo's gonna be able to tell the story, them cars, and then we gonna be able to tell the story. Oh, story. I'm gonna call it like I see it. I'm be like, they a whole lie. I watched it. Me, RZA, Tim. I'm be naming all folks that was in the chat. We saw it all. We showed it.
Relax. Chill, brother.
That was his man. He was all hurt. I don't know what had happened to him. He hurt. He had about 2 friends trying to help him because something was going on with his legs. That man messed around and fell. Them damn police still trying to get them protesters together like he shouldn't have been out here any damn way. The guy who was getting pulled from being the one that was hurt, I don't know if he damn pulled something. I don't know. He shouldn't have been out there any damn way. So he a big boy. The friend that's pulling him is smaller than him. He's gonna pull him because the police ain't got no empathy on the fact that the big boy he down bad. He got an injury. The police like, I don't care. Y'all need to get the hell out of here. Oh my God, them police like, listen, I ain't got no listen, if you wasn't out here in these streets, you wouldn't have gotten jacked up. I don't know how big boy got jacked up, but all I know is he limped off the field. He limped off the field. Yeah, he limped off the field. And the police didn't give a damn. They didn't try to help. Somebody pulled up on the side with a car. The little smaller boy who was pulling them try to roll big boy up in the back seat of the car, got him up in there, closed the door, and just had this look on his face like he was questioning his whole life decisions because he was a white boy and he looked like he questioned like, now why the hell I'm even out here? I don't even speak Spanish. I ain't never even took Spanish. I took French first of all. I ain't Mexican. I don't even live here. Why am I here? Like he was just running all these questions down his head in that moment. Some tell me it might be his last day at the protest. Oh my God. I think it's going to be the white boy last day. And hopefully the one who pulled a hamstring that's out there, hopefully it's his last day too. Listen, it's a hot mess out there. Oh, Patriot said protests in Salt Lake had active shooter during the march through the city. Lord Jesus. Doing too much. Can we just focus on one thing at a time? RZA say that's their version of running with the bulls in America. I guess I am not about that life. I don't know. Listen, I can't do it. I don't care how much money you trying to offer to me on Craigslist, what kind of Facebook posting you got. I can't do it. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Let me see. With Salt Lake City, let me see. So Patriot said it's going down in Salt Lake City. Lord Jesus, you said it's live news now. All right. Let me refresh. Let me refresh. See what's going on. Let's see what they talking about. Okay, let's pause on the fireworks over here. Don't it sound like 4th of July, y'all? It sound like the fireworks. Let's see what they got going on in Salt Lake City, y'all. Y'all, it's too much. Oh, it's too much. Okay. So let me see. Salt Lake City, this is where we at. We're trying to go over here. Let me see. Am I on the right live? I got so many of them. Okay. Let me see. This ain't the right one. Let me see. Salt Lake City. All right, here we go.
The victim was rushed to the hospital shortly after all of this broke out. What you're seeing now is Chopper 5. This is the area of State Street between 1 and 200 South, and an active scene and police investigation where we believe that a man
10:40.
was shot. This was during the
10:42
No
p.m.
Kings
where I'm at in
rally
Cliff.
here in downtown Salt Lake City that started at Pioneer Park a few hours ago at 6 p.m. Police now confirming what our images, what these witnesses have been telling us, that one person was critically injured and is fighting for their life at the hospital. Another person, another man, is in custody at this hour. We are waiting for further updates from police. Emma Benson, who you just heard from, is live from the scene. She was covering this protest, walked with thousands of people from Pioneer Park to this area of State Street between 1 and 200 South to see this happen, a day where people were coming out to protest. This is the No Kings rally, protesting some of the policies, including immigration policies of the second Trump administration. Organizers had called for peaceful exercise of those First Amendment rights. What you're seeing here are images from moments ago when we saw and heard gunshots, saw a person on the ground, and started to see police heading into a parking garage where we believe there was likely and possibly a suspect. I am hearing again that Emma Benson is back with us, has another update for us. She is in the area of State Street, around 200 or between 1 and 200 South. Emma, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, Garna, State Street and 200 South here in downtown Salt Lake City. The crowd is kind of dispersing as people are leaving. There are still a few people, though, staying on scene here to see if they can gather any more information. Of course, people are curious and want to know exactly what happened. But as you mentioned, we have heard that one is critically injured and in the hospital, and one suspect is in custody. And we are trying to get more information. We will give it to you as we get it. But I am here with Jonathan, who saw and heard what happened. Can you tell me what you saw and heard?
All right. So I was near the Maverick, just down there. I was with the crowds. Everything was going normal, but suddenly I heard some popping sounds just feet away. Turns out someone got shot right behind me. Turns out, I guess, sorry, I'm just really shaked up right now. I was literally like cornered right over there, and someone was telling me that there was another shooter over there, but I'm not sure. But I tried to get out through there because there's a narrow hallway, and there was just people running that way, and I was scared because I was like, where the hell am I supposed to go? There's people running that way. There's people running that way. Like, I called my dad. Just in case I never got to hear them again. But I was not expecting this. I just wanted to come out, show some support for the people, but unfortunately these things do happen. I'm just happy to be alive.
Thank you, Jonathan, for sharing. And I understand it is a very scary situation. I feel a little shaken up too, since I was also really close. You said you were just feet away from where it happened, right? Can you tell me about the rest of the day? Did you go to Pioneer Park earlier today? Were you with the protesters?
His daddy probably told him not to go.
I took a front runner train here. I got here around 6:30 to 7. And
know
I
these
went to
kids don't
City
be
Creek
listening.
for a bit and saw that the protesters
Now his
were
nerves all
around
shot.
4
He ain't
South,
gonna never be
300
the same.
West.
He
So I
got
just started
PTSD.
marching south, and suddenly I just saw the crowds build up. And you know, it was a bit eerie because for a second there, I was like, just like
I
2
see y'all
minutes
just protest for
before
you
that
think this is
happened, I
it?
got like this awful feeling.
You think this is your one and done?
Something was happening because there was so many people. The police
ain't funny,
estimate
but you
10,000
like,
people
listen,
were here, and I believe it. Like
I ain't
they
about
were
that
just
life.
going in a
I
circle.
know I speak
There
Spanish.
was too many
God
people.
damn it, I was
so,
born
like,
here.
it's
My
very
parents got
exciting
their
here,
paperwork.
and,
Why am I out here? Oh my God.
2 minutes later,
What am I
just
doing?
heard the shots and people were running.
What am I doing?
There was like 20 of us trapped in that alley.
Child.
That's when After that, I decided to get up around the scene where it happened, and suddenly I
That's
just
a
saw
one and
people on the
done.
ground.
Listen.
I don't know if they were in
I
handcuffs or
don't
they
know
were
why some
injured,
people gotta
but I
learn
just
by
saw people
being
on the
in the
ground
fire. Why you
with
can't learn being at home
officers
like
and
me?
some security guard near
Be a
them.
keyboard thug, hell. Be
And
like
as I was
everybody else.
scared
Be safe
because
for being a
I didn't know
keyboard
what was
thug.
happening, I thought
Ain't no
tear gas
way.
was being fired.
And I will
At
support
first,
you
I
by
didn't
live
think it was
streaming to show
gunshots
what the hell
until
popping off.
some
I can
cops
show you that way.
marched over there.
I can be an
They went
eyewitness
to check up on
at
us.
home on my live
We were a
stream.
group
Y'all
of
need a
20,
witness.
and they told us that
You need somebody who caught the live feed. Holla at your girl.
one
That's
shooter
all
was
I
in
got for you.
custody,
I
but
ain't got
they
no
said there might be more.
Listen.
They said there might be. It's not
Yeah,
confirmed.
kids,
Don't
don't
take it
think
from me,
fat me
but
greasy. They out here doing that for most. He should have stayed his ass at the house.
it's just very
Got his
chaotic
nerves
out
all
here right
shot.
now.
He's probably gonna
I
mess
don't
around,
blame
lose
people if
weight
they
because he's
want to
gonna
go
be
home.
depressed. He ain't gonna
I'm
want to
going.
eat, can't
I'm
sleep.
leaving just right now, but
And be like,
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're safe, Jonathan, and
how
you're
you
you're
lose
doing
weight so
okay.
fast? Listen,
Very
what was that
chaotic. I will
protest?
agree
Somebody
with
damn
you.
got
Very
shot.
chaotic. Again, we don't know yet if there was more than one shooter so far. We have only been told
I'm
that
not
one
right yet.
suspect
I'm just still
is in
not right.
custody. So we'll continue to update you as we get more information. Garna, Dan.
Thank you, Emma. And as you heard, Dan Rascone is with us at this time. Dan, as we
folks
were
gonna
just
learn.
reviewing our footage
They gonna
from
learn.
watching this unfold, it was 7:58 that we started to hear a lot of activity on the police scanners, that we heard gunshots, that we had actually photojournalist Avi Robledo
That man
was
said, "I
just
didn't know which
feet
way to go."
away from where we believe
He
a
said,
man
"I seen
was
people running
shot.
from all the
That
directions. I was trying
victim,
to
that
call my
man we
daddy.
now know is in critical condition.
Daddy.
Police also confirming that there is one suspect in custody. At this time, we don't know if they are looking for any other people of interest or suspects, but from looking at this
tried,
footage,
y'all.
Dan, we're starting
Trying
to
to be
see
about
them
that
set
life.
up a perimeter here, this crime scene, but we're not
he
seeing
realized he
them
wasn't.
running after someone. So maybe that's a good sign that this is a contained situation at this point.
Yeah, that person that Emma interviewed right there kind of sums things up about how scary this was. We saw people literally running for their lives.
Yeah.
You hear the gunshots, you hear them going off, people running and
Everybody's
scattering.
scattered.
Here it is right there. You begin to see people just start to scatter. I mean, you're talking about a protest here that estimates of 10,000 people or so that are marching peacefully. People are enjoying themselves, they're moving forward, and then suddenly that gunfire goes off and you can see people literally running for his life. That young man, obviously he was very shaken up. He started to get emotional there, and that kind of gives you a little idea just how scary this was for many of the people that were out there and them running.
That
Again,
baby
as you mentioned, one person, it appears
He would never
that
be the same.
one person has been injured. Again, we don't know if there's
Never.
others involved, but you could see police in this video
That's what I be
and
talking
others.
about, y'all. People be
A lot of
experiencing
police
stuff. Anything that goes on
activity
in
going
this
on
world,
in this
like, it
area.
has
Obviously,
an
still
impact on
searching to see if there's
mental.
others involved.
And I mean, the significance isn't lost on me. This young
Gotta
man,
move with
Jonathan,
common
saying that the
sense and
first person he
discernment.
called
You
was his
can't
dad,
Yeah.
not knowing what to do or where to go. And from what we've seen in
can
that
show your
footage,
support in other ways.
the victim would be of age to be a father. And so that's just something that weighs on you at this time. Let's send it out to Alex Cabrero.
Yes, Alex Cabrero now joins us live there on the scene. Alex, tell us where you're at and kind of what the scene is at that location.
Yeah, Dan and Garner. Right now, I'm at about 300 East and 100 South. It's about 2 blocks away from where all this went down, but we're out in this location because this is where Salt Lake City Police said that they were going to talk to us here and answer some questions in a little bit and give us the latest information as to what they have. Garner, I heard you mention that you said that things were very tense at one point when police were running, chasing somebody, and Emma and I were maybe 20, 25 feet away from where the shooting happened. We heard the pops, we heard the shots, weren't really sure what was going on yet until we started seeing people running up the street towards us. We immediately took cover, and I got to tell you right away, there were dozens of Salt Lake City and other law enforcement police officers that got on this scene and started chasing someone into a parking garage and then into that location where you see the camera shot right now, which is about 200 East and 100 South. We are waiting for police to give us the latest information to figure out what exactly happened what can be confirmed at this point. Garna and Dan, I heard you mention that the person who was shot is, I think you said critical condition. We're hoping that, that if that remains critical or getting better, but we're hoping it's certainly not worse. But what we can tell you, at least from this vantage point, is, yeah, I was at the No Kings protest at the University of Utah earlier this morning at about 10:30. Very peaceful, very hot. Everybody was in a good mood, and it left peacefully. Then over here, when we started at Pioneer Park at 6 o'clock at night, everything was fine too. The march was fine, and they started doing laps here near the federal building, and that was fine too. It looked like it was tapering off, that people were starting to go home, when all of a sudden we heard those shots and people started running, and police officers started going after someone who we understand that they got on the ground here and arrested. So Dan and Garna, again, a lot of what we have right now is just hearsay. It's just from witnesses. As soon as we get a chance to talk police officers, we will certainly get that latest information and pass it along to you.
Alex, real quick, you said you're only about 25 feet away or so when that shooting happened.
Yeah.
Describe to us kind of were people running in a certain direction, or could you tell where the shots were coming from, and just tell us kind of a little bit more how scary that must have been?
It was right near in front of the federal building here. I think the Sky Apartments or the Sky Condos might be there, Dan. It was on, what is that, State Street there. And all of a sudden people started running this way. What is it? That is north. People started running to the north because the shots were coming from the south of us, about 25 feet away. A few people that were a little further south that were still part of the march, they were still chanting, "No Kings, USA, no Kings." They didn't even know what happened because it was so loud with the chanting, with the protesting. There were thousands of people here. So if you weren't in that immediate area, you might not have heard the gunshots because things were so loud on both sides with the protesting and with the chanting. But I think when people started seeing others running, that's when the chanting kind of stopped a little bit, just because why are people running? You know, that certainly gets your attention. And then the worst thing comes to your mind. They're running because something is dangerous. So instinctually, you take a second. Did I really hear what I think I heard? And then you realize I need to get down. Em and I, we hid, we got to a safe spot. We had to go up and get our photographer, Wesley Barton, who was even a little bit closer to where the shootings happened. He just dropped the tripod and he took cover as well. And then we see police officers running. We see the man that was on the ground that was shot and medics rushing to him to try to help him as quickly as possible. And then it was just pure chaos for a little while because what do you do? You know, honestly, what do you do, Dan and Garna? So police officers are directing us, keep making us go a little bit further north, get out of the crime scene, get out of the danger zone, just because at that point, nobody had been arrested or detained just yet. So we were in the middle of it. And eventually they move us about a block and a half out. And then some police cars going by here now, and then we hear that they do have somebody detained and arrested. That's when I think the level kind of decreased a little bit, the emotion, the adrenaline, simply because it looked like that the danger was over. Garner, that's what I was mentioning. You said that it looked like we don't know if they're looking for another person, but certainly after that one person was detained, it certainly felt like the adrenaline decreased a little bit because the police believe they got their person. So it was tense. But I have to be honest, police were on it seconds. Dan and Garner, seconds. They were there. So. I know a lot of people are thankful that they were there because, you know, all week this is what law enforcement was worried about. They knew that the protest was supposed to be peaceful. The No Kings organizers told police all along that they're planning on it being peaceful. That's a big tenet of their organization, is to have nonviolent protests. But then when this happens, everything goes away. You know what I mean? There was an organizer with No Kings who told us this person has nothing to do with the No Kings organization. This is not what they wanted. This was somebody acting on their own. And they're saddened that this protest that they had is kind of dampened by the events that happened tonight, Dan and Garner.
Boy, scary situation out there. Alex, I'm glad you're okay. Stay with us there. Of course, we're going to come right back to you there and just be able to talk a little bit more about kind of what the latest is, but we're going to go ahead and pass on to
we're hearing Emma Benson has more information. She's giving us another vantage point from this very active scene. This is the area of State Street between 1 and 200 South where shots rang out. There is one person critically injured, one person in custody. Emma, where are you and how are you?
Hey, I'm doing okay. Garna, thanks for asking. Still a little shaken up. You know, it was a scary situation. Like Alex said, we were pretty close to it when it happened, and we heard popping noises, and people started running, and so we kind of just took cover. And then I saw cops, police officers, just bolting into the nearby parking garage of the Sky Apartments and chasing after someone. And we have heard that that suspect is now in custody. That one person was shot and is critically injured. We did see the body on the ground. Sorry, I'm okay. But anyway, we are again at State Street in between 1st and 2nd South here in downtown Salt Lake City. I've been talking to eyewitnesses tonight who have also seen and heard what happened this evening. I'm here with Kiz Mayo. Tell me what you saw and heard.
So we're in front of the federal building. We heard gunshots, and then we start running towards the church. We passed the 200, what's that one? 700, 200 Street. We go towards past the church. There are another gunshot hears. People go inside the church, and then we come back this way in front of the law firm, and we see a guy with long hair, looks like a evil version of Tarzan tan, and they put him in handcuffs, and they get him in an ambulance. And we yell out, people are yelling at him that he was the shooter. And then he goes, going to the ambulance, he goes, I'm the one who got shot. I'm the victim. So I don't know exactly who is who, but it's kind of confusing is everywhere. Like, we don't know exactly.
Yeah, we're still waiting on confirmed information here. And so just a lot of kind of hearsay and things that we've heard witnesses report. But tell me what was going through your mind when you first saw people running and heard those noises.
First, we heard gunshots in front of the federal building. Everybody starts running. People, I'm like, okay, I'm going to get shot. I'm like, should I call my mom, my brother, my sister? Very scary. And I kind of felt bad because I'm really fast, but people was like trembling onto the ground. I'm like, do I go back? What do I do? I helped this old lady up. I was like, ma'am, are you okay? I told her, go in the garage. I'm trying to direct people to go this way, go hide. I'm telling people go inside the church, go inside the garage. We even saw some local news people go inside the garage, and it was really bad. It was really bad, and then it was really scary. And I'm just trying to celebrate a peaceful protest, even though I'm a DOG fan. It's the president's birthday today, so I was just trying to do a peaceful protest, and then this should not be happening. It's really, really sad.
Yeah, because you mentioned that you were out here not only today, but you've been out here on Thursday. You've been to the other protests that have been organized as well, right?
Yes, I was at Washington Square Park. It wasn't as bad as this. It was more peaceful. I mean, there was a little hacking, and I got into some incidents. We're not going to talk about that. But there was no gunshots at Washington Square Park.
With that shirt on,
unfortunately, I don't know who is who. Is it the red team, the blue team? I don't know. It's pretty sad. We don't know the who exactly the shooter is. I have a couple of videos. I'm gonna send it to you guys. But yeah, it's really sad. Washington Square was way more peaceful than today.
Right. Well, thank you so much for your time and for sharing that. Garner Dan, I'll send it back to you for now.
All right. Thank you very much. Emma Benson live out there on the scene, a little shaken up. Boy, she's right there in the midst of this. Also, Alex Cabrera was right there, just feet away from those gunshots being fired. Very scary experience for many people out there. Again, just recapping a little bit. This was, what did you say, about 7:58 or so this evening?
Yeah, it was about 7:58. We were actually watching. Their live feeds are coming into the newsroom. Alex is there to spot Emma Benson in an abundance of safety precaution that we have. And we also had two other photojournalists. We had Chopper 5. They had just left to go refuel, and we're getting this on the ground look when we start to hear what were gunshots, and we start to quickly hear police scanners. Again, about 7:50, 7:55, 7:58, we see someone on the ground and medics rushing to give them what we assume are those life-saving measures. That person now in critical condition. And as you heard from this last witness, there was a man that was put in handcuffs. We eventually saw him also loaded into an ambulance. And maybe some statements there made that were a little bit confusing. We'll have to wait to hear from police.
He said, hey, I'm the victim here.
I'm the victim.
I'm not the shooter.
But he doesn't look like the person that we saw on the ground.
Exactly.
So that's, maybe there's more than one victim. We are going to have to wait for Salt Lake City Police to speak to that. Their investigation, very active. They did tell us they have been preparing for this. They have been, preparing for the worst, but hoping for the best, calling for people to peacefully assemble. And they've been working with multiple agencies. We know that Unified Police Department, the Department of Public Safety, sheriff's office are all were ready to provide support. That may be why they were able to react so quickly. They had so many people.
As Alex said, I mean, the police were in action and they're ready to go very quickly there. Let's go ahead and go back out to Alex Cabrera right now. He's live there. Alex, what do you have for us?
Well, Dan, since we last chatted with you and Garner there, again, I'm still at 100 South and 300 East here in downtown Salt Lake City, waiting for Salt Lake City Police to give us a statement, to do a little press conference here. They told us to start gathering here because they were on their way. But since we last chatted with you, about 5 minutes ago, we noticed another 4 or 5 police cars head over here, a fire engine from Salt Lake City as well, to try to keep this road blocked off. They're still saying that it is an active crime scene, and they don't want anybody to go through this particular area at about 100 South and 200 East, just because they want to make sure that the crime scene that they say is there, that all the evidence that is possible to collect will be collected. But Dan, yes, this is something that Salt Lake City Police and law enforcement agencies all throughout Utah have been talking about and preparing for. Even though this was all meant to be done as peaceful protests, police say you never know when there might be an agitator or someone who wants to come in and just create violence and chaos, which is seems like initially exactly what happened out here. But it is something that police said all along. In fact, it was just yesterday I spoke with Department of Public Safety with Commissioner Jess Anderson, and he says that they have learned a lot from 5 years ago. We had those big protests downtown, as you remember, Dan, and Garner, you were here too 5 years ago when that all went down. And police and law enforcement tell me that they did learn a lot from 5 years ago, that instead of just maybe staying in the background if things start to happen, they said that as soon as something happens, they will converge on the scene quickly. They will take care of the situation. They will arrest and detain anybody that needs to be taken down. And honestly, Dan and Garner, that is exactly what happened. So all the preparation, all the planning, and all the talking that law enforcement has been doing all across the valley, it paid off here today, because from the time, when we heard gunshots to the time that we heard that there was a suspect in custody, I mean, I don't know the official time what they're going to say, but it had to be 10, 15 minutes. It was pretty quick to when they had somebody down. And again, when police arrived after the shooting, it was seconds. Dozens of police officers just running with their guns, their rifles, their weapons out, telling everybody to get down, telling everybody to get out, and trying to make the scene as safe as possible after, honestly, what was not a very safe scene there when that shooting went down, Dan and Garner. So we have some video running here of the moment that this happened. Marchers were just coming north there on State Street, getting past the federal building in front of those Sky Apartments, when all of a sudden you could hear a few pops. I believe there was a few pops, and then people just started running. And that's when we knew we had to take safety ourselves. But again, credit to Salt Lake City police officers and other law enforcement who acted quickly. This is, again, what they were worried about all along, that there would be somebody agitating, creating chaos. And but police took care of the situation. And just people walking by us here now telling us that they are so sad that this happened, that this was not supposed to happen. No matter what side you're on, it just seems things, Dan and Garner, are so politically charged right now and so divided on both sides, yelling at each other, that this is the last thing I think any side wants. But where do you go from here? Where are future protests safe? What can police do even more that they haven't done, if there's anything they can do? At the end of the day, if you're just talking about a single lone person who wants to do something like that, that is very hard to stop. And that is the reality of the situation. Police did the best job, again, getting the person in custody. But when you're talking about large scale events like this and protests downtown, it is something in the back of your mind that could happen. And tonight it did happen. Dan Garner.
Alex, real quick, can you tell us a little bit about, has the demonstrators pretty much dispersed then? I mean, are people still hanging out around there, or this big demonstration pretty much is all broken up and they're gone home now, or what's the latest out there? What can you see?
I'm all about
it. Has dispersed pretty well, Dan. There were, there were thousands here for the protest. Maybe it started going down. People were heading home anyway, because we were toward the end of this particular protest, of this event that was planned tonight. So a lot of people were already heading home. After the shooting, a lot of people stuck around because you felt like you went through something traumatic with a bunch of other people, and you're just kind of hanging around talking to each other about it. Like, what did you see? Can you believe this? What did you hear? I'm so happy we're okay. I feel so bad for the person that was shot. You kind of share your emotions with those who were there with you when it happened. So yes, there were still a few hundred protesters that were around, maybe even 1,000 protesters. Here goes another police car over here from Salt Lake City. And yeah, you just kind of share that with each other. But as it's been more than an hour now, people have started going home. The scene where they brought somebody down, there were maybe a few dozen people that were part of the event that were still there. But just standing here another block away, waiting for police to chat with us, we've noticed people that were leaving and getting in their cars and going home.
Out there, and as soon as officers do show up to give us an update there, we'll come to you live there in that situation.
Well, and as Alex was mentioning to us, it felt very quickly with him from the moment that the shot was fired, that we saw that victim to a man taken into custody. What we can tell you is that we saw a lot of this unfolding here from multiple camera angles inside the newsroom. And actually, when we took that first live look with Alex, we were looking at someone being handcuffed and then loaded into an ambulance. So it couldn't have been more than 15 to 20 minutes between that first shot and someone taken into custody.
Yeah, Chopper 5 here has been giving us that view, as we mentioned here earlier, that view from Chopper 5, that live location right there, that apparently is where the victim was hit by the gunshots. And right there between 100 and 200 South and State Street. And this happening just before the 8 o'clock hour, basically 7:58, 7:59, right around there. And right now we're still trying to determine if there's one victim, if there's more than that. Police have let us know that there's one person that's critically injured, as you see there on the screen, in this protest. We had some 10,000 people or so that were marching peacefully from Pioneer Park and making their way up State Street, heading north, as Alex said, then when suddenly the shots went out. But again, a live look here from Chopper 5 here of the actual scene of where that person was shot. Apparently, the officers were able to respond very quickly and arrest the suspect within minutes. That goes to show you just where they were located and the vantage point that officers had and how they were prepared for something like this.
To kind of had, because this crowd, its largest point had swollen to be so big, it was taking up 3 city blocks. And just before those shots were fired, we were watching this and just this incredible sea of people walking up and down State Street. They were headed towards the Wallace F. Bennett Federal Building, was our understanding. We did see them kind of circle around. So we were trying to see, maybe it's just so large they didn't know where to stop, maybe head back to Pioneer Park. And that's when these shots were fired, a person critically injured. If you are just now joining us, this is the area of State Street between 1 and 200 South, and you can expect blocks in every direction will be closed for the next several hours. Avoid the area if possible. If you have a loved one, someone that participated in this rally, you'll want to make contact with them, but give each other the space to get out of downtown at this hour. Police activity investigation unfolding here as they try to understand what happened. We've heard from organizers who quickly said, we called on a peaceful protest. This is an outlier, someone that was looking to be an agitator and frighten and cause violence in the community.
Yeah, we keep showing some of the same video here, but the reason why we keep showing some of the same video, because this really illustrates what happened and how quickly it unfolded downtown. Again, as we've been talking about, 10,000 people or so in this area. I mean, when shots go off, it's going to be a very terrifying experience. Some of the emotions coming from some of those that we interviewed, getting very emotional about the experience that they had.
And not knowing which direction to go.
Exactly.
Right.
Like,
as we're seeing this happen in the newsroom, we're seeing everyone running in every direction. You're trying to figure out where those sounds coming from.
Even Alex and Emma there. Let's get back to Emma Benson, who's there live at the scene. Emma, where are you at and what do you see right now?
Hey guys, yeah, we're still here, 100 South and State Street. It looks like the crowd has mostly dispersed and cleared out. There were a lot of people earlier, but most of them have gone home, understandably so. It looks like there are still some police cars here. They have the area blocked off. I just want to point out that this is the area about right where it happened, where we heard the shots fired. People started running. It was just pure chaos, honestly. People just started running. I saw police officers run into the parking lot of that garage there of the building, Liberty Sky. It's an apartment complex. I saw them chasing someone into the parking garage. the one shooter who was taken into custody. As Alex mentioned, though, police, law enforcement, they acted very swiftly. They jumped into action, trying to catch the person and administering aid to the person who was injured as well. A lot of swift, quick thinking people here at the protest, as they were very ultra prepared in case something like this were to happen. They were prepared for the worst, of course, as we've been talking about. The plan was for this to be peaceful, and this happened, but unfortunately they were prepared for it. Again, most of the crowd has left by now. We still have lots of police officers here and people taking care of the scene, though. Back to you guys, Garnet.
All right, thanks a lot, Emma Benson, for us there. And you've been watching some of the video there of the suspect apparently in handcuffs. This video, we don't know how he got injured or what happened there exactly.
We heard police yell garage, garage, and we saw them rush into that garage near to the Sky Apartments there on State Street.
And here's the video right here that we've been talking about here of the suspect in handcuffs sitting on the sidewalk there. And then shortly thereafter, as we see right here, he's taken by ambulance and getting into the ambulance. Now, we don't know if this is the same guy that told that one suspect, or I mean, not the suspect, the guy that was being interviewed there, hey, I'm not the shooter, I'm the victim here, that kind of thing. And we don't know why he was injured. I mean, why, what happened or what transpired. If this is a shooter, kind of what happened there.
We have seen, we won't be showing you those images of the victim who we believe was the victim. We believe at this time that these images are the suspect, and we will wait for police to give us that official confirmation. We're also just coming into the newsroom, a statement from Governor Spencer Cox saying,
the shooting at tonight's protest in Salt Lake City is deeply troubling, act of violence, and has no place in our public square. This is an active situation, and we're working closely with law enforcement to ensure accountability. So again, this is a statement coming from Governor Spencer Cox just moments ago in regards to his reaction to what happened here, calling it deeply troubling and also an act of violence and no place for in this kind of thing. This is exactly what we've been covering all week long here in regards to how police have been preparing. We knew that this protest was coming this weekend. We knew it was going to be big. We knew it was going to be huge, but everybody was hoping it would be peaceful, and unfortunately, it was not.
We are now hearing that our colleague Alex Cabrero, who continues to be monitoring the situation from the scene. Alex, we're seeing you now. You can't see us, but we can see you. It looks like you're with someone.
Like, I don't believe it.
Right, Garnet and Dan, this is State Senator Nate Bluen. He is this isn't his district. He was just here as a citizen, as part of the rallies, part of the protest, just to be involved. And
really got
Nate,
shot.
this is what
I think it was staged.
just the mood of. I know you don't know a whole lot now. What's going on? Wait for police, but just the mood. This is not what we want in the city.
No, it's
They
not.
start to say in the
I
coming
think
days.
tensions have been high. Granted, what happened in California, what we saw happen in Minnesota early hours this morning, and so this is the last thing we want to see is violence in a protest. And again, I have no insight into what the motive might have been, but certainly when people show up, they want to march in peace generally, and we support that. And tensions have been high, so this certainly doesn't help cool the tone, but we want to try and take that down.
Right, and that's something, because I know there are a lot more protests planned down in the future. This is something, unfortunately, that's going to be back of everybody's minds now, where maybe they don't want to come out and do their civic responsibility or do what they want to do because this is in the back of their mind. This is fear.
I'm going to show an image of the guy who's believed they're not really showing it. But remember the guy said somebody looked like a Tarzan or something? An eyewitness, the black guy remember him? He said he saw a guy that looked like, what he said, Tarzan times 10, and he felt like he was the guy who was the perpetrator. Well, this is a picture of that guy. That's not the same guy that we saw images of in the news clip laying on the ground being treated. That guy was bigger frame. So this guy on the screen is likely the shooter. But he may be trying to deflect by acting like he was shot. You see, he got like a cut on his side, but see a guy over here on the ground. That's somebody different. I think that's the guy who was hit. So this seems to be the perpetrator. We'll see in a matter of hours if they release his identity. It says police arrested a man after reported shooting during a demonstration in downtown Salt Lake City on Saturday, June 14, 2025. So that is him. Patriots, and even though Cox is our governor, he is rhino. He votes with the dumb. I think it's worse than what they're showing. They said, so this article I'm looking at now, they said the Salt Lake Tribune, one person critically injured, one arrested after shooting, as 10,000 march in Salt Lake City during No King protests. So this is the man that was injured. One man injured was seen collapsed on the street with emergency responders providing care. Another person was seen being loaded into a stretcher by Salt Lake City Fire. He appeared to be the same man officers had handcuffed. It looks like California, the curfew is now in effect. And looks like they got them cleared out.
People say it's something that San Pedro was going down
tonight.
But I think they meant San Pedro, the street.
To get the people. There's no sound on this. The previous, let me see. Let me do a refresh and see, because I'm not hearing anything. This is a different live feed than I had going on before. Once we switched over to
Second in Los Angeles,
Utah, the news about the shooting, that other live had came to an end.
Right now.
A couple of lives I've kind of been looking at since we were, watching the Utah news. They ended, I think, just because they pretty much cleared out the people from.
Time is it there? It's 8:19.
The curfew is in effect. So it's looking like it was a success tonight with getting the people cleared out. I'm seeing smiles on the police officers' faces. They're not looking distressed. So you guys can hear it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I can't hear it. Well, at least you can hear it. That's what matters. But yeah, looks like they're shaking hands. Looks like it was a success. And man, looks like everybody's breaking away. It's like, let's go get some donuts. Let's go get some donuts. So
you guys got relieved though, no?
Good job.
They're not going
tomorrow.
over there though.
Because listen, this has been like a nightly thing.
They got relieved. No, you can tell by their body language. They're like, "Listen,
It
we're
looks
done."
like tonight they had more. They were ready, more prepared than other nights. So hopefully the rest of the night they'll be just as prepared. But yeah, this was a good live. It didn't have to take us into the wee hours. We got to see what we seen, and I think for the most part we could say that it was a pretty decent protest in Los Angeles. We didn't see anything too crazy. When we did see the rubber bullets or the tear gas and all that, they were trying to get the people to kind of back up, because remember, they're trying to push them out because they know, okay, the curfew's coming up. Let's kind of get them going in the direction we need them to go. So it seems like the tactic that they had, it worked.
You want to go 3rd and Main?
Streets.
That's me.
The police officers
Back behind us?
got into their vehicles,
That's that way, yeah.
rode off into the
We're on Fifth.
sunset.
Yeah, sure.
So I would call this a win. I think the parade, I feel like that was that was a success. I mean, as far
They're
as
pushing
the
from
drama
San
and
Pedro
things,
to Los Angeles.
we'll hear
I think on 3rd.
tomorrow, maybe even tonight's news as they talk about the parade, the U.S. Army 250 year anniversary parade. We'll listen out to see what they have to say, what the critics have to say about the parade. I predict that they're going to talk about probably the attendance, the number of people that were there, because I took notice that they never really did like a bird's eye view of like the crowd. So you really couldn't take in
Yeah, I think they're going
to see
3rd and
like
Main.
how many people were there.
Want to go?
They kept the
I gotta go
camera
that
either
way.
on
Where are you
President
going?
Trump, his wife,
How's your
and,
feet?
you know, any of the other
great.
elected
It's like we're getting
officials,
all over again.
and then they would have the camera on
Bro.
the participants within
not
the
as hot.
parade.
What time are you taking now?
But only how you got to see the crowd as if they were in the background of the shot of the camera being focused on the participants in the parade. So how do you really know? It was projected that there were maybe hundreds of thousands of people at this parade. I cannot co-sign that was the case because, like I said, I didn't see the full span. I did see people out there. All I can say is, listen, there was some people out there. I just can't speak to the numbers, but I would say it was under 100,000. I'm just gonna say I don't think it was hundreds of thousands. I'd say it was under 100,000 people. That's about as good as it can get over here. So if they start talking about it was only 50 people, you a lie. You a lie.
Way over there.
Dude, I haven't
It
got your name
definitely
since the
wasn't
first
in
time I
the
met you like 3 years ago.
Hugo.
What? Hugo? Okay.
It's just, you know, I would say in the tens of thousands versus the
That,
hundreds of thousands. I would say
fucking
that.
boxer dude that was dogging
That's
us.
my
Remember
number,
that?
It's my final number, Alex.
Tony Ferguson. When you guys DUI,
Alex,
you read?
final number, tens of
Yeah, that was
thousands
me,
or 500.
you, and somebody else.
So I'm gonna listen. I'll be interested
Yeah.
in hearing how the
He
other
was looking at you
news
weird?
outlets,
Yeah, dude, he ran around the block and then he comes back and he just stands there staring at me and I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna get beat up by Tony Ferguson when he gets out of jail.
protests as
Nah, he
well
was out
as
of it.
the military parade.
Butterfinger?
Because we were here, we saw it.
Yeah, I remember
we
that.
saw
Yeah,
it,
that's-
and that
how
was
many
the
years
purpose
ago
of
was
me
that?
wanting to go live today, to be able to see
Long
for
time
ourselves
ago.
what really happened.
I've gotten
And I
a
would
lot of
call today
celebrity
with,
shit that I
overall
couldn't verify
a
were
success.
celebrities.
Minus
like,
the folks getting
I
shot
got
up,
a,
y'all. Minus
I think
the elected
allegedly
officials.
Malik
What is
Monk
that in?
got
was
robbed
that
for his
in,
chain and for his Maybach. Remember he was on the
Minneapolis,
Lakers?
where
In Hollywood?
the
Ty Dolla $ign got
state
pulled over with a
representative
gun, but it
side,
was like
so
his bodyguard in the Lambo.
that was a no.
And
you know,
then,
that was a
like,
dud. And then the shooting
Freddie
at Utah,
Gibbs
where we just watched the
crashed
news
his
clip for,
Porsche.
that was
A
a dud.
lookalike of Freddie Gibbs.
But outside of that,
I sent it around and no one could.
outside of that, I
yeah,
would
verify
say
it was him. I sent it around.
the protests and all, you know,
He had a
was
Porsche too. and it
was a success. I would
And he's
say
a fan of Porsches.
So
A lot of them will put
I'm
the
gonna leave it
plates,
at that.
car registration
Thank
in
you all
my
for
trust.
joining, watching this
Yeah.
live stream.
I
Definitely
tried to
like,
find
share,
out who the name
subscribe.
was.
Make sure
Actually,
you
I
have the
did.
notification bell
But it was
on,
under somebody else's.
so
but
you know when
that
I
had to
go
be
live
him.
again.
Who else?
I have two channels, Sheik Speaks on It. You can also, if you like, follow me on my second channel, which is just Sheik Speaks. So drop the on it 2 words, and it's just Sheik Speaks. You can follow me on both platforms.
Yeah,
Tonight
the
I
crowd's that
live
way.
stream from both
It's
simultaneously.
like towards Skid Row.
I do that from time to time, but not most of the time. Most of the time, except this. But today was different. Hey, it's Trump's birthday. It's Trump's birthday. He's 79. He's growing up. He's growing up. Trump is 79. He's
If I don't,
growing up.
and I just tell them I can't control the sound in
He's
public.
growing up. So let's just
And they-
see what
and
kind
they
of
erase
growth
it?
we will see
But the
going
whole point is that
forward
they take
out of,
the money,
out
no?
of our
If
People that claim it.
president of
if it's
the
a
United
claim,
States.
but I'll fight it.
Yeah.
And if it's a claim,
That's
I'm
what
like,
I
okay,
to
that's a
say.
little too
Go out
clear.
into this world, show
I'll
up
just
in
go
a way
back
in
and
which you
edit that
want
part
others
out
to show up.
because you
for
can
you.
delete that part.
But don't they still take
Live
the money?
attracts
Not
like.
if you edit it out.
Take care of
Okay.
yourselves and one
I have not
another.
needed
Heavy
it
on
at
the
all.
taking care of
You
yourself.
sure?
Make sure your mental health
Sure
is
they've
good.
never
Because
taken the money? Like,
Big Boy over in Utah,
and then when you
his
edit
nerves
it,
all
like,
shook up.
So I'll get a flag like a day or two later.
I'm all
Yeah.
shook up. He's
And he'll
like
take
in
from the
his
time of the
Elvis
flag,
Presley.
which is like a day or two
Like
later.
that man shook up. He like, listen.
But they won't take it
I
from
didn't
the
know if I
actual
was
like
gonna make
live
it.
stream.
They got
Okay.
the shooting.
It's just from there. From
I want to go right.
From the
I
claim
tried to go
after.
right. They was running that way. I went to the
Yeah.
left. They was running for that. I didn't know what to do. I pulled out my phone to call Daddy just in
Okay.
case this is gonna be it. This is gonna be it.
Okay,
I bet
good.
you Daddy told him don't take his ass down there.
Still,
I bet
I
you
don't
Daddy
want
told
him
him
touching
don't
them all.
the hell go down there. I know these kids. Hell, you got hard-headed adults. They trying to see something. Well, he seen something all right. That man was all shook up. His nerves were so bad. I think he made the reporter who was interviewing him her nerves bad because he was all shook up.
Hey, by the
So
way, this
I think he
is
won and
Jacob
done. I
from
think
Dad's
his
Gone
protesting
Live.
career is done.
He's
I
live.
think it's done. I'm all about the signs.
If you've never
He's
seen him,
done for him and anybody
go
else
to Dad's
who,
Gone Live on YouTube.
have just been a part of
He's here
any
for
of this
Bakersfield.
madness, over the past week with these protests. Listen, find other ways to support. I don't personally think these protests help anyway. I just think it's just, I don't know, it's distraction. I don't think it helps the cause. That's my opinion. I don't know protests that really work.
How are things in Bakersfield right now?
They're just distractions.
Is it hot? Like, there's a lot of shit going.
Unsafe distractions. How about that?
Yeah.
Unsafe distractions.
But there's no like.
Make sure you like, subscribe, and share. You all have a wonderful rest of your Saturday night. And I will catch you all on the next live broadcast. Peace. And thank you so much for those of you who rocked with me through this nearing 7-hour live stream. Thank you to my awesome mods. Rizza, thank you so much. Virtuous woman, thank you. And those who tapped in, who engaged with me during the chat. We had Patriot, Roy, Don, y'all came through. Tim, y'all know who y'all are. Y'all always rock with me. I appreciate your support. So I will catch y'all in the next live broadcast.
There's a
Peace.
shitload of streamers in Bakersfield, though, no? Is there still